March 6, 1975. Inside the low, earthen house of the Qin family in Chaoyang Brigade, the flickering candlelight clearly showed everyone's faces. Old Master Qin sat by the heated brick bed, tapping his tobacco pipe. His cloudy eyes turned toward Qin Shuyue, his face full of displeasure. Qin Shuyue, everyone worked hard all day for work points. Why did you wake everyone up and tie up Hongshan? What are you trying to do? Grandpa, don't worry. The brigade leader hasn't arrived yet. Qin Shuyue sat on a small stool by the bed, her cold eyes fixed on Qin Hongshan and Lin Nian, who were and gagged. Their eyes were filled with anger and fear. A faint, chilling smile curved on her lips. The timing of her awakening couldn't have been better. She had been reborn to the moment before Lin Nian stole the jade pendant. In her previous life, on this very day, Qin Hongshan had burst into her room with a brick, knocking her unconscious. Lin Nian, hiding nearby, took the chance to steal the jade pendant from her and used her blood to unlock the space within it. Then Lin Nian vanished from the Chaoyang Brigade. When they met again years later, Lin Nian had become a successful businesswoman. But that jade pendant had never truly belonged to Lin Nian. When they met again, the bond of blood made Lin Nian realize that what she had gained was only a tiny part of the pendant's true power. Blinded by greed and ambition, Lin Nian turned cruel. She had Qin Shuyue captured and locked in a dark basement, taking her blood day after day to feed the pendant and trade its treasures for wealth. Qin Shuyue still remembered the day she was about to die. Lin Nian had laughed wildly and revealed the truth behind everything. It had all begun with Qin Hongshan's betrayal. Qin Shuyue, don't forget, I'm still the head of this family. You don't get to make the decisions. Old Master Qin's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Qin Shuyue hid the hatred in her eyes and replied calmly, no need to rush. When the brigade leader arrives, you can act like the head of the family all you want. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Her uncle stood up to greet the visitor, but before they could move, the brigade leader lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Where's the thief? Where's the thief? I want to see which shameless person dared to sneak into our Chaoyang Brigade to steal something. Qin Hongshan stayed silent. Lin Nian stayed silent. Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin also stayed silent. What's going on here? Why are Hongshan and the young educated man? And why are their mouths covered? Captain Qin Dajiang looked around at everyone and finally fixed his gaze on Qin Shuyue, who was sitting calmly. Shuyue, tell your uncle what really happened. Before Qin Shuyue could speak, the rest of the Qin family started talking all at once. Dajiang, it's all a misunderstanding, just a joke between friends. There's no thief. Yes, Captain, it's all because Qin Shuyue wouldn't sleep in the middle of the night and insisted on tying up my daughter Hongshan. Look at her wrists, they're all red. And she wouldn't even let us untie her. I say, Captain, you should teach Qin Shuyue a lesson for being so rude. That's right. She went too far. My daughter just went into her room, and she hit her. And she still refuses to admit she was wrong. A child without proper upbringing really doesn't know how to behave. Qin Jingjie, who had been watching coldly, turned red with anger when he heard his second aunt, Qian Finghe, mention their parents. He stepped forward and asked in a low, firm voice, Second aunt, don't you feel ashamed saying that? You know very well why my sister and I lost our parents. If it weren't for your scheming, would they have died in that accident? Don't you ever dream of my mother asking you to make up for what you did? Qian Finghe was so frightened that she stumbled back a few steps and hid behind her husband, not daring to speak again. Qin Shuyue stood up, pulled her brother back, and swept her cold gaze over everyone. With a faint, mocking smile, she said, Brother, there's no need to waste words. These people only care about themselves. Now that the captain is here, it's time to settle this properly. Then she walked up to Qin Hongshan and pulled the cloth out of her mouth. Freed, Qin Hongshan shouted angrily, You awful girl! How dare you treat me like this? If you hadn't woken up early, I would have taught you a lesson today. Then let's see if you can actually do that, Qin Shuyue replied calmly. Qin Shue calmly pushed the cleaning cloth back in place, then turned to the team leader with an innocent look. Uncle Dajiang, you see. It's not that I don't want to help, but Qin Hongshan isn't being honest, so I had to deal with her this way. The team leader twitched his lips and looked questioningly at Lin Yan. You can ask her about it. Now that her mouth was free, Lin Yan tried to sit up, but her hands and feet were tied, so she could only lie on the ground, tears streaming down her face. However, the men in the room weren't moved by her act. The team leader, growing impatient, interrupted her before she could finish pretending to cry. Stop crying and tell me what really happened. Lin Yan's face twisted for a moment. She quickly lowered her head to hide her anger, and when she looked up again, her expression was pitiful. Team leader, it was Hongshan who said Comrade Shue bullied her and asked me for advice. I only meant to talk to Comrade Shue nicely, hoping she'd treat Hongshan better for my sake. But Hongshan refused and said she wanted to teach Shue a lesson she wouldn't forget. I was worried she might do something foolish. So I followed her. I was still at the door and hadn't gone in yet when Hongshan grabbed a brick and rushed inside. I really didn't do anything. Uncle Dajiang, the facts are clear and the evidence is solid. It's time for you to make a decision. Everyone. Clear and solid? How is this clear and solid already? The team leader narrowed his eyes at Lin Yan. Weren't you the new educated youth who just arrived a few days ago? Yes, I am. Just arrived and already causing trouble with Qin Hongshan? Seems you're not as innocent as you look. Lin Yan. He really knows how to get to the point. Qin Shue nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Lin Yan's ability to stir up trouble was far from ordinary. In her previous life, Qin Hongshan had succeeded, and Lin Yan got the Jade pendant she wanted. In the end, the Qin family's endless arguing made the whole matter fade away. But this time, Qin Shue had no intention of letting them off. Since the facts are clear, let's lock them up for now. If Qin Hongshan still refuses to admit her mistake, we'll report it to the police. When the Qin family heard that someone was going to be locked up, they immediately protested. Captain, you can't do that. It's still cold in March. What if the child gets sick from the cold? That's right. Besides, my daughter Hongshan didn't do anything wrong. Why are you locking her up? I don't agree. If you're going to lock someone up, then lock Qin Shue too. As everyone argued, a candlestick suddenly flew out of nowhere, heading straight for Qin Shue. Qin Jingjie's eyes widened, and he rushed forward to block it. But Qin Shue had already anticipated this. She quickly dodged and kicked. Blood started flowing down Qin Hongshan's forehead, and she cried in pain. TSK, your aim isn't great. Look at all that blood. It's almost like a river. How dare you bully my Hongshan? Qin Shue. I'll teach you a lesson. Uncle Qin Yongping raised his fist and charged at her. Qin Shue stepped back and accidentally stepped on Lin Yan's foot, pressing down hard before pretending to be startled. While dodging, she said, "Oh, Comrade Lin, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Aunt Li Huilan saw her husband miss and quickly moved to block Qin Shue from behind. Catching the movement from the corner of her eye, Qin Shue bent down, picked up the candlestick, and suddenly turned to strike toward Li Huilan. Li Huilan cried out in pain and bent over. "Oh, dear, Auntie, when did you get behind me?" After that, Qin Shue turned around and saw her uncle right in front of her, his face dark with anger. Startled, she threw the candlestick to the ground, right onto Lin Yan's head. Everything happened perfectly. The Qin family's main room fell silent. The captain twitched his lips, watching the chaos unfold, and finally ordered everyone to carry Lin Yan and Qin Hongshan to the village clinic for treatment. Given the situation, the Qin family clearly wouldn't let this go. Worried that the captain couldn't handle the angry crowd, Qin Jingjie told Qin Shue to stay put and hurried after them to the clinic. Qin Shue stretched lazily, walked out of the main room, and looked up at the stars and moon. The resentment that had weighed on her heart before her death slowly began to fade. Lin Yan, even if you stole what was mine and hurt my people in our past life, what's not yours will never truly belong to you. Heaven took pity on me and gave me another chance, So now it's your turn to taste what it feels like to lose everything. After returning to her room, Qin Shuiwe, pleased with her small victory, slept soundly through the night. The next morning, Qin Jingjie was chopping firewood in the yard when he saw his sister come out. He quickly ran to the kitchen and brought the warm breakfast to her room. "Brother, we still have breakfast?" Qin Shuiwe asked while brushing her teeth. She couldn't help her curiosity. Knowing the Qin family's usual behavior, she hadn't expected there would still be food left after what happened last night. "I made it. Go ahead and eat. Where is everyone?" Yesterday, after Qin Hongshan and Lin Jiqing were treated, the team leader locked them in the temporary ward next to the clinic. Early this morning, everyone went to plead with him. "Sis, do you think the team leader will really send Qin Hongshan and Lin Yan to the authorities?" "Of course not. You forgot, our Qin family has someone backing them." "Who?" "Oh, you mean Director Hong? But didn't he only help our family because of Mom?" "Brother, our dear uncle has been giving Director Hong plenty of gifts over the years." "But that's Mom's." Qin Shuiwe gave her brother a look that clearly said, "You're too naive," then quickly finished her breakfast and ran out. Based on the Qin family's usual schedule, they should be back by now. If one doesn't take revenge when it's due, that's a problem of attitude, she thought, not daring to waste a moment. When she reached the clinic, things were just as she expected. Director Hong was talking with the team leader about releasing Qin Hongshan. Walking up with a calm smile, Qin Shuiwe greeted him, "Uncle Hong." Seeing her, Qin Yongping and Qin Yong'an frowned. Qin Hongshan looked smug. Lin Yan kept her head down, and Director Hong appeared puzzled. After studying her face for a moment, he asked uncertainly, "You're Shuiwe, right? What brings you here?" "I came to see you, Uncle Hong." "I wonder how much you know about what Qin Hongshan did?" Didn't they say it was all a misunderstanding?" "My uncle said that." "Heh, what a wonderful uncle I have." Even from a distance, the sarcasm in her voice was unmistakable. "Qin Shuiwe, that's enough. I'm your uncle, your elder. How can you talk like that?" Qin Shuiwe didn't even look at him. She calmly explained what had happened the day before, and with the team leader confirming her words, Director Hong had no reason to doubt her. He realized that what seemed like a small matter had turned complicated. When he had just asked the team leader to release the people, the man had looked troubled. Now he understood why. "Shuiwe, you see, I didn't know about this before. No matter what, you and Hongshan are family. If she loses face, it won't look good for you either. How about we just let this go?" "Uncle Hong, may I speak with you privately?"
"This."
"Director Hong, she's just a young girl. Don't listen to her nonsense." While Qin Yongping was losing his temper, Qin Shuiwe stayed calm. They stepped aside, and Qin Shuiwe said quietly, "Uncle Hong, before my mother passed away, she was always worried about your mother's illness. She told me to find a way to help her, even if it couldn't be cured completely, at least to make her life easier. Over the years, I've made some progress. How about I visit tomorrow to take a look at your mother's condition?"
"This."
"You really think you can help?" "Uncle Hong, the worst that can happen is that things stay the same. But what if it works? I remember your mother hasn't been able to get out of bed for years, and her heart often hurts badly. She's suffered all her life. She shouldn't have to endure this pain in her old age." Director Hong thought of his mother, who often said she didn't want to live when the pain got too bad. His heart ached. He cared about his position, but when it came to his mother, he couldn't ignore even the smallest chance of hope. "All right, you can try. What do you plan to do about the other matter?" Director Hong knew that by agreeing to let Qin Shuiwe treat his mother, he had given her the upper hand in the situation with Qin Hongshan. "Uncle Hong, I'm not a petty person. Like you said, we're family. If she loses face, it affects me too. I won't report it to the authorities. I'll just have her and Lin stay in detention for a couple more days to teach them a lesson." "Fine, just a few more days then." Director Hong let out a sigh of relief and felt a bit of admiration for Qin Shuiwe's sense of discretion. "Yongping, Hongshan really went too far this time. I've already spoken to Shuiwe about it. Let's not report this to the police. They're family after all. Just keep her there for 2 more days. The day after tomorrow, yes, she can go home then. Brother Hong, Hongshan is delicate. It's cold and damp in there without sunlight. I'm afraid she might get sick. How about letting her go today? About that, Da-jung moved the two girls to the room next to your office. It faces the sun and has a stove. Add more blankets and let them stay there for 2 days to reflect. Then they can go. The team leader quickly nodded. And Da-jung, find a book of the leader's sayings for Hongshan to read. The young people of our new flower nation should unite and face challenges together, not turn against their own. She needs to improve her thinking. As for that educated youth Lin, make a note in her file. She won't be eligible to return to the city for the next 2 years. Yes, Director, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Director Hung nodded, got on his bicycle, and left the Chaoyang Brigade without looking back, no matter how loudly Qin Yongping called after him. Qin Hongshan was still in shock. Hadn't they just agreed she could leave? Why was she still being kept for 2 more days? Dad, that was all fake, right? I can go now, can't I? Hongshan's voice trembled. A bandage wrapped around her head was stained faintly with blood from her earlier struggle. She looked completely disheveled.
Hongshan, just stay 1 more day.
Tomorrow I'll go to town and talk to Director Hong again, all right? No, Dad, I want to leave now. Please help me. I don't know what Qin Shua said to Director Hong. Everything was settled, and then suddenly it changed.
Qin Shua.
Dad, you can't let her get away with this. Tell Grandma. Yes, let Grandma deal with her. All right, I understand.
Just calm down, I'll think of something.
While Qin Yongping tried to comfort his daughter, Lin Yan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly pushed past them and ran out at full speed, catching everyone off guard. Qin Shua, who had been watching Lin Yan closely, reacted quickly and grabbed her. With a twist of the wrist, there was a sharp, followed by Lin Yan's cry of pain.
Ah!
It hurts. Qin Shua threw her to the ground and looked innocently at the team leader. Uncle Da-jung, I didn't mean to. She tried to run away. All right, you should go now. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid these two will get even more hurt, and I won't be able to explain it. Qin Hongshan, if you apologize to me in front of everyone and admit everything you've done, I might be kind enough to forget about what happened yesterday. In your dreams, Qin Shua.
Just wait and see.
Qin Shua shrugged, then crouched down beside Lin Yan and whispered, if you can make Qin Hongshan apologize to me, I can ask the team leader to let you go. Lin Yan's eyes flickered. Qin Shua gave her a faint, knowing smile before leaving the clinic. She wasn't worried that Lin Yan wouldn't try to persuade Qin Hongshan. Lin Yan had her own reasons to get out. According to what Lin Yan had said in her previous life, tomorrow was the day she would use the spring water from her secret space to save an important person. But even if things didn't go as planned, Qin Shua wasn't concerned. Given how much Qin Hongshan disliked her, she would rather do anything than apologize. So, the two of them could just deal with each other. When Qin Shua returned home, everyone in the Qin family had already gone to work. She borrowed Qin Jingjia's watch, locked her door, drew the curtains, found a needle, and pricked her finger. A few drops of blood fell onto the jade pendant. The pendant absorbed her blood and turned into a streak of light that entered her body. The star-shaped birthmark on her arm grew hot for a few seconds. She looked at her now empty hand, completely stunned. Where did the jade pendant go? A sudden pulling force came over her. She quickly closed her eyes to fight the dizziness, and when she opened them again, the scene before her had changed. A winding stream flowed nearby, beside a courtyard wall made of blue bricks and red tiles. The red-painted gate stood open, leading to a stone path. Beside the path was a clear pond filled with pink lotus flowers and a few red carp swimming freely. At the end of the path stood a 3-story traditional-style villa. Qin Shua walked up the stairs. After exploring each room, she found that everything was well-equipped. Bedrooms, guest rooms, a kitchen, a study, a dressing room, a bathroom, a tea room, and even an entertainment room. Each room had only the necessary furniture and daily items, but there were no signs of anyone living there. When she went down to the basement through a staircase, she entered a storage room. The endless rows of shelves left her completely amazed. From the outside, the place didn't look big, but inside it was surprisingly spacious. On the neatly arranged shelves were storage boxes. She opened the one closest to her and found it filled with neatly packed pieces of pork. Was this space really so considerate? Even came with food supplies? Besides the meat, there were poultry, eggs, grains, seasonings, and various daily necessities. In one corner, Qin Shue found several large boxes. One of them was filled with stacks of money and different types of vouchers. A quick glance told her there were tens of thousands, most of which could be used in Changha Town, while the rest were valid nationwide. The other 5 boxes contained gold, silver, jade, porcelain, and dozens of scroll paintings. Next to the boxes stood rows of clothing racks. The clothes hanging there were all modern, and she recognized them. Lin Yan had worn these in her previous life. On one of the racks sat a wide box about 50 centimeters tall. She took it down and opened it. Inside were property certificates, bank cards, various business contracts, and several medical books. Seeing the familiar covers, Qin Shue realized these were the same books Lin Yan had once shown her, saying they were for a joint project to develop and sell a new medicine for mutual benefit. But in truth, Lin Yan had used her work for his own gain. He was the only one who benefited. Thinking about it, why hadn't Lin Yan organized all these things upstairs? Why leave them in the storage room? Could it be that he had only managed to open this basement level? It was possible. The jade pendant had been passed down from her grandfather, said to be an ancestral item that required the family's bloodline to fully unlock. Lin Yan was just a thief. Being able to open even the storage room was already more than he deserved. In the space, there was a warehouse filled with supplies. It seemed that before her death in her previous life, her blood had touched the jade token, allowing the space to recognize its true owner and bring all the materials back with her to the very beginning. She just didn't know whether Lin Yan had been reborn like her or was a native of this world. She could find a time to test it later. A warehouse full of supplies meant a strong sense of security. She had been thinking about how to earn some money and plan for the future, but now she could simply rely on what she already had. Leaving the warehouse, Qin Shue went to the study and opened a letter on the desk. The letter explained the origin and functions of the space, as well as the location of the spiritual spring. Beside it was a wooden box containing the 9-turn rejuvenation needles mentioned in the letter. Under the box was a book. When Qin Shue picked it up, she saw the tidal moon spirit technique on the cover. It was a manual for practicing inner energy, meant to be used together with the needles. Following the instructions, Qin Shue sat on the floor and tried to sense the energy in the air. After much effort, she managed to draw a faint thread of it into her body, but it quickly disappeared like a wisp of smoke. She opened her eyes in confusion and checked herself.
Had she
Lost the energy? That didn't seem right. She carefully flipped through the moon spirit technique again and finally found a small line of text on the first page. To practice the moon spirit technique, one must first strengthen the body. Begin with self-weight training, then add resistance. Only then can success be achieved. Wasn't a healer supposed to be physically weak? She had never heard of one who also needed to train their body. Since she couldn't practice it yet, Qin Shue set the book aside, planning to train her body first before trying again. Taking a medical book with her, she left the space. To make sure she could treat patients smoothly the next day, she decided to study a bit more that night. Dinner was cooked by Qin Jingjie. The Qin family was unusually quiet that day, causing no trouble. Qin Shue didn't believe they had suddenly become kind. They were probably plotting something, but she wasn't worried. If they dared to cause trouble, she would make sure they regretted it. She slept soundly that night. No need to get up early to earn work points, and breakfast was already prepared. This kind of life was probably unique in the whole village. After breakfast, Qin Jingjie said he needed to go to town to buy some things. Once they arrived, he dropped Qin Shue off at the family compound before leaving. Director Hong lived on the second floor of the family housing building, in one of the better apartments. There were 3 households sharing the staircase. The door was opened by his wife, Su Minghui. She already knew that Shuyi was coming today to check on the old lady, so Director Hong had taken the day off to wait at home. Shuyu, you're here. Uncle Hong, Thank you for what you did yesterday. Even though things would have turned out the same without his help, Director Hong had still stood up for her and turned down Qin Yongping's request. She felt she owed him this word of thanks. Come on, no need to be so polite. Uncle Hong, shall we check on the old lady first? He led Qin Shuyu into his mother's room. The old lady was leaning against the headboard, one hand on her chest, her brows tightly furrowed, and her lips slightly purple. She clearly didn't look well. Director Hong hurried forward, holding her hand anxiously. Mom? Mom?
I'm fine.
It's the same old problem. I'll be better. In a while. Shuyu, please take a look at my mother. Director Hong knew that Qin Shuyu's medical skills had been passed down from her mother. Such inherited knowledge was often more reliable than what others learned quickly from books. With no other options, he could only trust her to try. Qin Shuyu didn't refuse. She sat on a stool by the bed, took the old lady's wrist, and began checking her pulse. As time passed, her frown deepened. In her previous life, she had never had any contact with Director Hong, so she hadn't known about his mother's condition. Judging from the pulse now, the old lady didn't have much time left. Her heartbeat was weak, and the blood vessels were badly blocked. As the saying goes, pain means blockage. The blood wasn't flowing smoothly, and the heart wasn't getting enough supply. It could stop working at any moment. Placing the old lady's hand back under the blanket, Qin Shuyu took out her silver needles from her shoulder bag. She dipped the tips in some prepared spring water, asked Director Hong to step outside, and kept Su Minghui in the room to assist. Then she carefully began the acupuncture treatment. When all the needles were in place, Qin Shuyu gently flicked them. The silver needles trembled rhythmically, and Su Minghui watched in amazement. As the movement of the needles slowed, the old lady's breathing became steady, her frown relaxed, and she gradually fell asleep. Seeing this, Su Minghui quickly went out to tell her husband the good news. When she felt the time was right, Qin Shuyu removed the silver needles, gently covered the old lady with a blanket, and quietly left the room. Director Hong, who had been waiting anxiously, rushed over as soon as he got the news and asked excitedly, Shuyue, my mother fell asleep, didn't she? That's wonderful. She hasn't slept well for a long time. It's all thanks to you, Shuyue. Uncle Hong, the old lady's heart condition is quite serious. Acupuncture alone isn't enough. She still needs medicine. All right, you write the prescription and I'll go buy it right away. Qin Shuyu took out paper and pen, wrote down more than 10 kinds of herbs, and handed the list to Director Hong. Then she took out a small bottle and gave it to him, reminding him carefully, Uncle Hong, add just 1 drop of this liquid when boiling the medicine, no more. It's made from aged red ginseng and other valuable herbs. Too much could harm her instead. Got it, I'll remember. Director Hong accepted the bottle carefully and handed it to his wife. Shuyue, with your talent, you shouldn't be overlooked. Even though times are uncertain now, your medical skills have great potential. How about I help you apply for a doctor's certificate? Qin Shuyu had planned to refuse, but after thinking it over, she realized that even if she didn't continue in this field, having the certificate would still be useful. After some thought, she nodded in agreement. Thank you, Uncle Hong. It's me who should thank you, Shuyue. Let's not talk about the past anymore. You really helped us this time. If you ever need anything, just tell me. I'll do my best to help. Well, since you said that, there actually is something. Go ahead, tell me. If I can help, I definitely will. This time, Director Hong truly wanted to help Qin Shuyu. Building a good relationship with someone so skilled in medicine could bring benefits far greater than money, and he understood that well. I heard, Uncle, that you have 2 spots at the steel factory? Uncle, to tell you the truth, there's only 1 position left at the steel factory, but there's still one at the post and telecommunications office. Honestly, that job is much easier, and it's worth quite a bit of money. Qin Shuyu suddenly understood. No wonder in her previous life, the people at the old Qin family house were always complaining about having no money. It turned out that her second uncle's 3rd son, Qin Chongqing, had bought his job at the post office. Uncle, how much does that position at the post office cost? Well, Shuyu, how about this? I'll give you both the post office and the steel factory positions without asking for money. In return, could you come by every few days to check on my mother? I just feel uneasy about her. All right then. What about Shin Yongping? He hasn't paid yet and the job won't wait for him forever, right? Director Hong's calm attitude almost made Qin Shua feel tempted to try getting an official position herself. When it was about time, Qin Shua politely declined Director Hong's invitation to stay for dinner and got up to leave. He walked her to the door, and as he watched her walk away, he sighed to his wife, "We should really keep a good relationship with her. After all, who doesn't want to live a little longer?" Leaving Director Hong's house, Qin Shua strolled toward the supply and marketing cooperative. From a distance, she saw her brother waving at her and quickly ran over. "Brother, let's go. I'm treating you to meet today. What's gotten into my sister? You're treating me now?" Qin Jingjie teased her as he took the backpack off her shoulders and slung it over his own. "Well, I made some money. I know you get enough to eat in the army, but it's not exactly good food. Today you can eat as much as you want. All right then, I'll take you up on that." Although he didn't quite understand why his once sharp-tempered sister now seemed calmer and more mature, he liked this change. She had become thoughtful, real, and full of character, exactly what he had hoped to see. When they entered the state-run restaurant, Qin Shua looked at the blackboard listing the day's menu and ordered pork, chicken, and fish, along with a big bowl of egg soup and rice. Even though it was mealtime, food was scarce in those days, and few people could afford to eat at a state-run restaurant. The place was unusually quiet. Qin Shua deliberately chose a noticeable seat and kept glancing outside. "Sis, you ordered so many dishes. We can't finish them all. It'll be such a waste." "Brother, you really don't know how much you can eat, do you? With an empty stomach, isn't it normal to feel hungry?
This
Is too much money to spend.
Don't worry, brother.
Director Hung gave me some money and meal tickets. He also said he'd help me sign up for the medical exam. Soon, I'll be earning money too, and you can have meat at every meal. My sister is amazing. You've always loved studying. If you could still take the college exam, I bet you'd already be a university student. All right then, I'll be counting on you for meat from now on." Qin Jingjie didn't want to spoil the good mood, so he didn't mention the food again. Instead, he took a watch from his pocket and pushed it toward Qin Shua. "My allowance from the last mission came in. I noticed you don't have a watch, so I bought one for you."
Brother?
"This is a Longines, isn't it? It must have cost quite a bit." Qin Shua happily turned the watch in her hands. In her past life, even though Lin Yan had taken advantage of her, they'd still made a lot of money together. She had never been one to treat herself poorly and often spent freely, but this watch felt different. It meant something special, and she treasured it deeply. It didn't cost much. "Just wear it." Qin Jingjie waved his hand. He earned 30 yuan a month. 10 yuan went back home to support his sister, and he rarely spent the remaining 20. Over the years, he had saved quite a bit. A man who risked his life for work didn't think much about marriage. If he didn't spend his savings on his sister, who else would he spend them on? The dishes were served, and the siblings chatted as they ate. Qin Shue kept glancing toward the door. Just as they were about to finish, the door of the state-run restaurant opened. Hearing the sound, Qin Shue looked up, and her eyes immediately brightened. The person she had been waiting for had arrived. Noticing his sister's reaction, Qin Jingjie followed her gaze and saw two people, a man and a young man. Their clothes were neat, not new but tidy, and their bearing was different from ordinary folks. The older man looked a bit pale but had sharp, steady eyes and stood tall with a strong presence, showing great self-discipline. The young man looked fair and gentle, the kind who seemed too delicate to do any hard work. He looked decent enough, but deep down, he wasn't very capable. Oh no. Could his sister have taken a liking to him? Qin Jingjie, letting his imagination run wild, immediately became alert. His mind raced, trying to come up with a reason to make his sister give up the idea. But since he had hardly used his brain for the past 20 years, this sudden effort made him completely freeze up. Qin Shue looked at that familiar, yet much younger face, her expression distant. In her previous life, when she met Lu Zhuai's, he was already in his 40s. His face showed the marks of time, and his black hair was streaked with white. He always looked serious in front of others, but when he was with Lin Mian, his expression softened a little, though their conversations always seemed to circle back to his father. She guessed that the elderly man Lu Zhuai's was supporting now must be his father, Lu Ming. By the timeline, Lu Zhuai should still be a junior office worker, but in the future, he would become a powerful figure, what people now would call a senior official in the disciplinary commission. Later, that would be the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, making him a high-ranking official. Back then, Lin Yan had saved Lu Zhuai's father, which was how the two families stayed connected. Later, Lin Yan thrived in business, the military, and politics, and Lu Zhuai's help played a big part in that. But when Qin Shua met Lu Zhuai's in her past life, his father had already passed away, though she never knew what illness had taken him. In this life, however, Lin Yan was locked away, and it was Qin Shua who owed this favor. As she was lost in thought, a muffled groan broke the silence. Qin Shua looked up and saw Lu Ming bending over, holding his head. Lu Zhuai's panicked, holding his father and calling out, "Dad? Dad, what's wrong?" Without hesitation, Qin Shua grabbed her backpack and ran over.
Hey?
Sis. Her sudden speed caught Qin Jingjie, a trained soldier, completely off guard. His face darkened instantly. Reaching the old man, Qin Shua took out a set of silver needles and said, "Brother, take off your jacket and lay it on the ground." Okay. Once Qin Jingjie spread out the jacket, Qin Shua turned to Lu Zhuai's and said, "Lay him down, quickly."
Okay.
Panicked and confused, Lu Zhuai's followed her instructions without question, completely trusting her calm and orderly guidance. Qin Shua held the old man's wrist with one hand to check his pulse, while the other hand quickly inserted a silver needle into the top of his head. When the old man's pulse returned to normal, Qin Shua turned and said, "He had a sudden brain hemorrhage. The danger has passed for now, but he still needs to be taken to the hospital right away. You and my brother, hurry and find something we can use to carry him."
All right.
"Thank you, comrade." After thanking her, Lu Zhuai's asked the waiter if there was an old door panel they could use. When the waiter said yes, he and Qin Jingjie went to get it. When they returned, they asked Qin Shua how long before the old man could be moved. Qin Jingjie then went to a nearby guest house, paid to borrow a blanket, and spread it over the door panel. Once Qin Shua finished removing the needles, they carefully placed the old man on it, covered him with clothes, and ran all the way to the hospital. As soon as they entered, Qin Jingjie's loud voice came in handy. "Doctor. We need a doctor. Someone has fainted. Please help." Hearing the commotion, doctors and nurses rushed over, carried the old man to a simple emergency area, and began checking his condition. After a series of tests, the doctor looked relieved and said with a smile, "Good thing you acted quickly. He's out of danger, but he should stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. May I ask what method you used to stabilize him?"
It was
"This young lady. She used needles to save my father." "Needles? You mean acupuncture? You know, traditional Chinese medicine?" "My mother was a barefoot doctor in the Chaoyang Brigade. I learned some emergency methods from her." "Chaoyang Brigade? Was your mother's name Henan?" "Yes, doctor, you knew my mother?" Qin Shua was surprised that someone still remembered her mother after so many years. "Your mother was very skilled. Everyone in Changhe town knew her. People used to say it was a pity she was only a barefoot doctor."
Ah.
Time flies. Few young doctors today know about her. I only heard stories, never met her in person. I didn't expect to meet her daughter today. You've truly inherited her talent. "It was just luck," Qin Shua said modestly. "Since everything looks fine here, my brother and I will head back now. Comrade, thank you so much for saving my father. Please leave your address. I must visit to thank you properly someday." Lu Zhuai's adjusted his glasses, bowed respectfully to Qin Shua, and said sincerely, "You must stay." After exchanging names and addresses, the siblings left the hospital and headed home. During this meeting, Qin Shua didn't act overly friendly toward Lu Zhuai's. After all, she had only helped him out of fairness, nothing more. If she had been too warm, it would have seemed forced. Considering Lu Zhuai's cautious nature and background, that might have caused unnecessary trouble. Dealing with someone like him required patience and a slow, careful approach. When they returned to the Chaoyang Brigade, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The March days were short, and the sky was painted with the last traces of red. Qin Shuiwei, who had been in a good mood, turned serious the moment she stepped inside. Her smile disappeared instantly. Staring at Qin Hongshan, who was grinning smugly, Qin Shuiwei narrowed her eyes and said to Qin Jingjie, "Brother, find out what's going on." "All right, be careful," he replied. Qin Jingjie's expression darkened. They had agreed to keep her detained for 2 days. How was she out after just one? Puzzled, he quickly went to find the team leader. "Qin Hongshan, how did you get out?" One stood at the main room's doorway, the other by the courtyard gate, staring at each other from a distance. If not for the obvious anger in Qin Hongshan's eyes, others might have mistaken their gaze for something else entirely. "Surprised, aren't you?" Even with Uncle Hong's orders. "I still got out," she said through clenched teeth. Her face was so swollen it was hard to look at. Qin Shuiwei studied her carefully. Her eyes were bloodshot, the corners torn, her lips split, and both cheeks bore clear handprints. She had clearly been beaten.
Could it be?
"Qin Hongshan, did Lin Yan do this to you?" The question stripped away any pretense. Qin Hongshan raised a trembling hand, wanting to shout back, but her mouth hurt too much to speak. "This Lin girl looks gentle, but she hits hard," Qin Shuiwei said lightly. "Let me guess. She told you to apologize to me and you refused, so she taught you a lesson?" Seeing Qin Hongshan's furious reaction, Qin Shuiwei knew she had guessed right. Lin Yan was a ruthless person. To get close to Lu Zhuai's, she tried every possible way. But when she met someone uncooperative, she lost her chance and, of course, she became angry. The one who suffered most was Qin Hongshan, who was partly to blame as well. Neither of them was a good person. It was like 2 dogs fighting, both would end up hurt. They deserved to be stuck together, making each other miserable for life. With a mocking smile for Qin Hongshan, Qin Shuiwei turned and went back to rest. Not long after, Qin Jingjie returned. The news he brought was just as she had guessed. Qin Hongshan, as the injured one, was released early to recover, while Lin Yan had to stay locked up a few more days. When night fell, Qin Shuiwei pulled Qin Jingjie, who was about to cook, into the main room. There, a large table was set with a basket of coarse corn cakes and a pot of sorghum soup. In the middle were a plate of soybean paste and a small dish with several pickled cucumbers. Scanning the table, Qin Shuiwei noticed 3 bowls of steamed eggs. Without hesitation, she pulled Qin Jingjie to sit down in front of them and picked up her chopsticks to eat. The old lady, startled by her actions, quickly stopped her. "Qin Shuiwei, put that down. The steamed eggs are for Hongshan to recover her strength." Qin Shuiwei, halfway through eating, didn't seem to care. She set down her bowl, took the one in front of Qin Jingjie and continued eating. "Oh, this is for Qin Hongshan? Then this one must be mine." The 2 youngest children of the Qin family saw their steamed eggs gone and immediately burst into tears. "Mom, that bad woman took my steamed egg." "Wha? My steamed egg? Qin Shuiwei, do you have no shame? You useless girl. How dare you eat that?" The old lady glared at her with cloudy eyes, gritting her teeth as if she wanted to tear her apart. "Grandma, that's not fair," Qin Shuiwei said calmly. "My brother sends me 10 yuan a month for living expenses, but I never get to eat steamed eggs. Why do they get them? Brother, you see? The money you send home never reaches me. You'd better stop sending it, or it'll just end up in someone else's pocket." "All right, I'll listen to my sister," Qin Jingjie replied. The siblings' words left the room in silence. Qin Yongping's face darkened as he turned to Qin Jingjie and said, "Jingjie, your sister may be young and impulsive, but you should know better, shouldn't you? All these years, we've been taking care of Qin Shuiwei. Without our protection, who knows how a young woman like her would have managed? Uncle, don't you feel guilty saying that?" "It sounds ironic to me." 10 yuan is enough to support a whole family in the countryside, yet you make it sound so hard to care for my sister alone. If it's really that difficult, then let's divide the family property. Let my sister live on her own. How her life turns out will depend on her. At the mention of dividing the family, Qin Yonggan quickly stood up to smooth things over. He couldn't afford to lose Qin Jingjie, the family's golden boy. What would happen to his son's job then? Jingjie, my boy, we're all one family. Why talk about splitting up? A family with roots stays strong. You young people think too simply. It's better to have elders around to guide you. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the others in the room. After finishing 2 bowls of egg cake and slowly swallowing a piece of flatbread, Qin Shiyue's calm gaze swept across everyone. Then she dropped a bombshell. Uncle, second uncle, I know what you're thinking. My brother has been giving 10 yuan every month, but only a small part of that was ever spent on me. I'm sure Grandma has saved quite a bit by now. Let's be honest today. I know you've been trying to use that money to buy a job position through Director Hong. Well, today Director Hong gave me that opportunity. There's only one spot at the steel factory. Here's the letter of introduction. It's still blank. Who gets it depends on your attitude. Qin Shue took out the letter stamped with an official seal, instantly turning the once united brothers against each other. Brother, my family has done the hardest work all these years. It's time we enjoyed some comfort. Second brother, what do you mean? As the eldest, I'm the one responsible for taking care of our parents. Don't you think my burden is heavier? Brother, that's easy for you to say. Our parents left you all the good things. Even your daughter, Hong Shan, was raised by them for over 20 years. I never got that kind of help. Watching the chaos she had stirred, Qin Shuyue felt no sympathy. She stood up, a faint smile on her lips, and looked at the 2 brothers and the angry old lady on the bed. Director Hong said the offer won't last long. I think you know what I want. How this ends depends on who can bring me what I'm asking for. When she reached the doorway, she ran right into Li Huilan and her daughter. The moment Qin Hongshan saw Qin Shuyue, she became furious and rushed at her. Qin Shuyue didn't hold back either. She kicked her away and turned toward the inner room, shouting, Uncle, keep an eye on your family's troublemaker. If she annoys me again, the ones who'll suffer will be your whole family. After hearing this, Qin Yongping hurried out and told Li Huilan to take Qin Hongshan back inside and keep her there. Li Huilan didn't know exactly what had happened, but seeing her husband's dark expression, she realized it was serious. She quickly obeyed and dragged her angry daughter back to their room. That meal was especially tense for the Qin family. After dinner, Qin Yongping went to his room and told Li Huilan about the job opportunity. After discussing it, the couple decided to send Qin Hongshan to her grandmother's house and not let her return until the matter was settled. The next morning, before dawn, Qin Shuyue was already dressed and ready to begin her first day of training. Just as she was about to step outside, she unexpectedly heard Qin Hongshan's voice. Well, that was a surprise. Since when did Qin Hongshan ever get up this early? Mom, what are you doing? Why did you wake me up so early? I need to send you to your grandmother's house. I still have to go work in the fields afterward.
What?
To Grandma's house? No way. She's so stingy. She won't even give me a small snack and she never lets me eat eggs. I'm not going. I don't want to send you away either, but you saw it yourself. Qin Shuyue isn't the same as before. She won't let you push her around anymore. If you get hurt again, and your face is scarred, what will we do?
I'm just worried about you.
Don't worry, I packed some eggs for you. Ask your grandmother to cook them for you. Hearing there would be eggs, Qin Hongshan still looked unhappy, but didn't argue further. She let Li Huilan pull her out of the yard. From the shadows, Qin Shue stepped out and watched the mother and daughter leave. She gave a cold laugh. So much for their deep bond. When it came to their son's future, the daughter was the first to be sacrificed. She wondered how Qin Hongshan would react if she found out the truth. Yes, she decided, she would make sure Qin Hongshan found out soon. After leaving the house, Qin Shuyue ran up the mountain. Her body wasn't too weak, but because she often lacked proper nutrition, her strength was limited. After running just a few kilometers, she was already out of breath. Still, she didn't stop. Every time she pushed past her limits, she grew stronger. When she felt like even breathing was too much, she leaned against a tree to catch her breath, took a sip of the spring water she carried, and instantly felt refreshed. Then she continued running. She kept this up, drinking the spring water when tired, running again when recovered, for 2 hours until daylight fully broke. Only then did she return to the Chin family's old house. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw her brother sharpening a knife, aiming it at the 2 hens that laid eggs for the household. "Brother, what are you doing?" "Shuya?
You went out?"
I thought you were still sleeping. I was just thinking of cooking a chicken soup to help you regain your strength. Brother, if you kill the hens, the people in the old house will have an excuse not to give me any eggs." Realizing this, Qin Jingjie quickly put down the knife. He cheerfully brought her breakfast, watched her eat, and then hurried out again, though she didn't know where he went. Well, he was an adult and a soldier. He could take care of himself. After locking her door, she entered her private space, washed up, changed into clean clothes, and came out holding a medical book. She had just sat down and hadn't even turned the first page when a loud voice came from outside the courtyard.
"Shuwe."
"Shuiwa, hurry and open the door for Aunt Gao."
Aunt Gao.
Hearing that familiar name, Qin Shua quickly stood up, opened the door, and ran out.
Aunt Gao.
Her feet felt heavy, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. It had been so long since she'd seen that kind face, still as kind and gentle as she remembered. She reached out and touched Aunt Gao's face. The warmth under her fingertips was real. Overcome with emotion, she threw herself into Aunt Gao's arms, her eyes glistening with tears. In her life, aside from her brother and Lu Haoqing, no one had treated her better than Aunt Gao. In her previous life, Aunt Gao had passed away early, and she never got to say goodbye. That regret had stayed in her heart ever since. She had planned to settle things at the old house and then visit Aunt Gao's home for a few days, but she hadn't expected Aunt Gao to come looking for her first. "Hey, Shua, did your grandma bully you again? Don't be afraid. Aunt Gao will stand up for you. I'll go to the fields and scold her later." "No, Auntie, I just missed you. You sweet talker. If you really missed me, why didn't you come to my house? I don't believe you." Yes, it's my fault. "Auntie, please come in and sit." Qin Shua held Aunt Gao's hand and quietly felt her pulse. Finding nothing serious, she let out a small sigh of relief. Once inside, Aunt Gao placed the basket on the table. Her round face was glowing with a bright smile. "The hens at my house have been laying eggs like crazy these days. We can't finish them all. I heard Jingjie's back, so I boiled a few and brought them for you too. Auntie, you're always so kind to me." Qin Shua naturally lifted the floral cloth covering the basket and took out a bowl filled with 7 or 8 eggs, placing it on the table. "You know I care about you, right? Then why don't you become my nephew's wife? We all know each other well. If Haoqing ever dares to bully you, I'll be the first to teach him a lesson." "Aunt Gao, if you really did that, wouldn't your sister come after you?" "My sister said a couple of years ago that I should find a good girl for Haoqing. I've had my eye on you for a long time, but I know young people these days need to like each other first. I'm not asking you to agree now, just wait until Haoqing comes back, and maybe you two can see how it goes." "Auntie, let's talk about it when Haoqing comes back." All right, we'll talk then." Because of his family situation, Lu Haoqing was sent to live with his aunt in the Chaoyang Brigade when he was 2 years old. He stayed there for more than 10 years. Later, when he joined the army, he would always visit Aunt Gao whenever he returned. In her previous life, she and Lu Haoqing had indeed been in a relationship and were already discussing marriage. If it hadn't been for Lin Yan's scheming, they would never have been separated. Although the two met again later, both unmarried and still having feelings for each other, emotions quickly grew intense. Ahem. After that, Lu Haoqing kept asking her to get a marriage certificate with him, but before they could, Lin Yan locked her away and used her to maintain a Jade token. In the end, she died tragically without ever seeing Lu Haoqing again, not knowing what became of him in her past life. "Shua? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Aunt Gao had been talking for a while. Seeing Qin Shuya looking distracted, she couldn't help but worry.
I'm fine, auntie.
I just realized I haven't seen Brother Haocheng for a long time. I wonder how he's doing now.
Him?
I heard he'll be back soon. When he returns, you can see for yourself. Isn't that better? They chatted for a while longer. Aunt Gao repeatedly reminded Qin Shuya to come to her house if she ever felt wronged. Then, smiling warmly, she carried her basket and left the Qin family courtyard. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Qin Shuya had been training her body and could clearly feel the difference. Maybe it was because of the spiritual spring water. She felt stronger than before. She wasn't imagining things either. The wooden door in front of her, now with a hole in it, was proof enough. That morning, after her run, she had gathered many herbs from the mountain. With both hands full, she used her foot to open the door. But with one kick, well, that was awkward. Hearing the noise, people from the old house came running. The old lady saw the broken door and immediately lost her temper, but Qin Yongping quickly pulled her back before she could scold anyone. He smiled nervously and said, "Shuya, what strong legs you have."
Haha, it's fine, it's fine.
The door wasn't sturdy anyway. I'll fix it later. You go ahead with your work. These past few days, everyone in the old house had been unusually polite, offering her good food and smiling whenever they saw her. From time to time, someone would bring up the topic of job placements, but she turned them all down with a single sentence. When the two brothers saw that Qin Shuya wouldn't budge, they turned their frustration on their parents. The elderly couple wanted to scold them but couldn't, since the job issue left them speechless. Having been the authority in the family all their lives, they now found themselves facing a family crisis. But troublemakers always find their match. While they argued among themselves, Qin Shuya finally had time to focus on her own plans. After sorting the dried herbs, Qin Shuya planned to go to town later to see if she could sell them for some money. Just then, a clear voice called from outside the courtyard gate. "Comrade Qin? Is Comrade Qin at home?" "Yes, coming." Qin Shuya opened the door and saw an elderly man and a young man standing outside. It was Lu Ming and his son Lu Zhuais, whom she had met a few days earlier. "Comrade Lu, has the old gentleman been discharged from the hospital?" "Yes, Comrade Qin. My father has been discharged. We're about to leave Chang'e town, but before we go, we wanted to thank you. Please come in and sit down. I'll get you some water." She led them into Qin Jingjia's room and called out for him to make some tea. "No need to trouble yourself, Comrade Qin. We'll be leaving soon. Don't be so polite, sir. You've come a long way, and the weather is cold. You've just recovered, so it's best to drink some hot tea to warm up." Shuya, I really must thank you. If it weren't for your quick thinking and treatment, I might not have made it. You truly saved my life." Lu Zhiai smiled and nodded in agreement with his father's words. As a doctor, one must have compassion. "I just did what I should do. Shuya, I didn't expect someone so young to have such great medical skills. I thought I was already at death's door, but you pull me back. Chang'e town really is full of talented people. Sir, you have a special way of giving compliments. I'd say heaven couldn't bear to see a kind person suffer, so it sent me your way. Isn't that fate? Oh, listen to this young lady. You say I have a special way of talking, but you're just the same." Everyone laughed at the old man's words. Then Lu Zhiais placed the items he had brought, malted milk, eggs, apples, milk powder, and noodles, in front of Qin Shuya. Adjusting his glasses a little awkwardly, his ears slightly red, he said shyly, "Please don't mind these small gifts, Comrade Qin. It's not much, but I'll send you more later once I get home." These past few days, Qin Shuya had been drinking the spring water, and her little face looked even fairer and softer, almost glowing. Her once dry hair had become shiny and smooth. Since she was already quite pretty, Lu Zhuais felt that even looking at her too long seemed disrespectful. Wait, that's enough. If you take any more, I'll have to return everything. Here, have some water." At that moment, Qin Jingjia came in carrying a tea tray. He placed the cups on the table and stood protectively beside his sister, worried that someone might take advantage of her. All right then. Let's do as Comrade Qin says. Lu Ming glanced at his son's flushed face, then at the lively and graceful Qin Shuyue, and a thought crossed his mind. Shuyue, have you ever thought about working in the city? You're so skilled in medicine, getting a job at a hospital wouldn't be a problem. Joais has a friend who works there. He could introduce you. Thank you, sir, I really appreciate your kindness. But Chaoyang village is my home, and I've never thought about leaving. My family is here, and so are some things I still need to face. Hearing her refusal, the old man looked a little disappointed but didn't insist. Instead, he wrote down his home address and warmly invited her to visit whenever she had time. Qin Shuyue didn't refuse. After all, it was always good to stay connected with influential people. Old sir, here's a prescription I've prepared for you. Take it for a month and remember to eat well, exercise, and keep a cheerful mood. If you do that, your illness won't trouble you again. Oh, that's wonderful. I'll take your good wishes to heart, young lady. Father, it's getting late. We should go. So soon? Yes, Joais and I are leaving Changatown today, and we're a bit pressed for time. Next time, Shuyue, you should come visit us. Joais can show you around. And if you ever need help here, don't hesitate to call me. I may be old, but I still have some influence in this area. All right, Uncle Lu, I'll remember that. I won't keep you any longer. I'll definitely visit when I have the chance. Good. Then we'll be on our way. I'll walk you out. Qin Shuyue held Lu Ming's hand and slowly walked toward the entrance of the village. The three of them chatted and laughed, their bond growing stronger. As they passed by the team leader's office, they unexpectedly ran into Lin Yan, who had just been released. Lin Yan's face looked a little better than Qin Hongshan's, but she still had some bruises. When she saw Qin Shuyue from afar, she quickly ran over. Her eyes searched around Qin Shuyue's neck, and when she didn't find the jade pendant, her brows furrowed for a moment before relaxing again. Her gaze swept past Lu Jiai's and Lu Ming without much reaction. Shuyue, did you come to pick me up? I've been thinking a lot these past few days. It was my fault. Can you forgive me? Please, Comrade Lin, don't make it sound like I'm the reason you were locked up. If you hadn't urged Qin Hongshan to hit me with a brick, would you have been punished? And if you hadn't beaten her so badly afterward, would you have been kept there for so long? You made your own mistakes, yet you blame me? Do you expect me to spoil you like your mother? Lin Yan hadn't expected Qin Shuyue to speak so bluntly, and she felt a wave of irritation. Wasn't Qin Shuyue supposed to be a sharp-tongued but foolish girl? The book never mentioned her having such a temper. Maybe that part just wasn't important enough to include. Forget it, getting the jade pendant was what mattered most. She needed to leave a good impression first, then find an excuse to visit later. Shuyue, you have every right to be angry. I was wrong, and I'll accept the consequences. I'll show you that I truly regret what I did. Time will prove it. After saying that, Lin Yan ran off, looking a little sad. Qin Shuyue watched her back and couldn't help twitching her lips. How had she never noticed before that this woman was so strange? Still, she wondered what Lin Yan's face would look like if she ever found out that Qin Shuyue had once met the powerful man in person. Shuyue, no need to walk us any farther, Lu Ming said. All right then, Uncle Lu, Comrade Lu. Take care and have a safe trip.
Got it.
You should head back now. Watching the father and son walk away, Qin Shuyue turned to go home. On the way, she suddenly thought about Lin Yan's odd behavior. If Lin Yan had really come back from a previous life, she should have recognized the Lu family. But from her expression earlier, it was clear she didn't. So how did she know exactly when and where to save Uncle Lu? She couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard she tried. Believing that nothing in the world is too hard if one is willing to let go, Qin Shuyue cleared her mind and decided it was time to take the next step. Turning on her heel, Qin Shuyue decided not to go home. Instead, she hurried to find the team leader. The team leader was having his meal when he heard her calling. He quickly invited her inside. Shuyue, have you eaten? Come sit and have some. No, Uncle Captain, I have something important to tell you.
Oh.
What is it? The team leader put down his chopsticks at once. I found a lot of medicinal herbs in the back mountain that can be sold for money. With this income, our team might be able to win the Model Worker Award this year. When Qin Dajiang heard the words model worker, he became interested. Last year, the neighboring team won the award, and their leader had been showing off ever since, making everyone else jealous. If his own team could win a collective honor, he would finally have something to be proud of too. Is this really reliable? Uncle Captain, I can recognize all the herbs, but I don't know exactly how much they're worth. We can collect some, dry them, and test the market first. We should do it secretly in a hidden place. If it works, we can plan further. That sounds reasonable. What do you need me to do? He asked. Since it was a secret, even if it failed, no one would know. Uncle Captain, I can't do it all alone, no matter how hard I work. If we want to win the award, we need a big result. You'll have to find some people to help me. I see now you've already thought this through, haven't you? Tell me your plan. The helpers need to be able to read and understand the descriptions of herbs in books. They must also be trustworthy and able to disappear for a few days without raising suspicion. I think the 3 people in the cowshed would be perfect. Why do they need to disappear for a few days? Uncle, I plan to take them up the mountain to live there for a while. We'll collect and dry all the herbs before taking them to town. Otherwise, how much could we dry at my family's small place? And can you really trust my family to keep it secret? Even if the Qin family had enough space, he wouldn't dare let them get involved. Every one of them was too clever for their own good, and they might ruin such an important plan. The 3 people from the cowshed can go up the mountain with you, but they have special identities. You must take good care of them. If even one goes missing, I won't be able to protect you. Uncle, don't worry. I'll bring my brother with me. He's strong and reliable. What's there to be afraid of? Thinking of Qin Jingjia's sturdy build, Qin Dajiang finally felt at ease. After leaving the team leader's house, Qin Shuiyue went home and told her brother everything. Qin Jingjia, being simple-minded, only thought it was a good thing to help others. He agreed right away, though he felt sorry that his sister had to suffer in the cold. Brother, you pack the bedding. I'll get the tools ready. Qin Jingjia was skilled at packing. In no time, he had 2 quilts and slung over his back. Qin Shuiyue gathered some tools, put them in a basket, added a pot, and quietly took out some seasonings and the flour her brother had bought a few days ago. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the team leader was already there with the 3 elderly men from the cowshed. Jingjia, I'm entrusting these 3 comrades to you. Because of their situation, no one dares to go near the cowshed, but you must bring them back safe and sound, understand? Don't worry, Uncle. I'll make sure they return without a scratch. All right, get going then. While Qin Jingjia was talking to the team leader, Qin Shuiyue quietly observed the 3 elderly men. Their clothes were worn, their faces weathered, yet they carried a calm and scholarly air. Who would have thought that these men, future Education Bureau directors, university professors, and research institute scholars, would once look like this? For the country to grow, changes must be made. The choices are hard, and some must endure hardship for the sake of a better future. But the nation will never forget those who quietly give their all. When the spring sunshine returns, it will be their time to shine again. After the team leader left, Qin Jingjia scratched his head awkwardly and approached the 3 men carefully. Comrades, may I ask how I should address you? Please forgive a simple man for feeling so nervous in front of such learned people. The youngest looking of the 3 stepped forward with a polite smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. My last name is Gao. You can just call me Old Gao. The one with glasses is Wu, and the tall one over there is Hu. Names are just for calling, so don't worry too much about it.
This.
Qin Jingjia's mind went blank again. This was beyond what he could handle. He couldn't help but look at his sister for help. Qin Shuiyue smiled warmly and said, Uncle Gao, Uncle Wu, Uncle Hu, let's go. The mountain path isn't easy to walk, so let's take our time. The 3 men wanted to correct her way of addressing them, but seeing that she had already started walking ahead, they quickly followed without delay. The whole way up was quiet, so quiet that even the bright daylight couldn't break the silence. Qin Shuiyue was already very familiar with this mountain path. The herbs she mentioned really did exist. She wasn't just making things up. By late March, The weather was getting warmer, and many new sprouts were appearing in the mountains. This was the best time to pick certain herbs. The Isida's roots she had dried earlier had just started growing not long ago. After walking for 3 hours, they reached a natural cave halfway up the mountain, formed by several large rocks. It was big enough to fit 4 people. "Brother, go find some wood. We'll need to make a fire to cook later." "All right, I'll chop some and see if I can block part of the entrance too." Qin Shua nodded, took a medical book from her basket, and walked over to the 3 men. "Uncle Gao, Uncle Wu, Uncle Hu, this is the collection of 100 herbs. The 5 pages I folded are the herbs we'll be gathering these next few days. Comrade Qin, we're not worthy of being called uncle. Just call us by our names. You are all respectable and experienced people. Even if life is hard now, I believe you'll rise again one day. Please don't lose hope. Right now, we just hope to have enough to eat." Qin Shua knew that after years in the Chaoyang Brigade, the 3 men had lost almost all their spirit. When people no longer had hope for the future, no amount of encouragement could reach them. She didn't plan to persuade them further. Time would do that. "You can start studying these herbs first. I'll go gather some branches to weave a herb sieve." Soon, the 5 of them got busy with their own tasks. Before long, Qin Jingjie had gathered a lot of branches and even cut down a tree to make a wall fixed against the rock face. He then helped Qin Shua weave several sieves. The 3 older comrades learned quickly and soon began processing the herbs skillfully. Everyone worked quietly, but the silence didn't feel awkward. When all the herb sieves were full, Qin Shua took Uncle Gao to the stream to wash the herbs. "Uncle Gao, be careful not to break the roots. They're hard to clean, but they're very valuable and sell for a good price." "All right, I understand." After watching Uncle Gao's technique for a while, Qin Shua felt relieved. These people had worked in literature before, and patience was something they had plenty of. Her earlier worries seemed unnecessary. The washed herbs were placed on the sieves to drain. Once the water was gone, they would be moved to another sieve to dry in the sun. Although she had brought the 3 of them up the mountain to interrupt Lin Yan's plan, collecting herbs had been her original idea anyway. She had just started earlier than planned. Meanwhile, down at the cattle shed, Qin Dajiang's heart was burning with worry. He feared something might happen to the people on the mountain, but he was even more afraid that the ones in the cattle shed might disappear, which could raise suspicion. After all, those people had complicated backgrounds, and if anything went wrong, it could cause serious trouble. He thought to himself, "This has to work. There's no turning back now." Unable to calm down, Qin Dajiang clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the cattle shed. Before he even got close, he heard voices. He quickened his pace, his wooden shoes clattering as he almost ran. "Elder Gao, Elder Wu, Elder Hu, are you there? I'm Lin Yan, the new educated youth. I have some questions and was wondering if I could come in?" Qin Dajiang was puzzled. Wasn't Lin Yan from the south? The 3 elders had been here for over 10 years. How could they possibly know each other? Thinking about everything that had happened recently, Qin Dajiang began to suspect Lin Yan of having bad intentions. "Comrade Lin, don't you know the cattle shed is off limits? Why aren't you at work? What are you doing here?" Unexpectedly, someone came. Lin Yan was startled and quickly turned around to see it was the team leader. Feeling a bit nervous, she avoided eye contact and said, I was just passing by. This isn't a place for you to be. Remember your identity and your purpose for coming to the countryside. If something goes wrong, it won't just be a mark on your record. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." Lin Yan hurriedly left in a rush. She felt a little anxious and embarrassed. She had already lost her advantage over Lu Zhize. If she couldn't catch those 3 old men, when could she return to the city? And what about the other important people she needed to meet? And there was that little troublemaker's Jade badge. That little troublemaker was especially cautious around her. It was all Qin Hongshan's fault, an incompetent fool who ruined a good opportunity. She needed to think of a way to gain their trust. On the mountain, 5 people worked all afternoon. They had collected most of the herbs in this area. Qin Shua didn't plan to gather too much at first. She just wanted to test the waters. "Little sister, look what I got," one of them said.
Brother?
Is this a wild chicken? She asked.
Exactly.
This chicken is fat and tender. I think it weighs about 4 jin. Qin Shua looked at the surprisingly plump chicken and twitched her mouth. Sure enough, the mountain is rich in resources.
Even this chicken is well fed.
The 3 old men sat nearby, swallowing saliva with a look of longing in their eyes. It's been 10 years. They haven't seen any meat in 10 years. These 2 young comrades probably don't eat that much, right? Maybe they can even leave some broth for them. While thinking, Qin Shua called the 3 old men to build a simple stove with stones. She took out a knife to let Qin Jingjie clean the chicken. She then followed her memory to find wild eggs, wild onions, and wild on the mountain. She braised the chicken with these ingredients, then mixed white flour and cornmeal to prepare for making pancakes later. Soon, a tempting aroma spread out, making the 3 old men feel anxious for the first time. To distract themselves, Lao Gao approached Qin Shua and asked, "Comrade Qin, could you show us your medical book?" Old Gao looked a bit embarrassed as he explained, "You know what life has been like for us in the barn. We haven't touched a book in over 10 years. Today, I suddenly found this paper, and it felt like grass growing inside me. I just wanted to look at it a little longer. That medical book might not be very appropriate," he added, "but I brought some other books. I can show them to you." Qin Shua took out 3 books from her basket. One called Official Path, another on genetics analysis, and a third of essays.
These.
Old Gao looked shocked as he stared at the books, his eyes filled with suspicion and surprise. Who is this young woman? How did she get these books? And she's openly showing them to us. Does she not fear being caught and criticized? These are my private collection. I wouldn't dare keep them at home. Here, there's no one else. Besides, I believe you both love books and wouldn't want these to be damaged. The other 2 elders saw Old Gao so surprised and curious, leaned in to look at the titles. Now they were also shocked. These 3 books relate to their previous work. If they didn't realize that this girl was prepared, then all their years would have been wasted. "What is your real purpose?" asked Hu Lao, the more composed elder, with a serious look. Qin Shua replied passionately, "I know these past 10 years have been hard for you. I didn't understand this before. When I was in high school and couldn't get into university, I asked myself why. A teacher once told me, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on someone, it first tests their mind and body." At that moment, I felt these words were alive, not just words. I believe the future of our country will be different. It will have a new path. When that time comes, knowledge can change everyone's fate. Her passionate words seemed like rain after a long drought, warming the hearts of the 3 elders. Yes, a strong country needs knowledge. The current environment is tough, and changing people's ideas is necessary. We must take this path. Exactly. Our past was full of wounds, but we must unite to build our country. Only then can everyone focus and come together. 3 of you, this day won't be too far away, but before that day comes, you must take good care of yourselves. Seeing the 3 elderly people so thin that their bones were prominent and walking unsteadily, it was clear they might not have a tomorrow, let alone a future. Once they understood, they didn't hold back. Each took their favorite book and began reading quietly, turning pages very gently to avoid damaging the books. Qin Jingjie watched the old men's enthusiasm with confusion, but still respected them. Appearance, background, and status are never the true measures of a person's worth. Qin Jingjie knew this from a young age. As he grew older and learned more, he became more convinced that this was true. After about an hour, Qin Shua finished baking the pancakes and let them cool for 20 minutes. She then opened the lid and called everyone to eat. The 3 elders reluctantly put down their books and moved to the big iron pot. This was the best meal they had in 10 years. Likewise, it was the most relaxed day they had experienced in a decade. They spent 3 days on the mountain like this. Qin Shua left Qin Jingjie and the 3 elders there and went down the mountain to find Qin Dajiang. "Oh, my ancestor, you finally appeared. If you don't show up soon, the Qin family will almost tear down my house." In the past few days, the Qin family couldn't find Qin Shua. They were all anxious. Later, they heard that the team leader knew where Qin Shue was and kept trying to find her, which made the team leader very miserable. The Qin family doesn't matter right now. Once I finish what I'm doing, I'll go back and deal with them. Uncle, let's go to the town. Just now. Is that okay? Whether it's okay or not, let's try first. The team leader thought about it and agreed. He waved his hand grandly, and someone brought over a tractor. It bumped along bumpy roads all the way to the town. By the time they arrived, Qin Shue's internal organs felt like they were shifting. On the way back, she decided she wouldn't ride that thing again. Shue, where are we going? In the town, the team leader was confused. Whether it was the commune, the grain station, the supply and marketing cooperative, or the meat factory, he could find them. But selling herbal medicine. Uncle, just come with me. Qin Shue and Qin Dajeng took a winding path to a small road. At the end of the road was a crossroads, and at one corner of the intersection, there was a large pharmacy. This place was something she had heard about from Director Hong. To build a new homeland, many things had disappeared. The only thing left in the whole town was probably this pharmacy. Qin Dajeng looked up at the black signboard. For some reason, he felt that the heavy atmosphere coming from it made him breathe more softly, as if he was afraid to disturb something. When he looked inside, he saw rows of medicine cabinets. The heavy feeling seemed to turn into the smell of money. Oh no, was he becoming obsessed with money? He stepped over the threshold. Qin Shue put down her basket. Seeing no movement behind her, she turned around and saw Qin Dajeng standing outside, staring at the sign. She softly called, "Uncle, what are you doing?"
Come in.
I'm coming." Hearing the noise, the curtain on the left side behind the counter was pulled aside. An old man with white hair walked steadily to Qin Shue and asked in a stern voice, "What do you want to buy?"
Qin Shue was silent.
This person seemed very fierce. What if he was going to be an important person in their group? She needed to leave a good impression. She raised her head and forced a cute smile, saying, "Uncle, can you help me look at these herbs? Do you think they can be sold for money?" The old man raised his eyebrows slightly. His already thick, black eyebrows furrowed together, making him look even more stern. This made Qin Shue's heart tremble a little. "We don't buy all kinds of herbs here," he said. I know. If not, I'll turn around and leave," she replied. The old man still looked serious. If he said no, would the young girl cry? "Let him come over and talk to me," he said, pointing at the confused Qin Dajeng. Qin Shue sighed, pushed Qin Dajeng toward the counter, and whispered a few words to him. Under his hesitant gaze, he obediently stood outside, like a gatekeeper. The old man ignored Qin Dajeng and walked out of the counter, picking up a basket to sort through the herbs inside. At first, he thought the herbs were mixed together randomly, but to his surprise, they were actually packed neatly, and the herbs had been cleaned thoroughly. Most of their medicinal properties were preserved, about 99%. His skill was very experienced. "Did the young girl's family handle these herbs?" he asked. "Probably not," Qin Dajeng replied. Thinking about the fierce and cunning Qin family, he couldn't believe they would deal with herbs like this. It seemed unlikely. Seeing the old man still looking at him with suspicion, Qin Dajeng quickly explained, "The girl's mother used to be a barefoot doctor in our village. Her family has a tradition of medicine. I heard they had to sell everything to save it and then they went into hiding. No wonder. Go call the girl in," the old man said. Qin Dajeng looked confused but nodded and waved at Qin Shue. Qin Shue happily ran in and asked eagerly, "How is it? Did I do well? Can I sell it? How much will I get?" He was speechless. Her words were faster than bullets. Cough, you should talk to me," the old man said, coughing to get her attention. "Didn't you say you wouldn't talk to me?" she replied with a bit of a spoiled tone. Seeing the old man's attitude, Qin Shue realized there was hope. She straightened her back immediately. She sat on a small stool nearby, looked up at the old man standing in front of her, and after thinking for a moment, suddenly stood up. That should be enough to show some presence." Qin Dajeng and the old man looked at Qin Shue with puzzled expressions, as if they thought she was a fool. "The herbs are very cleanly handled. I see some banlangen, isatis root, honeysuckle, dandelions, and a few more valuable ones. The prices are hard to split exactly, so let's give an average. Ordinary herbs are about a third of a tael each, and the more precious ones are about 2 mao, 20 cents, per tael.
How does that sound? All right.
Let's do that, Qin Shu agreed. Hearing the prices, Qin Dajiang was once again shocked. Wow, these herbs are valuable.
They're sold by weight now.
The old man took out a scale in front of them, weighing the herbs while muttering the quantities and prices. Qin Shu recorded everything. After the calculations, the total came to 5 yuan, 7 mao, and 3 fun. When the old man was leaving, he said he would come again, but Qin Shu was quite annoyed. Humming a little tune, carrying a basket on her back, she jumped happily. Only then did she realize that Qin Dajiang had been standing still the whole time. "Uncle, are you standing here to guard the pharmacy? Such a small amount of money." Qin Shu stepped forward and pulled him away, telling him to quickly put the money away and be careful of theft. When she heard the word theft, Qin Dajiang immediately reacted. He held the money close to his chest and looked around cautiously. "Uncle, do you think our business is profitable?" "Very profitable indeed. But are there really so many herbs on the mountain?"
Well,
"Yes, there are herbs, but we shouldn't harvest all of them. We should leave some to grow and seed. Next year it will be a big patch." Good. This thing is great. No initial investment needed. No need for servants, no watering. Plants can grow on their own and they make more money. We must do this. At this moment, Qin Dajiang was already thinking of several plans, looking more and more excited. "Shu, what do you think? Should we send people up the mountain to gather herbs?" "Well, too many people might be a problem. It's hard to manage, and if the herbs get damaged, we lose. Plus, everyone has their own thoughts. If someone has bad intentions and sells us out, the team leader will be in trouble. This kid is good at everything, but why does she have to open her mouth?" The two of them traveled back to the Chaoyang team, bouncing along the way. Qin Shu quietly returned to the mountain, avoiding any chance for the Qin family or Lin Yan to catch her. The next morning, after arranging the herb collection, Qin Shu went down the mountain again, stopping near the foot this time. "Team leader, how did your discussion go yesterday?" "I talked with the officials. I only told a few trusted people. Once we sell everything, we'll announce it." "Okay, that works. Let's find a few honest, patient folks and pay them 12 work points a day. They can stay on the mountain. What do you think? How about you and your brother teach everyone on the mountain and then you go to town to sell?" "No problem. But there's one thing. Those 3 old comrades must stay on the mountain to keep watch. I don't feel comfortable otherwise." "Just kidding. No matter what, I can't let Lin Yan lose her sense of presence." The team leader clenched his teeth, stomped his foot, and finally agreed to Qin Shu's request. After all, those 3 comrades are educated and knowledgeable. They know how to work wherever they are. At worst, they can earn 12 work points, 6 each, which is also a contribution to the country's development. Early the next morning, the team leader took a few middle-aged men, each carrying a bundle of supplies, and went up the mountain. When they met, Qin Shu asked everyone to start making medicine sieves. They made more than 20 and also built several racks for drying herbs. Only then did she prepare to go down the mountain with her brother. During these few days of short cooperation, the older comrades were all impressed by Qin Shu's carefulness. They knew she had worked hard to stay on the mountain and continue working. They felt a bit reluctant to leave, but when they were called to stay, they didn't know what to say. Qin Shu smiled and waved at them, understanding their gratitude. When they went down the mountain, the siblings returned to the Qin family. Seeing the quiet yard, they knew everyone was probably working in the fields. "Brother, do you think Qin Hongshan has really come back? If she had, she would definitely be at home. Do you think she would go to work?" "Brother, do you think we should tell Qin Hongshan that Li Huilan sent her away mainly to please me?" Qin Shu grinned mischievously, her expression lively and vivid. "That's good. Leave this to me. My aunt and her family have some childhood friends of mine, and I'm sure I can arrange everything clearly. All right, I'll leave it to you. To make it more realistic, I'll go talk to Uncle Da and Uncle Air. Maybe we can have a good meal tonight. You, supporting her mischievous sister unconditionally, Qin Jingjin nodded. After putting down their things, they went inside to wash up and change clothes. At the yard entrance, the brother and sister looked at each other and smiled. Are you ready, sister? Ready. Let's go. The two happily headed to the nearby team and the fields to find Qin Yongping. There was a lot of work in the team, and each person's daily tasks varied. Qin Shue asked several people before finding the area where Qin Yongping and Qin Yong'an were working together. Hearing the familiar voice, the two people suddenly turned around and saw Qin Shue, whom they hadn't seen in several days. They quickly put down their hoes and ran toward her. The others looked confused. When did this family become so close? Seeing Qin Yongping and Qin Yong'an running so fast, those who didn't know the situation might think they were rushing toward each other. Qin Shue, where have you been these days? A young lady like you not coming home. Aren't you afraid it will ruin your reputation and delay your siblings' marriage? You knew there was family trouble these days, but you still went out without telling us. Seeing that they still wanted to keep lecturing her, Qin Shue directly reached out to stop them. Tonight, I want to eat braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. What? At this time? Where are we supposed to get meat and ribs for you? You brat, are you showing off now? Dare to order food. Why not? Unless uncle and second uncle don't want their work spots anymore. That suffocating feeling of being controlled. The brothers stammered for a long time, but couldn't say a word. It's still early. If you want to get to the city quickly, you might still be able to buy meat. If not, there's always the black market. It depends on how fast you two can go. I guess you've also been to Director Hong's place these days, right? All hope is in my hands. If you don't listen. The veins on her forehead bulged with tension, and the brothers clenched their teeth, but didn't dare to curse. They waited. Once they got the spots, they would definitely make this girl pay. The brothers angrily went to ask for leave from the scorekeeper, handed over their tools, and headed straight to the meat factory in the city. Some curious people approached Qin Shue to ask, Shue, what's wrong with your uncle and second uncle? Their faces are twitching so much. Is something urgent? Qin Shue smiled happily. Their meat wasn't just twitching, it was dark, very dark, obviously holding back a lot of anger. Annie, my uncle and second uncle have been very good to me these past few days. They keep giving me meat and eggs at every meal. They even sent people away because they were worried Qin Hongshan might upset me. What? Are these two brothers out of their minds? Look, even the villagers from the Chaoyang team know that these two brothers definitely don't treat her well. They don't realize how foolish they were in their past lives to think they could find some kind of family love with her. Just thinking about it makes me want to blood. Qin Shue didn't reply to the aunt's words. She figured it was better to leave some space for everyone's imagination. After finishing her work, Qin Shue went home. This time, she didn't study medicine but instead organized all her high school textbooks. According to her past life schedule, in a couple of years, it will be time for the college entrance exam. In her previous life, she felt sad about not going to college, so this time she must make up for that regret. While Qin Shue was carefully reviewing her textbooks, Lin Yan quietly went back to the cattle shed. This time, she didn't knock but pushed the door open directly. Seeing the small, shabby, and empty room made her very angry, and her head hurt from frustration. These three old folks, they can't stay put and behave. They just have to run around everywhere. She had been caught by the team leader when she came before, so in recent days she had been working honestly in the fields to earn work points. The past few days, the team leader seemed very nervous. Since he wasn't paying attention to the cattle shed, Lin Yan decided to come during the day to recognize the people and then in the evening to build some good relationships. But unexpectedly, no one was there. She didn't think much of it. These three old folks had bad backgrounds and couldn't leave the Chaoyang team. Going out to work and earn points during the day was normal. How else could they support themselves? She decided to wait and come back at night. When she returned to the youth commune, she overheard some young people talking about Qin Da's father and second uncle from this morning. That was when she learned Qin Shue had returned. She turned around and went into the house, starting to rummage through boxes and drawers. There were soap, greasy oil, an enamel cup, an aluminum lunchbox, a thermos, and a pillowcase. all laid out on the table. These were all her family's belongings. Her original family was not well off, so it was already a big deal for her to find these items. She picked up one, reluctant to part with it. Then she hesitated over another. Finally, Lin Yan clenched her teeth, stomped her foot, and took a bottle of clam oil and 2 bars of soap, then headed to Qin Shiyue's house. As she walked, she muttered to herself, "If you don't give, you won't get." That jade pendant has a space inside. Although the materials from this era are scarce, other things are treasures. Just one item can be exchanged for a lot of money. With money, she wouldn't have to worry about returning to the city. Are you worried about having no connections after returning to the city? If you have connections, are you worried about lacking power? If you have power, what else is there to worry about? At this moment, Lin Yan was already imagining herself living a glamorous life, clinking glasses, countless handsome men, turning her hand to summon clouds and rain. Her little legs were almost bouncing with excitement. When she arrived at Qin Shiyue's house, Lin Yan adjusted her expression to look gentler, then knocked on the door and softly called, "Shiyue, it's me, Lin Yan. Please open the door." Qin Shiyue, who was busy memorizing, paused and said nothing. She stretched lazily, put her textbook away, and strolled out of the room into the yard, saying, "Lin Jiqing? Qin Hongshan isn't home. Come back another day." "No, it's not that. I didn't come to see Qin Hongshan. I came to apologize to you." Qin Shiyue raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. "Huh. When a dog comes knocking, there's usually a reason. Either they're upset or they have a plan." She just wanted to see what Lin Yan was really up to. Walking to the door, she unlocked it and looked at Lin Yan with a cold gaze, saying, "Fine, apologize then."
I'm listening. Shuyu, I'm sorry.
"It's my fault. I believed Qin Hongshan's lies without knowing the truth. I came here sincerely to apologize. I brought you a gift as a token of my apology. Please accept it." Seeing her face and thinking about everything she had gone through in her past life, Qin Shiyue's heart was filled with anger, like turbulent waves that wouldn't stop.
Forgiveness?
That's impossible in this lifetime. Revenge is like a sword. If you don't want to hurt yourself, you have to hurt your enemies. Is this little thing enough for me to forgive you? Lin Yan, I don't think you're really sincere about apologizing. Qin Shiyue pretended to look disgusted as she glanced at what Lin Yan was holding. Lin Yan clenched her hand tighter around the gift, her anger boiling inside. Everyone knew what kind of life Lin Yan was living in the Qin family. Now she still dared to look down on soap and clam oil, unaware of her own limitations. If it weren't for that jade pendant, Lin Yan really wanted to mock Qin Shiyue harshly. "It's okay, Shiyue.
Tell me what you like.
When I have time, I'll buy it for you." "Really, Lin Yan? You really want to buy something for me?" "Yes, really. Just tell me, what do you want?" "Of course, a bicycle. The bicycle is coming." Lin Yan's mind tensed up. You can't just get a bicycle whenever you want. Gritting her teeth, Lin Yan hesitated and said, "Shiyue, I don't have a ticket for the bicycle. Can you exchange it for something else?" "Lin Yan, that's your problem. Without a bicycle, I won't forgive you for the jade pendant for the space."
Fine, e.
"I'll think of a way." Seeing Lin Yan turn to leave, Qin Shiyue called her back. "Since you've brought everything, don't take it back." She reached out and snatched the soap and ointment from Lin Yan's hands, acting like she was greedy. This time, Lin Yan didn't bother to show any expression. She turned around angrily and left. But as she left, Lin Yan was still thinking that Qin Shiyue really was as greedy and silly as she thought. People like her are quite easy to handle. Thinking about the expensive bicycle, Lin Yan's head hurt again. This little troublemaker is quite greedy. Back at the youth commune, Lin Yan's mind was full of the bicycle. She didn't want to give it up, but from Qin Shiyue's attitude, she knew that if she didn't satisfy her, she might not get the jade pendant. What should I do? What should I do? Seeing this idea, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. She turned around and left the youth commune again. Seeing Lin Yan go out again, a few people in the youth commune looked unhappy. Everyone was eating together now, working hard to earn their share, worried about not having enough food. But Lin Yan kept running outside every day, not earning any work points, so when it was time to distribute food, she probably wouldn't get much. Does that mean they have to support Lin Yan? A few young people looked at each other, their eyes showing a certain emotion. They had to exclude Lin Yan. In the afternoon, Qin Jingjie came back, greeted his sister, and then went to rest. By around 4 o'clock, people in the house started to return. The first to arrive was Qin Yong'an, carrying half a jean of pork and a small section of ribs, followed by his wife, Qian Finghe. Hurry up and make braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. I can't do it. The sugar and vinegar are kept very carefully. They are always locked in the old couple's bed cabinet, and we don't have the key, so we can't open it. I finally managed to get the upper hand over my older brother. Today, this matter must be resolved, or his son's job will be in trouble. Qin Yong'an went to the woodshed to find an axe, then took it and headed to the old couple's room. He raised his hand and started chopping at the bed cabinet. The sound of the axe hitting the wood was very loud and drew a lot of attention. Qian Finghe stood beside her husband, watching the cabinet being gradually broken open. Her eyes grew more and more excited. Inside are the family's hard-earned savings and valuable things. In the past, the old lady never let them see these things. Now, she was about to see everything. As the cabinet started to show light, Qin Yong'an swung his axe with full force. Suddenly, a loud, piercing scream broke the silence, startling Qin Yong'an so much that he hurt his back. Ouch! My back. Husband, what's wrong? Are you okay? Quick, help me sit down. Okay. Qian Finghe hurriedly helped Qin Yong'an sit on the bed. Then she turned around and, a bit annoyed, said to the instigator, Mom, what are you doing? Yelling like that suddenly scared my man. If you want to see the contents, you'll have to pay for it. Old Lady Qin's eyes were red as she looked at her treasured cabinet being smashed by her second son. A wave of dizziness hit her, and her fingers trembled as she pointed at him and scolded, You unfilial thing. How dare you? Dare to smash my cabinet. Mom. Oh, what are you saying? I am your son. How could the things in this house be without my share? I just wanted to take a few things. I don't have the key, that's all. Do you have to get so worked up? Of course she had to be. In the old lady's eyes, anyone who coveted her cabinet was trying to take away her power. It was as if they were trying to take her life. No matter who it was, even her son, that power had to be defended. Can't you wait until I come back to take what you want? Huh. Is it your wife encouraging you? After saying this, the old lady charged at Qian Finghe. When Qian Finghe was unprepared, she was slapped hard across the face. Qin Yong'an was so surprised by what Qian Finghe did that he couldn't speak. Seeing his wife being hit, Qin Yong'an immediately stood up and shouted at the old lady, Mom, can you be reasonable? I broke this cabinet and I want to take the stuff inside. Why are you hitting my wife? How dare you talk to me like that just because of this worthless woman? Mom, I don't have time to argue. Hurry up and open the cabinet. I want to get the candies. What do you want the candies for? To make sweet and sour ribs. Hurry up. If the oldest brother gets there first, my son's job will be gone. When she mentioned work, the old lady's mind became more agitated. Recently, the family has been arguing a lot over job positions. Her two sons are trying everything to get money out of her. Under the double to her heart and body, her health has been getting worse these days. She doesn't know when this trouble will end. Work. All you care about is work. Do I still matter as your mother? Mom, don't you want your grandson to have a good job and marry a good wife? Mom, he's your grandson, a descendant of our Qin family. How can you be so selfish? No. If anyone tries to take things from me today, they will have to step over my dead body. Qin Yong'an pursed his lips, his expression changing from hesitation to determination. He tightly hugged the old lady and said to Qian Finghe, Wife, quick, chop with the axe. Just one more hit. Once you get the stuff, go and do your work. Okay. With her husband's support and the strength from the slap earlier, Qian Finghe swung the axe, splitting the cabinet open. She greedily looked inside, touching everything one by one. Money.
Bills.
She had never seen so much money in her life. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up. Qian Fenghe casually grabbed a bag of candies, then quietly put a big bundle into her pocket. She quickly turned around and went to the kitchen to start cooking.
Oh.
My cabinet. You unfilial dog. Stealing from your mother. Second son, you curse thunderbolt. You curse plague, you beast. Mom, I am your son. Do you curse me like this? Qin Yongin was also angry. Why is it that as a son, he always gets overshadowed by the eldest? Isn't it because this old woman is biased? He pushed the old lady onto the bed and wanted to leave, but she suddenly tilted her head back and collapsed. This startled Qin Yongin, and he forgot about his back pain. He quickly climbed onto the bed to check her breathing, and when he saw she was still alive, he relaxed. He grabbed a blanket and pillow from the cabinet, tidied her up, and was about to go help outside when he noticed the open cabinet door and the bundle of money inside. Suddenly, he became interested. He remembered that his parents had received 500 yuan as compensation for their third child. Now, Qin Shuyue, that stubborn girl, refused to give him any of it. If the money was divided fairly, he would only get about 100 yuan. But if he used the money to help his son get a new job, it would be like making money for money. That way, he could maximize his benefits. Thinking of this, Qin Yongin quickly counted out 500 yuan from the bundle in the cabinet. Seeing a few more rolls left, his mind grew even more excited. In his mind, he wrestled with himself, and finally, he took all the money. While everyone else was away, Qin Yongin knocked on Qin Shiyue's door. He thought simply, when they come back and find the money gone, they will know he took it. They will cause trouble, but now he had given the money directly to Qin Shiyue, which meant he could get the job for her and push the money out of his hands. No one could find out later. Second uncle? Is something wrong? Qin Shiyue naturally heard the noise earlier. With such a loud commotion, it was hard not to notice. Shiyue, this money is your parents' compensation from back then. Second uncle brought it to you. The braised pork and sweet and sour ribs are cooking now. Eat more later.
You look so thin.
It's all my fault for not caring enough about you before. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I hope, since I'm giving you this money, you can consider the job opportunity. Second uncle, I understand. Don't worry, I've got it in my heart. Good, good. As long as you understand, the meal will be ready soon. I'll call you later. Qin Shiyue leaned against the door, holding the money in her hand, her eyes full of sarcasm. She thought that Qin Yongping was ruthless, but Qin Yongin was even more ruthless. Now the old house was probably going to be lively. Holding the money, Qin Shiyue returned home and directly threw it into her space. At around 5 o'clock, Qin Yongping hurriedly pulled Li Huilan back, gasping for breath. When he smelled the delicious aroma from the kitchen, his heart sank. He was late. He turned around and slapped Li Huilan across the face. It's because you were slow and hesitant that we missed the second opportunity. What if your son's chance for a job is gone by then? Li Huilan looked angry and conflicted. She was upset all the way. Thinking about how her daughter was harmed by Qin Shiyue and how their family had to flatter her over the job opportunity, her heart ached when she remembered her other daughter, who was sent away. Caught between feelings, her steps slowed. Suddenly, when she entered the house, her husband slapped her, and all her accumulated frustration burst out. Qin Yongping, do you only care about your son? Is our daughter nothing to you? You used to say you liked both your daughter and son equally. Now, because of your son, you send away the injured daughter. Aren't you ashamed? You old woman, I told you your hair is long and your knowledge is shallow. Our daughter is just resting and healing. Do you think she can recover while constantly fighting with that brat Qin Shiyue? Besides, her brother has a good job. Does she want to be proud of herself? With her brother's brains, climbing up the social ladder is only a matter of time. Will she find a good family to marry into? Li Huilan, overwhelmed with anger, suddenly fell silent. Strangely, she felt that her husband's words made some sense. Go quickly, go quickly. We can't compete with the second son, so we should win by taste. You've been cooking for decades. Isn't your skill better than your daughter-in-law's? Hurry up. Without hesitation, Li Huilan grabbed ribs and meat and ran to the kitchen, only to be stopped by Qin Er. Big sister-in-law, today my Fenghe is cooking. You should rest. Second brother, your Fenghe hasn't cooked much these years. Her cooking isn't as good as mine. Let me do it. Sister-in-law, my Fenghe's cooking is very good. We didn't have good ingredients before, but today I bought some nice things. Let her show her skills. At this moment, Qin Yongping stepped forward, pulled Qin Yong'an away, and pushed Li Huilan inside. I told my second brother, you can't be so selfish. The matter isn't settled yet, so don't be so proud so early. Seemingly calm, Qin Yong'an was not influenced by Qin Yongping's words. Instead, he looked at him with a half-smile and replied, Big brother, you're right. Let's see who this result favors in the end. More than half an hour later, Qian Fenghe was the first to bring out the dishes. Qin Yong'an immediately went to greet her. How is it, wife? The taste is great, don't worry. Oh, today my niece Xue is really lucky. Her second aunt did an amazing job today, and the food smells so good. Qin Yongping quickly responded, Second brother, don't talk too confidently. Your wife hasn't come out yet. I think, honestly, your wife's cooking makes Xue happy to eat. I believe my wife's cooking makes Xue willing to eat. While the two brothers argued, Qin Hongshan suddenly shouted loudly and rushed over. Even before Qin Hongshan appeared at the door, Qin Xue noticed her. She glanced at Qin Jingjie, who was closest to the kitchen, and gave him a signal. Qin Jingjie nodded. So, before Qin Hongshan rushed over, Qin Jingjie took the two dishes from Qian Fenghe and turned to place them in his room. Dad, tell me this is all fake. How could you and Mom not care about Qin Xue, that little brat? Tell me, is it all fake? Seeing Qin Hongshan, Qin Yongping knew this wasn't over today. He grabbed her, trying to lead her into her room. But Qin Hongshan suddenly found a lot of strength and firmly stayed in place, gripping Qin Yongping tightly, furious and demanding an explanation. Hongshan, listen to me. Go back to your room first. Dad will explain everything to you later, okay? No, I won't. Why can't you say it here? Why do you have to go back to your room? Do you and Mom have something to hide from me? Or is it really true what others are saying, that you two don't love me, your own daughter, but care more about someone outside? Thinking about the rumors she heard at her grandmother's house, Qin Hongshan couldn't help but feel angry and restless. Stop talking nonsense. You are my and your mom's real daughter. Who else would we love? Be good. Go back to your room. Qin Yong'an saw this as a chance and quickly stepped forward to advise her, saying, Oh, Hongshan, your niece has returned. Second uncle sees that your face is healing well. Your father had a reason for what he did today. It's not just that Shuyu is holding a job position. Your father was trying to help your brother. That's why he made some good food and tried to soften Shuyu to talk nicely and get that position. Your father still cares most about you, but these words were useless and only made things worse, so it was better not to say anything. Dad, you're willing to do this for my brother's job, but you treat me like this? You know I don't get along with that girl Shuyu, yet you still buy her meat? I've begged you for so long, and you wouldn't even buy me a piece. It's clear that this family cares most about my brother. Am I just invisible? No, Hongshan, listen to Dad. Hongshan couldn't listen anymore. She hurried into the kitchen and knocked everything on the table to the ground. She pushed Li Huilan away, opened the pot lid, and scooped out the meat that wasn't fully cooked yet. Then she grabbed it and ran outside. At this moment, the head of the Qin family, along with some grandchildren and grandchildren-in-law, had just returned home. As soon as they entered, they heard Qin Yongping shout, Guazhu, Guamin, quick. Stop Hongshan. If she runs away, she'll lose her job. This job was supposed to be for Qin Guamin. When he heard he might lose it, he immediately dropped what he was holding and went to stop her. Qin Guazhu wasn't very serious about stopping her, and I kept causing trouble now and then. Guamin's wife saw Qin Guazhu's actions and went to help her husband stop her sister-in-law. Even their children stepped forward. By now, Hongshan was so angry she lost her mind. Anyone trying to stop her was her enemy. She pushed them away and rushed outside. She avoided Qin Guamin and Qin Guazhu, but didn't notice that the oldest son of the Qin family was behind them. Hongshan, furious, kicked out, You little brat, you dare to block my way? Get lost. The child was kicked out of the yard and rolled several times to the middle of the road. Holding his stomach, he cried out, "Oh, Mom." Chin Guizhu and his wife hurried over, worriedly picked up the child, and ran toward the clinic. As they ran, Chin Guizhu pointed at Hongshan and cursed, "Hongshan, you beast. How could you hit a little kid? If anything happens to Fu Zhen, I swear I'll beat you to death. Fugen, don't be afraid. Dad and Mom are taking you to the clinic now. Don't worry, just stay calm." Qin Yongping, who had his meat taken away, had completely lost all hope. When he saw his granddaughter kick his daughter and hurt her, he let out a loud cry and ran outside. Old Qin was also worried and followed him. In the end, only Qin Yongin and the Qianfenghe family remained in the yard. "Mom and Dad, what are we going to eat tonight?" Tired from the chaos, Qianfenghe turned to look at the meat soup in the pot and the ribs waiting to be cooked. She had an idea. "Let's add some noodles and use the ribs as a topping. Looking at our grandson, it seems they won't be back early today. We can wait until they return and then cook for ourselves." "Okay, Mom, let's start cooking quickly. I'm starving." The family happily thought about the meat they would eat next, completely unconcerned about Qin Lao's family and Fugen. They weren't worried about Grandma Qin lying unconscious inside either. No wonder they say this family is full of snakes. Their blood ran cold. Inside, they ate the meat and nibbled on plain steamed buns, watching the siblings outside arguing. They sat with their legs crossed, smacking their lips. TSK, I didn't know second aunt's cooking was so good before. Ha, second aunt is clever and calculating. How could she let that fool Li Huilan bully her? Seeing his sister's involuntary look of hatred when mentioning Qianfenghe, Qin Jingjie felt a chill in his heart. "Little sister, I think back then, you were too young to realize that second aunts and mom's deaths are connected. Indeed, when her mother passed away, she was still young and didn't understand the complicated details at that time. It wasn't until later, when Qianfenghe was old and had children of her own, that she considered this a great achievement and told her children about it. An unintentional visitor who came to pay respects overheard her, and only then did she realize that her mother's death was indirectly related to her. Brother, if it weren't for Qianfenghe's greed for the benefits from the Qian family and her insistence on dragging our parents to Yingqing Brigade to save her brother, our parents wouldn't have encountered the mudslide on their way back and died in that natural disaster. At that time, Qianfenghe's younger brother injured his leg while working. The barefoot doctor only knew a little basic medicine and said it couldn't be cured. He told Qianfenghe's brother to go to the hospital in the city and said the treatment would cost at least 100 yuan. The Qian family didn't want to pay for the medical expenses, so they agreed to give Qianfenghe 10 yuan to invite someone to treat her brother for free. Her mother's medical skills were taught personally by her grandfather. If the situation hadn't been so turbulent at the time, she wouldn't have only become a barefoot doctor. Her skills were naturally better than most barefoot doctors. She treated her brother in 3 days, fully curing him. The Qian family, worried she hadn't recovered completely, held her and her husband back, refusing to let them leave. Reluctantly, the couple had to delay their departure for another day. And that day, the family of 4 was forever separated.
You.
How do you know all this? I overheard it. She wasn't exactly lying. She did overhear it, but not in this life, rather in the previous one. Before, I knew you longed for family love.
Now.
Sister, brother, I ask you, what is your current attitude? Brother, don't think that Qianfenghe is now carefree and happy. One day, her actions will bring consequences. Qin Jingjie pursed his lips, looking at his suddenly grown-up sister. For a moment, he felt a mix of emotions. Growing up means experiencing hardships or setbacks. For Qin Jingjie, either is bad news. This sister, whom he had nurtured since childhood, hoping she would grow happily under his wing, finally felt the storm's fury. Sister, no wonder you studied culture. The harsh words you speak sound so impressive. Qin Jingjie touched his head and smiled foolishly. Qin Shuiyue. Sorry. The person you are calling is not in the service area. Please try again later. After finishing her meal, Qin Yongin came to talk to Qin Shuiyue about a job opportunity. Qin Shua agreed immediately, but only after Qin Yongping returned. Having received the good news, Qin Yongmin finally relaxed and went to share the happy news with his wife and children. That night, some families celebrated while others worried. Before dawn, Qin Shua usually went out for a run. This time, she added 5 kilograms of weight to her body. At first, it felt uncomfortable, but she soon got used to it. On her way up the mountain, she stopped to check on the 3 old comrades, looked at the drying herbs, and helped clear up some confusion. Then she ran down the other side of the mountain. When she was about to head home, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind a haystack, startling her. She paused, then quickly lifted her foot to kick. The real feeling and her scream told her she had really kicked someone. Thinking about the day she practiced boxing with her brother on the mountain, she felt relieved that she hadn't accidentally kicked him. Let me tell you, don't try to fake an accident. Why are you suddenly blocking my way? Hey, you, this woman's kick was really strong. But the rascal king loved spicy things like this. The spicier, the more satisfying it was to conquer. Holding his waist, the rascal king stood up, grimacing in pain but trying to smile confidently, though to Qin Shua, it just looked foolish. Did he really think she wouldn't notice yesterday when he finally ate some meat without throwing up? Comrade Shua, where are you going? Walking alone can be lonely. Why not let your brother accompany you? He moved closer to Qin Shua as he spoke. Stay away from me. Oh, you're still a little spicy, Pepper. I'm not doing anything, so why are you so nervous, little sister? You disgust me, you. The rascal king's smile turned angry. After so many years in the dating scene, no one had ever refused him like this. That's why some men are so annoying. The more they're ignored, the more they want to get close. Qin Shua stepped forward and started walking. The rascal king quickly caught up, reaching out to block her again. He licked his lips, and the smell of sewer fumes hit Qin Shua's nose, making her want to roll her eyes. Fortunately, that meat was eaten yesterday. Now I think about it, it has already been digested. Otherwise, I would have vomited it all out. This time, the liar king was truly angry. He pushed forward forcefully, trying to rush at Qin Shua, with his hand reaching toward her neck. There's nothing unclear about this, his goal was obvious. It seems Lin Yan sent this person to annoy her. He was kicked again, flying out. Qin Shua was about to kick him once more when she heard Qin Jingjie shout, "Sister." She looked up and saw Qin Jingjie, the team leader, and a distant relative uncle who was gathering herbs on the mountain running over. Qin Shua's heart sank immediately. What's wrong? Did something happen on the mountain? It shouldn't be. She was fine when she left just a little while ago. How could something have gone wrong so quickly? Shua, your third uncle just told me that when they were gathering herbs near a cliff, they were attacked by a bunch of snakes. Someone was hurt, but luckily it's not serious. They didn't know what to do, so they came down to find me. Snakes? It's only late March, not even early April yet. Snakes should be hibernating, so why are they attacking people? Third uncle, did you guys provoke those snakes? No, we were just gathering herbs from that side. We didn't notice the snakes at first, and suddenly we were attacked. Where are the snakes? They're right near the edge of the cliff. I'll go back and get some things. You all keep an eye on this person, Qin Shua said, stepping on the liar king. She quickly went back to grab a basket, filled it with some tools, and then hurried over to the others. Let's go up the mountain and take a look. Sister, we can't just let this person go. How dare he try to stop my sister? Does he think I, Qin Jingjie, am easy to deal with?
Take him up the mountain.
After we handle the situation there, we'll deal with him. Okay. Her brother's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. She didn't have time to deal with the liar king now. Since Lin Yan had brought him as a helper, she had to treat him well. It wouldn't be right not to. Moreover, Qin Shua had her own reasons. If the liar king was taken up the mountain, whether or not he found anything, she believed the team leader wouldn't let him go easily. Qin Jingjie didn't say a word. He pulled the person up, tightly tied him with the rope from his sister's basket, and dragged him toward the mountain. When they reached the edge of the cliff that Uncle San mentioned, Qin Shua looked down and saw a small protrusion about half a meter from the top that could hold a person. She didn't see any snakes there, so she reasonably suspected that there might be a small cave in the mountain wall near that spot. We need to find that snake nest. This area has the richest and most expensive herbs. If we don't deal with this danger, everyone will be afraid to gather herbs in the future, and someone might get hurt. How can we find it? We haven't seen any sign of a snake. Qin Shua shared her guess, and everyone agreed. But how do we know if there's a cave there? The best way would be for someone to go down and check. The most suitable person for this is Qin Jingjie, because he's in the army. His strength and reaction speed are the best. But Qin Shua didn't want her brother to take such a risk. After thinking carefully, her eyes fell on the king of the lice. Brother, did you tie him up tightly? Don't worry, he won't be able to break free. Qin Shua took out a long rope, looked around, and finally wrapped it around a nearby tree branch. One end was tied to the king of the lice, and the other end she held in her hand. Captain, later we will lower the king of the lice down. When you see the snake come out, shout, and we will start pulling the rope. Everyone was silent. You are someone who understands killing without bloodshed. No, I don't want to go down. You're killing me. The king of the lice had tears and snot all over his face, but no one paid attention to his crying. Finally, he made a bold move, lying on the ground and threatening, just throw me down. Even if you throw me, I won't tell you what's below. Oh? Is that so? Qin Shua clenched her fists and stepped toward him. She kicked him in the back and said coldly, I hope you'll still be so brave later. Then she started hitting and kicking him, her legs swift as the wind and her strikes as fast as lightning. A few people turned their faces away, looking at the sky and the ground. They caused trouble in the sky and the air. From now on, they decided never to provoke Qin Shua again. She was too terrifying. The king of the outcasts was really overwhelmed and quickly reached out, saying, Okay, I listen to you. Lin Nian, this annoying woman, gave false information, causing me to look so miserable. Just wait for me. The king of the outcasts, secretly making a decision, was left hanging at the edge of the cliff by the squad leader. Qin Shua and Qin Jingjie both tightly held onto the other end of the rope. The king of the outcasts curled up, peeked out, and looked at the bottomless cliff. He was so scared that he immediately shrank back. Oh my, I give up. Squad leader, kick him down. The squad leader hesitated a bit. Is this really safe? It's fine. There's still a rope tied to the tree. Qin Shua was prepared. She also tied another rope around the king of the outcasts, loosely attaching it to the tree trunk. Even if Qin Shua and her brother loosened their hold, the other rope would still hold him. Since everything was ready, they started. Qin Dajiang was also very fierce. He had long disliked the way the king of the outcasts bullied women with tricks, but had no excuse to deal with him. Now he finally had a reason. The king of the outcasts shouted in fear as his whole body floated near the edge of the cliff. He was so scared, he closed his eyes and howled. Pull a little more forward. Not there yet. Go forward. No, go back. Oh, I passed it. A little more forward, then back. Qin Shua and her brother pulled the rope back and forth, making it tug on the tree branches. This reminded Qin Shua of a familiar tune. Pull the saw, sing at the door of the hometown. Pick up the daughter, send off the son-in-law, little brat you go too. She pushed aside her distracting thoughts and suddenly heard the squad leader anxiously shout, pull faster. The snake is out. Oh no, it's biting. The siblings pulled with all their strength. The king of the outcasts suddenly fell onto the edge of the cliff with a duong sound, gasping for breath, eyes full of fear after surviving the ordeal. Wow, this woman is too fierce, way too fierce. Uncle? Did you see it? Yes, I saw it. As you said, inside that platform is a cave and a snake came out. Yes, I saw it too. Shuyu, what should we do? But Qin Shuyu was thinking about how the snake's nest was on the edge of the cliff. How did it get in there? Surely it didn't jump off the cliff, right? Was it that brave? After thinking for a while, she guessed there might be another path for the snake to reach the bottom of the cave. She looked around but couldn't find one, so she gave up. That small hole in the snake's nest was big enough for the snake to crawl through, but not for a person. It seemed the only way was to go down from the cliff. Brother, hold me for a moment. I'll go down and take a look. No, that's too dangerous. I'll go, but I can't hold you. So, this is also a kind of original sin. Can I ask the team leader to help you? The team leader needs to pass on my message. Uncle needs to watch the wild one. Brother, only I can go down here. Qin Jingjie hesitated. The snake and the deep abyss were both dangerous. Brother, the snake isn't venomous. Even if it bites me, it's okay. There's a gentle below. I won't fall. Just hold me tight. Sister, are you really going down? Seeing her determined tone, Qin Jingjie couldn't insist anymore, though he was still worried. Ready, Qin Shuyu slowly moved to the edge of the cliff, took a deep breath, and pushed her slightly stiff body forward. When she was completely hanging in the air, her heart tightened. She froze there, stiff and still. Thinking about it was one thing, actually doing it was another. The cliff was really high and scary. She tried not to look down, trusting all her weight to the rope. She nodded to the team leader. The team leader was sweating a lot, clearly frightened. Jingjie, take it slow. Don't scare your sister, okay? Qin Shuyu's body slowly lowered above the cave. She first tested with her feet, trying to lure the snake out of the cave entrance, calculating how likely she was to be bitten. Team leader, let my brother go further. Be careful. Please be very careful. Just as Qin Shuyu's feet were about to touch the ground, a fleeting shadow rushed toward her. Instinctively, she lifted her foot to touch the snake, then quickly thought to herself and stored the snake in her space. Even the team leader above didn't see the movement and thought the snake hadn't attacked, so Qin Shuyu considered herself lucky. Team leader, I've landed. Please loosen the ropes for my brother. I'm about to go inside. The cave was only half a meter high. With her height of 1.68 meters, Qin Shuyu could only crawl inside. Once her entire figure disappeared from view, she quickly took out the snake stored in her space. The snake seemed to have gained intelligence, rubbing against her side without any intention of attacking. It seems. The function of this space still needs to be explored slowly. Would it be okay to put your other family members inside too? If it can be handled peacefully, it's best not to fight. Although this isn't a venomous snake, a bite still hurts. The snake wagged its tail and turned to swim further inside. Soon, the empty cave echoed with a dense, rustling sound. Qin Shuyu's skin crawled with goosebumps. Seeing the swarm of snakes, her whole body bristled with fear. Wow, it's really a big family. She quickly waved her hand, putting all the snakes into her space and telling them to stay quietly on the nearby mountain. Before entering the space, the snake had signaled to Qin Shuyu towards the cave. She wondered if there might be some treasure inside and continued crawling further in. After about 10 meters, she saw a wide opening on the right, a steep cliff with clusters of tender green herbs growing on it. The small, segmented plants looked like lotus roots. Could it be Dendrobium officinale? This is a real fortune. Qin Shuyu happily picked all the Dendrobium, placing them into her space and moving them outside. She didn't intend to claim the herbs for herself. Although wild Dendrobium is expensive, she had plenty in her space and didn't need to take any. Plus, with these herbs, she believed her goal would be achieved soon. She poked her head out, asked the team leader to toss her a basket, and then filled it with the herbs before having the team leader pull it away. Seeing the herbs safely delivered, Qin Shuyu finally asked Qin Jingjie to help her climb up. Little sister, how are you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. I got rid of that snake, so everyone is safe now. Oh, by the way, Captain, this is a good thing. It's quite valuable. What? Just this grass? And it's valuable. The captain carefully examined the basket, looking at the strange wild grass inside, but didn't see anything special. Uncle De Jiang, this is Dendrobium, a wild type, and it's very valuable. Let's pack it up quickly. I can't wait to take it to the city to sell. What about that rascal king? Qin Shuyu paused, thought for a moment, then leaned close to the captain's ear and whispered, Uncle, you should go back and give him a good scolding. Then lock him up for a few days and release him. We haven't lost much, and he just needs to keep his mouth shut. If anything happens, he can take the blame, or should we keep him locked up until this is over? The rascal king is a troublemaker. I'm worried that if we keep him locked up too long, he might turn around and bite us back. That wouldn't be good, uncle. Most importantly, the rascal king she had dealt with must be furious and eager to get revenge on Lin Nian. The more he rushes to take revenge, the longer Captain keeps him locked up and punishes him, the stronger his hatred for Lin Nian will become. Once he's released, Lin Nian definitely won't come out unscathed. That's why Qin Shua didn't agree to keep him locked up forever. She and her third uncle were preparing to gather the dendrobium. Before leaving, she specifically went to threaten the rascal king, saying, "You caused this trouble. You find whoever is responsible. Next time you come in front of me again, it won't be so easy to let you go. Do you understand? Won't dare. Won't dare. I don't want to go through that again, even if you gave me 10 guts." She clapped her hands in satisfaction, then told Qin Jingjie and the captain to take him back. Qin Shua stayed on the mountain. She lost track of time in the busy work. It wasn't until the sun was setting that she realized it was getting late. She hurried down the mountain, running and bouncing, and then met Qin Jingjie and the captain who came to find her. The captain was the first to reach her, rushing forward anxiously and saying, "Director Hong called. He said you haven't been here for several days and asked what's going on." Qin Shua suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing she was in trouble. She had been busy taking care of Lin Nian these days and forgot to promise Director Hong that she would visit his mother every other day. "Captain, you go back first. I will go see Director Hong tomorrow. All right, I'll head back now." Qin Shua waved goodbye to the captain and turned her gaze to Qin Jingjie. "Brother, why are you here? I saw you hadn't come back yet, so I thought I'd come up the mountain to pick you up. I got so busy I lost track of time. How's everything at home?" "It's a mess. Only my brother could stay so calm in a mess." The siblings slowly returned to the Qin house. At the gate, many villagers had already gathered, whispering and pointing at the lively Qin family inside. Just as the siblings parted ways, the captain, who had been called from halfway up the road, was pulling Qin Lauda and Qin Lauer, scolding the younger ones to stop fighting. But no one listened to him. "Captain, let them fight. Step aside so you don't get hurt." The captain's mouth twitched. He didn't believe Qin Jingjie didn't know what was happening at the old house. Judging by the way the siblings walked, it looked like they were just taking a stroll back. Qin Shua crossed her arms and walked out with a confident attitude, looking at everyone's various injuries with a carefree expression. She cheerfully said, "Wow, everyone's pretty badly hurt. Did you fight for a long time? Shue, you're finally back. About the family's inheritance. Isn't it about time to give it to my older brother?" Qin Yong'an suddenly pushed Qin Yongping to the ground and ran in front of Qin Shue, smiling flatteringly. "There's still the matter of dividing the family estate. Why the rush?" Yes, we'll handle it now." Qin Yong'an turned and pulled Qin Yongping into the house, saying as he walked, "Big brother, stop struggling. Our family and the third brother's family agree to split. Since the captain is here, let's settle this quickly." "Qin Yong'an, don't even think about it. If you don't hand over the money you stole from Mom's room today, you won't get to split this family. Big brother, that's enough. Our house has been turned upside down by you guys. Did you see the money? Maybe that money was taken by you, and you didn't want to pay, so you turned around and blamed me. You're talking nonsense. If I had taken the money, I would have kicked you out right away." The two brothers pulled and pushed each other as they went inside, while Li Huilan and Qian Fenghe also pulled at each other's hair trying to go inside. The younger ones didn't give in to each other, and they started fighting. Finally, the team leader shouted and made everyone disperse. "Jingjie, go call your fifth grandpa."
Okay.
The team leader asked Qin Jingjie to call someone. He lifted the curtain and saw the people still fighting, feeling very angry. He shouted, "Everyone stop. Split up the family now. Do whatever you need to do. Just stop fighting. You're all grown-ups, but it looks like your brains are gone." Everyone took their own sides, not willing to listen to each other. Old Qin sat at the head, looking lost and not saying anything. "Someone go bring the old lady out." Team leader, my mom. She's paralyzed." "What do you mean?" The team leader looked at Qin Yongping in shock. Even Qin Shue was surprised, opening her mouth wide. "Wasn't she fine yesterday?" How did she become paralyzed today? What happened? How did a healthy person suddenly get sick? Yesterday, when I came back, I didn't see my mom. Later, Fugung went to the clinic. We waited there, but she didn't come back. Today, we were working in the fields earning points, and when we got back, my dad saw my mom lying on the bed, not moving at all. Qin Yong'an, tell us what happened. What's the story? Yong'an looked at Qin Shue. She rolled her eyes and said, Second uncle, don't look at me. I didn't go into Grandma's room. You should know best what happened to Grandma. Yesterday, I wanted to get some candy from the cabinet. My mom didn't agree, and we argued. Then I used an axe to break the cabinet door. My mom fainted because she was upset. I didn't think she would become paralyzed. Also, Qinda is partly responsible because the candy was originally for your family too. Qin Yong'an, you're just a beast. You caused your mom to become like this. I tell you, after the family split, your stepmother will have custody of you. The team leader rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. What kind of mess is this? At this moment, old Qin's eyes shifted focus, his aged face expressionless, and his voice was hoarse like a bellows. Let's split the family. You can divide it however you want. Just one thing, I want to be with your mother. Captain, look, my dad already said it. Maybe we should just split the family. Tell me, how do you want to divide it? Splitting is fine. Second son must take out those money and share it again. Huh, uncle, you say that as if it's obvious. The money from Grandma's side, 500 is my parents' compensation. The rest was mostly sent back by my brother to support me. My brother and I are not your parents. Is it fair for you to take our money? Shue, I agree with her. A strong voice rang out, and everyone stood up to look at the door. A tall, thin figure entered, an elderly man with white hair, standing straight and walking steadily. Grandpa Wu. The old man bypassed everyone and sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over the family. Your Qin family, only the third son's family is good at producing capable people. Sadly, good people don't live long. The troublemakers, they were all unhappy but dared not say anything in front of Grandpa Wu. Brother Qin, I told you and your wife years ago, your two sons are very bad. It would have been better to split the family earlier. But you two? Clinging to that little bit of money and power, refusing to let go. Now look, paralyzed, right? Foolish, right? Isn't that what they deserve? Qin Shue pressed her lips tightly, trying hard to hold back her laughter. In the past, the Qin family only split after Grandma died. Though the split was unpleasant, it wasn't as shocking as today's scene with Grandpa Wu. She didn't know much about him, only that he was a retired soldier who had fought in several national defense battles. Several soldiers from the Chaoyang Brigade were recommended by him, even her own brother. This shows how important Grandpa Wu was in the brigade. The captain's eyes twitched, and only his uncle Wu dared to speak like that. If anyone else in the Qin family said it, they would be furious. This is a family matter of the Qin family. As an outsider, I shouldn't interfere. Qin, little brother, don't look so half-dead. It's annoying. Hurry up and come up with a plan so we can split the family early. Maybe you'll even live a few more years. This old man is really her perfect mouthpiece. Old Mr. Qin shakily stretched out his rough, cracked hand, wiped his face, and his eyes were slightly moist. I don't want anything for my wife or anyone else. The eldest and second sons only need to send 50 jin of grain each month. During festivals, they can show their kindness. As for Qin Shue and Qin Jingjie, Zhengjie's household registration has already moved to the army, so Shue can have her own household. Also, my wife and I have over 1,350 yuan, including 500 yuan for the third son's compensation and 600 yuan sent back by Jingjie. All of this, totaling 1,100 yuan, will be given to Shue. The remaining 250 yuan, I will keep 200 and the other 50 yuan, the eldest and second sons can split. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qin family was completely furious. Dad, this isn't fair. Why should all that money go to Qin Shue? Yeah, Grandpa, the money Jingjie sent was to support Qin Shue. We've taken care of her for 5 years, and now we have to give all the money back. Exactly, Dad. No one expected that in the end. All the money would fall into Qin Shue's hands, not even she herself. Has old Mr. Chin gone senile after so many years? Suddenly, he's clear-minded today? If you don't agree, you still have to. I have the right to force you to split up. The rest is about the house. The main house stays with us, the old couple. If the eldest and second sons want to move out, they can. If not, they can stay in the original house. As for Shuiwei and Jingjia, their house was originally a storage room. If you have any ideas, you can suggest them. Grandpa, our house next door has a brick house. Later, my brother and I will tidy it up and live there. Well, Shuiwei, that house is just a small room, squeezed between the Chin and He families. It's narrow and has no yard. It might not be suitable for living, right? Grandpa Wu looked at Chin Shuiwei with concern, worried that without parents, she might suffer. Don't worry, Grandpa Wu. The front and back walls will be built around the yard, so it will be there. If we build another room at the back, it will be enough for us siblings to live in. Actually, the area where the Chin family now lives used to belong to landlord Chen. Later, when they cracked down on capitalists, the houses were torn down and mostly destroyed, so very few were left intact. Gradually, the local authorities replanned this area, which is how these houses came to be. The reason the Chin and He families still have this small house between them is because, when they built their homes, there was a big dispute over land. Neither family wanted to pay to tear down the house in the middle, so it was left untouched. Now, it has become a bit of a lucky break for her. Regarding the division of houses and belongings, both Chin oldest and Chin second had no objections. However, when it came to money, they completely agreed. They both didn't want to give up their big share. Chin Shuiwei rubbed her belly, feeling a bit hungry. She didn't want to argue anymore, so she stood up and said, "Uncle, I think Fu Zhen was probably pushed by Chin Hongshan yesterday and fell badly. I can help check on him later, and I won't take any money. Just sign your fingerprint on the separation agreement, okay?" It wasn't that Chin Shuiwei was overly kind. She felt sorry for the innocent child. Although she wasn't responsible for Fu Zhen's current situation, she didn't want to see a kid suffer. While her uncle was still hesitating, Chin Guozhu stood up and started to persuade him. Fu Zhen was his child, and seeing his own flesh and blood hurt and rolling on the bed, how could a parent not feel distressed? "All right, I agree." Finally, Chin's uncle was convinced. After resolving the issue with Chin oldest, Chin Shuiwei took a letter of introduction from her pocket and looked at Chin second. "Second uncle, sign your fingerprint. Once you do, this letter belongs to you." It was simple and clear, and Chin second finally gave in. The team leader drafted a 3-copy agreement for the division of property. All members of the Chin family signed it. Under everyone's supervision, Chin second took out all the money he had taken and handed it over. The old man carefully counted out 1,100 yuan and handed it to Chin Shuiwei. "Child, your future path depends on you now. Grandpa is sorry for your parents and for you and your siblings. This is the only thing I can do for you. When I live to 100, I hope I can make peace with old third." "Thank you, Grandpa," Chin Shuiwei said sincerely. "All right, let's go." Everyone left the main house. The old man still sat at the head of the table, looking lonely, as if the whole world only left him. It was a strangely sad sight. If I had known today what I knew then, I wouldn't have done it." Grandpa Wu stood at the door, supported by Chin Jingjia, and sighed as he said this. Then he lifted his foot and left directly. Everyone didn't eat dinner. Now, the Chin family's kitchen was very lively. Earlier, Chin Hongshan had broken quite a few things in the kitchen, and everyone was fighting over the remaining leftovers. Chin Shuiwei went back to her room and brought out a red clay stove, with a clay pot on top. Inside the pot were leftover meat and ribs from yesterday. She washed some rice and put it in. She then sat on a stool by the door, watching. When Chin Jingjia finished sending Grandpa Wu back, he smelled the aroma of meat drifting in from the yard. Looking carefully, he realized it was his sister who had made it. "Doesn't it smell wonderful? So much meat." Chin Jingjia happily lifted the lid and took a deep sniff, feeling that life was complete. "By the way, sister, what do you think about the house next door? I just passed by and looked. The remaining whole house is a bit run down, but it can still be lived in after some repairs." It can only fit a bed for 4 people, and we can make a main room for cooking and heating. There's no space for much else. Maybe make a double bed, add some cabinets, and outside build a kitchen and dining area. At the back, we could add a small room of the same size for brother to stay in when he comes back. The middle part can be a narrow shed for firewood and miscellaneous items. We only need a small space. The main issue was that there was no place to live in the Chaoyang Brigade. Any empty land had been cultivated by villagers. The edges could be used for living, but it wouldn't be very safe. Yes, I'll find someone to repair it tomorrow. Brother, tomorrow morning I'll go with you to check it out first, then I'll go to town to see Dr. Hong's mother. After discussing the house, the porridge was ready. Qin Shua ate a bowl and went back to sleep. The rest of the chores were handled by Qin Jingjie, who also washed the dishes and pots. He patted his full stomach and went to bed. That night, Lin Yan, waiting long for King Lotzi to return and report, felt restless. During the day, she hadn't heard any news about Qin Shua and the brigade, so she suspected that her plan had failed. Since it failed, she wondered about King Lotzi. Not returning to report, I haven't seen anyone all day. Lin Yan was so anxious that she didn't even eat dinner. She looked at the sky outside, her heart jumping around like a rabbit. She couldn't sleep, so she got up, dressed quickly, and hurried out. After stumbling a bit, she finally found the cow shed. She moved quietly, pressed her ear against the door, but heard no sound. She knocked gently, still no response. Feeling a bit nervous, she pushed open the wooden door. In the quiet night, the creak of the door sounded very loud, startling Lin Yan and making her shiver as she shrank back. "Old Wu? Old who? Old Gao? Are you there?" She peeked inside. The gaps in the wooden boards let in moonlight, clearly showing the inside. There was no one inside. Lin Yan's heart sank. Could it be? Are those 3 people not here? But if they're not here, where could they be? Suddenly, she remembered the day the squad leader appeared in front of the cow shed and scolded her away. An idea popped into her mind. Could it be that the squad leader took those 3 away? Maybe he was watching the cow shed closely to hide what he was doing? The more she thought about it, the more she believed her guess was right. If that was true, maybe she could use this to do something. But if she did something and those 3 elders found out, she might lose her chance to make herself known to them. On the other hand, under the squad leader's protection, Qin Shua was living comfortably. She couldn't just take the Jade badge now. Maybe she'd have to give a bicycle instead. But even if she sold the bicycle, she wouldn't be able to get it herself. Forget it. They were just 3 old scholars. They wouldn't help her much in her future. Giving up might be best. Getting that Jade badge was more important. After making up her mind, Lin Yan quickly turned back to the Jiqing, educated youth, camp. She thought about the squad leader being punished, Qin Shua struggling, and her own increased concern. She imagined the scene of getting the Jade badge easily and couldn't sleep all night out of excitement. Early in the morning, she got up with dark circles under her eyes. After washing up, she dressed beautifully, applied some snow cream to her face, and carried a small bag, ready to go to town. Her fellow Jiqing asked, "Hey, Lin Jiqing, why are you going to town so early? Aren't you going to work? I need to buy some things in town. You guys go ahead and work." After saying that, Lin Yan hurriedly left. She was moving so fast that the young worker didn't even have time to tell her that workers going to the city needed a letter of introduction from the team leader. A few young workers finished packing and gathered at the door to go to the fields. One male worker casually asked, "Is Lin still not working today? Did you tell her about meal times? She left early this morning saying she was going to the city to buy something. We didn't get a chance to tell her." "To the city? I don't know what kind of family Lin comes from, but they seem to allow her to do this." Everyone was speechless. They wrapped their clothes tighter and headed to the fields. When the team leader and the record keeper came to assign work, they noticed Lin wasn't there. After asking around, they found out she had gone to the city. The team leader scratched his head in confusion and said, "To the city? Without an introduction letter? Isn't that considered skipping work?" The record keeper listened nearby, calmly noting something in his notebook. This is the first time I've recorded someone skipping work since I became a record keeper." After breakfast, Qin Shua packed the medicinal herbs her third uncle had given her early that morning. She and Qin Jingjie went to check on the condition of the neighboring brick house. The brother and sister knocked here and there inside the house, inspecting how many parts needed fixing. This wall is still pretty solid. It should last another 10 or 20 years without much trouble. Yeah, but some of the red bricks on the ground are loose. Looks like we need to fix that. Qin Shua kicked a loose brick and said to Qin Jingjie, check if any are broken. Do we need to buy some red bricks to patch it?
Definitely.
Not only here, but your new house needs bricks too. We're not short of money now, so no need to hold back. Qin Jingjie didn't oppose. Improving their living environment was a good idea. Casually inspecting the bricks on the ground, Qin Jingjie suddenly noticed something strange. Sister, come look. Why is there a cement board under this brick? What cement board? Qin Shua squatted down, pulled at the broken brick under Qin Jingjie's foot, and found the cement board he mentioned. Curious, she moved the cement board aside, revealing a small red box with a carved relief. The brother and sister looked at each other in surprise. This. Take it out and see what it is. Qin Jingjie reached out and picked up the box. The brother and sister stood up, walked to the corner of the room, and opened the box. Inside was a large piece of emerald, so beautiful that their eyes turned green with admiration. Is this a set of jewelry? The green looks so shiny and pretty, Qin Jingjie said, examining the contents and giving his opinion. Brother, you really don't know much. This is emerald. Whether in the past or now, it's very valuable. And look at how clear and bright it is, definitely top quality. Such a valuable piece? Then give it to my sister. It's not useful to me anyway. Qin Shua looked at Qin Jingjie with a serious face and said, I don't want it. Wow, such a powerful treasure. Would her silly brother really give it to her? Does he want her up to inherit the over 1,000 yuan she just got yesterday? This. Should we hide it secretly? It should be fine, right? Clearly, Qin Jingjie also realized this item was a hot potato. Qin Shua's mind twisted and screamed. She wanted to crawl and frantically wriggle. If she found this, she would hide it in her space. But now, in front of her brother, how could she hide it? After thinking for a while, Qin Shua's desire to win over her reason took over. She snatched the box and said, I know a secret place where it's safe. I won't tell my brother to avoid accidentally revealing it. When you get married in the future, I'll give other gifts to your wife. If you like it, just take it. We siblings shouldn't be so polite. Besides, your wife will get gifts for me later. It's not like you need that little thing. Hurry up and put it away. It's not safe to leave it out. Don't worry, brother. I promise no one will find it. I won't show it until it's safe. Qin Jingjie gave a thumbs up, turned around, and went to the back to measure the size. Qin Shua threw the box into her space and stayed in the room for a while. She was about to tell Qin Jingjie something when, before she could speak, the squad leader ran over from a short distance with a pale face. He was out of breath but managed to say, Something's wrong. The cow shed. The door to the cow shed was opened. Uncle De Jiang, are you saying the door to the cattle shed was opened? Did someone find that the 3 elders are no longer inside? Yes. Did anyone go to the town today? What about Lin Yan? The first person Qin Shua thought of was Lin Yan. Besides her, who else would go there for no reason? She went. She left. She hasn't even gotten her introduction letter yet. Without hesitation, Qin Shua said, Brother, let's go up the mountain and quickly bring those 3 elders down. Captain, you stay here. No matter who comes, you must hold them back. All right, let's go. They dropped their baskets and hurried into the mountains. Qin Jingjie had trained in the army, so these mountain paths were easy for him. Qin Shua, after days of training and drinking spiritual spring water, ran without even catching her breath. An hour later, the siblings reached the top of the mountain. Without stopping to explain, they grabbed the 3 elders and ran down the mountain. Huh? What's going on? Someone found out the 3 are missing. They've already gone to the town. We should head back quickly. What? Who found out? And people still go to the cattle shed for no reason. It's Lin Yan from the Youth Education Institute. We don't know what her plan is. She went once before, and luckily it was daytime, so the captain stopped her. But who knows? She went again last night. Qin Shua really didn't expect Lin Yan to be so ruthless as to reveal that the three weren't in the cattle shed. In her previous life, Lin Yan maintained a very good relationship with the three comrades. Who would have thought that in this life, because of her meddling, Lin Yan would become so harsh? No, she must not let her succeed. Brother, let's switch shifts and carry someone. Hurry down. Calculating the time, Lin Yan should have already found someone by now. If they move quickly, she might be heading back. The real situation was the opposite of what Qin Shua expected. Lin Yan did know the little soldiers in the Red Guard, but she was ruthless enough to want to take down the captain in one move. To do that, she had to know the higher-ups. This little soldier's name was Huang. He had told Lin Yan several times that he liked her. But Lin Yan's dream was to conquer the stars and the sea. How could she fall for him? Today, the situation was urgent, so I had no choice but to gently and carefully engage with Mr. Huang for a while, allowing him to gain some advantage. Only then did I agree to report the matter to the team leader. While Mr. Huang took Lin Yan to find the team leader, they were told the leader hadn't arrived yet. They had to wait at the door, and this wait lasted another hour. Finally, the team leader arrived, listened to the situation, and agreed that if the matter was handled well, it could bring credit. He quickly organized the team and set out. At the same time, the three comrades in the cowshed of the Chaoyang Brigade had returned. Fortunately, no one has arrived yet. Captain, I need to go to the city to see Dr. Hong's mother for treatment. Uncle De Jiang will handle things here. Don't worry, everyone is back. I can manage this small matter. Qin Shua nodded, carried her basket, and walked to the town's commune gate. After some trouble, she finally met Director Hong. Shua, finding your people really isn't easy. Sorry, Uncle Hong. We've had a lot of family matters these days, and the Qin family has been causing trouble, so I was delayed for a few days. Is the matter settled now? Since the Qin family is causing trouble, why didn't you come to see me? I may not have a high position, but I can handle Qin family's issues. It's just small matters. I didn't want Uncle Hong, who is so busy, to worry. Rest assured, everything is taken care of. Good. Next time, if anything happens, be sure to tell me, okay? Uncle, shall we go back now to see Grandma? Let's go. Director Hong, with his hands behind his back, left the office, gave a few instructions, and then took Qin Shua home. Unlike the last time Qin Shua visited, when Grandma was lying in bed, this time she was sitting in the living room, chatting with Director Hong's wife. Mom, how are you feeling? You should have put on some clothes when you came out. I'm feeling better, son. Don't worry. Oh, is this the girl from the Qin family? Last time she came, I was in so much pain I didn't pay much attention. Today, I must take a good look. Grandma, supported by her daughter-in-law, walked a few steps to Qin Shua, placed her hand in Grandma's palm, and patted it kindly. I think Grandma is recovering well. It seems that Annie has done a lot of good work during this time. Who doesn't want their efforts to be recognized? Director Hong's wife, Su Minghui, smiled so broadly that her eyes narrowed into slits. Shua's medicine works really well. Mom, I've only been taking it for a few days and I can already walk around. Yes, Minghui is right. Director Hong happily watched the peaceful scene at home and felt even more grateful to Qin Shua. Grandma, please sit down. I'll check your pulse. Okay. He helped the elderly lady to her bedroom and laid her on the bed. Qin Shua sat by her side, carefully feeling her pulse. Then she took out silver needles and inserted a few near her head and close to her heart. After adjusting the medication, she finished. Feeling much better, the grandma wanted to go to the kitchen to show Qin Shua her skills, but Qin Shua quickly stopped her. Grandma, please don't overwork yourself. Something urgent came up in the team, and I need to go back quickly. What's so urgent? You're here after a long trip, and you haven't even had a sip of water. It's like this. I found a lot of herbs on the mountain a while ago. After coming down, I told the team leader. We decided to have some people harvest and dry them to sell for money. This will also bring income to the team. The money will go to the commune, and our days won't be so hard. When Director Hong heard about the money, his attention immediately shifted. Shua, how much do you think these mountain herbs can sell for? Probably a few hundred to 1,000 yuan. The main problem now is that everyone can only harvest one type of herb. I can teach a few more, but people might forget. Plus, some herbs are rare, and to sell well, we need different kinds. That makes it hard for me to leave. After speaking, Qin Shua showed a helpless, bitter smile. Director Hong's mind was full of thoughts about the few hundred to 1,000 yuan. If he had that money, he could probably get a higher rank this year. With that money, he would have more room to act. If he played his cards right, he might even make some achievements to report to the higher-ups. Then, the leaders wouldn't be able to ignore him. No wonder Director Hong was so clever. He dared to think like this. Shua, do you have any good ideas to solve this problem? Don't worry, as long as I can do it, I won't hold back. Speak honestly, say what you mean. I originally wanted the 3 old comrades in the Chaoyang team's barn to help work on the mountain with everyone. Although their backgrounds aren't great, they can read maps, understand principles, and because of their special status, they wouldn't have any bad intentions. They are the best choice for this task, but no one dares to make the decision. This is indeed a bit difficult. Director Hong frowned, considering all the people and matters, and finally realized that those 3 men were the most suitable. Since that's the case, why not find a way to make this plan seem reasonable? His mind spun quickly, and after thinking it through, Director Hong said, "All right, Shiyu, we can't just talk without proof. You need to help your team achieve some results first. Only then can I discuss this with the various committees. Okay, I'll go back and talk to our team leader." That's settled then. Qin Shiyu politely left Director Hong's house. She took a few turns and, when approaching the pharmacy, took the backpack out of her space and went straight inside. She smiled sweetly, placed the backpack on the counter, and said, "Uncle, I'm here. Please take a look at the herbs this time." The old man, dressed in black, had a serious face without a hint of a smile. He approached the backpack, examined it carefully, and found the quality to be the same as last time. He took out a scale and started counting. Today's herbs are a bit more expensive. The total is 13 yuan and 80 cents. After receiving the money, Qin Shiyu remembered the wild dendrobium she had collected earlier and asked, "Uncle, do you buy wild dendrobium here?" "Wild dendrobium? Where? Let me see." The old man's serious face showed a bit more urgency, and his voice rose slightly. "This. It's not dried yet. Dried for a few days. This. I just did it yesterday. It should be at least 3 or 4 days. Bring it over in a few days. Remember to store it well so it doesn't lose its medicinal properties. For herbs about 2 years old, I'll give you 5 yuan per ounce. For 3 or 4-year-old ones, 7 yuan. For over 5 years, 10 yuan. This thing is rare and hard to find, especially since dendrobium can be used directly in medicine once it's mature. So people don't care much about the year it was harvested, and they wouldn't pay so much money for it. However, he needs high-quality dendrobium to balance the medicinal properties, and he needs it urgently. Naturally, the price has been raised a bit. Qin Shua knew that the bunch of dendrobium was definitely of a good age, and the quantity was considerable. It seems that if she wants to get a proper identity to give to the 3 old men, she will have to wait a little longer. After saying goodbye to the old man at the pharmacy, Qin Shua took a shortcut back home. The pharmacy was in a remote area, and she hadn't seen anyone on her way there. Just as she turned out of an alley, she saw 2 young comrades supporting each other. She muttered to herself about them, but didn't think much of it. When the 3 of them brushed past each other in the alley, one of them caught a strong smell of blood, while the other smelled a faint medicinal scent. They both stopped at the same time. But Qin Shua believed in the principle that it's better to mind her own business. Even if she stopped, she didn't turn back. She simply lifted her foot and kept walking forward. "Comrade, wait." She didn't hear him. She kept walking with her head down. Hey, comrade, don't go." A figure flashed in front of her, and suddenly a rough-looking man appeared. He was wearing a floral shirt, a black jacket, and an old-fashioned beret. "What do you want?" "Comrade, don't be afraid. We're not bad people." "Which bad people would say they're bad?" "Young comrade, you're quick-witted." "I like that, Brother Chong. Speak properly," another comrade scolded, and the man in front immediately straightened up. Comrade, we really aren't bad people. It's just that my friend is injured. Could you help us? I'm not a doctor, but I smell medicine on you. You must know where to find some, right? Qin Shuiwe was stunned. She smelled blood and saw the two men appear in the alley. She thought they were coming to get medicine from the pharmacy, but it turned out neither of them knew where the pharmacy was. Aren't you two from Chang'e Town? As soon as she said that, Qiangzi looked at Qin Shuiwe with suspicion. Who exactly are you?
Qin Shuiwe was confused.
Why are you stopping me and then asking who I am? Is this a joke? Stop talking nonsense and get lost. I really don't want to argue with this silly guy anymore. I try to walk away, but Qiangzi steps in front of me. I kick him lightly, and he dodges to the side. He reaches out to grab my shoulder. Hold on, Qiangzi, stop, cough, cough. Boss, are you okay? When Qiangzi hears the man's shout, he quickly stops and walks over to support him, bringing him in front of me. I frown, feeling a bit annoyed. Sorry, comrade. My brother doesn't know the rules. I'll apologize for him. Does he have no words of his own? Are you his spokesperson? Qiangzi clenches his teeth and finally mutters, Sorry. What did you say? The wind's a bit strong today. I didn't hear clearly. Sorry. This time, Qiangzi shouts loudly. I'm not old yet. Why make such a fuss? Qiangzi's tough attitude disappears, and he looks angry, his forehead throbbing. We are not from Chang'e Town. We came here for some business, got hurt accidentally, and can't easily go to public places. I wonder, comrade, could you help us? Is there any benefit? I don't hold back either. Just joking, my appearance fee is very expensive, you know? Do you know how important my boss's life is, you country bumpkin? Do you know how much my consultation fee costs, girl? Silence falls, like a monk from one of the 4 great classical novels, sent to the Western paradise. Cough, cough, how much? I'll pay it all.
Deal.
Let's do it here. Not making money is like a fool. I lean against the wall and look at the man's stomach wound, frowning tightly. Your wound is too big. It needs stitches. Is this the right place? Even if it's not the right place, it has to be. Hey, go to the pharmacy at the end of the alley on the left and buy some anti-inflammatory medicine and something for a fever. Qiangzi. Injured man. Finally, I understand why this woman knew they weren't locals. The pharmacy was just ahead. Qiangzi glanced at his boss, sighed, feeling unlucky and pitiful. Qin Shuiwe didn't delay. She took a silver needle from her pocket, dipped it in spiritual spring water, and used 3 stitches near the wound to stop the bleeding, then 1 for pain relief. She also secretly took out some gut sutures from her space and carefully stitched up the wound. Finally, she washed the wound with spiritual spring water and wrapped it with gauze. Take good care of it when you get home. Don't move too much, or the wound might open up and you'll have to figure it out yourself. Thank you, comrade, for your help. Don't think you can just thank me and not pay for the treatment. The injured man was surprised, his pale lips trembling. He took out a few rolls of Great Unity paper and handed them over. My name is Meng. This is the treatment fee. Qin Shuiwe happily accepted the money, feeling good, and added, Remember to take the anti-inflammatory medicine. First, brew the fever medicine. If you get a fever, drink it hot. Drink more water and you'll sweat it out. For 50 yuan, Qin Shuiwe said a few more words. When Qiangzi returned with the medicine, only the injured man was left in the alley. Boss, it took some time to buy the medicine. It's okay. Find a place to settle down. I think Chang'e Town suits me. Let's stay here long term. Boss, are you sure? This is okay? Although your unlucky nature is partly to blame, how come as soon as we entered Chang'e Town, we got into a fight with 2 groups and got so badly hurt? All right, fine. Qin Shuiwe quickly pushed the incident with the 2 men out of her mind. She hurried back, but missed the most exciting part. Only saw the captain smiling brightly as he sent the red guards away. I was a bit too slow. You're still young and quite curious, huh? The captain looked at Qin Shuiwe, patted his chest, and took a deep breath. Captain, nothing unexpected happened, right? What could possibly go wrong? When they arrived, those 3 were already here. Even if others say Hua is coming, it wouldn't matter. This statement is very bold and confident. Qin Jingjie rolled his eyes and wondered who was so scared earlier when they saw the red guards coming.
Then,
What about Lin Yan? Tomorrow, I will hold a meeting to criticize her. I want to see if she can come up with any new tricks. Qin Shua shrugged. She believed Lin Yan was a tough little fighter who couldn't be beaten easily. Each time she seemed stronger, and maybe next time, she would come up with something even more daring. Captain, Lai Ziwang can be released tomorrow. Also, after selling the medicinal herbs, take the money to the commune and find Director Hong. Tell him openly about the 3 comrades going up the mountain to gather herbs, so there won't be any more surprises like today. Did Director Hong agree? Probably no problem. You'll find out when you go. Okay, I will go. After saying goodbye to the captain, Qin Shuyue and her brother went home. At this moment, the Qin family's yard was lively. Oh, big brother and sister-in-law, we won't be eating at home tonight. You can use the kitchen. We're taking the youngest to the city and staying at the guest house tonight. Tomorrow, we'll handle his job registration. Qin Yong'an smiled happily, looking proud. Qin Yongping's eyes were bloodshot with anger, and he clenched the doorframe tightly. Li Huilan threw the cloth she was holding onto the stove and grabbed a broom to sweep the yard, muttering, "Sweep away all the bad luck. Sweep it away." Old Qin sat at the door of the main room, puffing on his pipe, ignoring the quarrel between the two. Qian Finghe carried a small bag and came out of the house. Seeing Li Huilan's actions, she smiled just like Qin Yong'an. Wow, sister-in-law, you're finally being diligent. It's good to have a family division. Now, it's not just the two of us doing all the work. Mom, don't worry. Once I start my job and earn some money, I'll buy you a bicycle so you can ride to the fields. Oh, my son is the best, Qian Finghe said happily, almost unable to close her mouth. Qin Shua snorted and turned to go back inside. Just as she opened the door, Qin Chongsheng hobbled over. Cousin, you'd better tidy up your room. When I start working in the city, maybe I'll marry a city girl. If there's no place to stay, people will laugh at us. Qin Yong'an and Qian Finghe stood nearby, watching silently. Qin Shua took off her backpack and placed it on the ground. She crossed her arms and sneered. Qin Chongsheng, did your mother throw you away when she gave birth to you, and keep the placenta to raise you? The work I gave you is from me, and since I can give it, I can also take it back. Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly in front of me? Before starting work, he already acted like an urban person, unaware of his own limits. Qin Jingjie stood steadily beside his sister, ready to act if anything went wrong. Hearing Qin Shua's words, Qin Chongqing's eyes turned fierce. He raised his hand to strike, but Qin Shua's footwork was much quicker than his. A loud scream echoed as she threw something, kicking up dust all over the ground. Second uncle, you'd better control yourself. If you make me angry, none of us will have a good time. She cast a cold glance at everyone in the yard, then turned back into the house. She reached out and pulled Qin Jingjie inside as well. Brother, you should pack up the bed in that room the day after tomorrow. Change what needs changing. The outer wall and the back room can wait a few days. Once you're done, move in. I'm going to Gao Annie's house to stay. Seeing this crowd just irritates me. As for why not tomorrow? Because she had an important celebration to watch, and Qin Shua definitely wouldn't miss it. Dinner was prepared by Qin Jingjie, using the original kitchen. Without Qin Yong'an, Qin Yongping's family couldn't cause any trouble. As for Qin Hongshan, she hadn't returned after 2 days. The main family didn't go looking for her or show worry. She probably ran back to the Li family. But from Qin Guizhu's attitude towards Qin Yongping these days, it was clear that if Qin Hongshan returned, more chaos was likely to follow. In the evening, Qin Shuyue was reading by candlelight when she heard a faint knocking on the door. If her senses weren't much sharper than before, she might not have noticed it. She got up, opened the door, and saw Qin Guizhu and his family of 3 outside. She nodded in understanding, stepped aside, and welcomed them in. After closing the door, she first made the bed. She asked Qin Guizhu to put the children on the bed, then checked their pulse to see if they had any other injuries. Only then did she turn and ask, "What did the doctor at the health clinic say?" "There are no broken bones, only a few scratches. I applied some ointment for the scratches, but Fu Zhen has been looking sad and weak since the day he fell." He's been vomiting everything he eats. His mother, and I think if his condition doesn't improve, we might have to take him to the hospital. His internal organs seem to be injured, but luckily they haven't ruptured, or his life could be at risk.
What?
Just a fall and his internal organs are hurt? Children's bodies are different from adults, and you don't know exactly what he hit when he rolled outside.
So,
How do we treat this? I'll start with acupuncture to help him recover. In a few days, I'll go to the city to get some traditional medicine for him. But you'll have to pay for it yourselves. It's not that Qin Shiyue is trying to help out of kindness. It's because the pharmacy is hard to find unless you know someone. I'll pay whatever the cost. Yes, I'll treat him now. He might feel some pain tonight, but that's part of the healing process. Don't worry. He might be a bit restless. It's okay, it's fine. As long as he gets better. Yes, his mother is right. Qin Shiyue didn't delay. She took out some acupuncture needles and inserted them into a few points. After 20 minutes, the child looked much more energetic than when he arrived. Go home and rest well. In a couple of days, start taking the medicine.
thank you, Shiyue.
Qin Guozhu said this very sincerely. Don't thank me. Just pay the money. No need to get emotional. It's too costly emotionally. Qin Guozhu signaled Ding Meng to give the consultation fee, then hurriedly left with his son. After closing the door, Qin Shiyue looked at her watch. It was getting late. She blew out the candle and went to bed to rest. Thanks to her recent training, Qin Shiyue could now carry up to 20 kilograms. She decided that in a few days, when she had time, she would try to practice the moon spirit technique to see how much she had improved. As she was heading back, the loudspeaker of the production team crackled with a buzzing sound. Then the deep, clear voice of the team leader echoed across the entire Chaoyang Brigade. Attention! To the elders and villagers of Chaoyang Brigade, I am Captain Qin Dajeng. Please arrive promptly at 8 o'clock at the grain drying yard, as an important meeting will be held. I will say it again. To the elders and villagers of Chaoyang Brigade. The captain's words caused quite a stir among the entire Chaoyang Brigade. After all, if the loudspeaker didn't work, it wouldn't make any sound. When it did, it brought two extremes, good news or bad news. Qin Shiyue naturally knew the purpose of this meeting. She quickly went home for breakfast, grabbed Qin Jingjie, and rushed to the grain drying yard, trying to find a good spot to see Lin Yan's miserable look. When she arrived, she realized that many others had the same idea. She looked around, recognized some familiar faces, and, taking a quick glance, squeezed next to Aunt Gao. Auntie, you're early. Shiyue, Jingjie, you're not late either. Qin Jingjie greeted Aunt Gao, and then moved to stand beside her, chatting with her two sons. Annie, I was planning to come find you after the meeting. I was just about to look for you too. I heard you and the Qin family have separated? Since you've split, you shouldn't stay at the Qin house. Come live at Auntie's place. Annie, I was thinking the same, but it won't be for long. My brother and I plan to stay in that small house next to the Qin house. That old gatehouse from Chindiju's place? Isn't it too small? It's not small. My brother doesn't come back often. This time, he managed to get leave from the army by applying for a permit, and they approved a half-month leave for building a house. Why not just stay at Annie's? It's better than any fancy house, right? Auntie, no matter how nice the house is, it's not as good as my own little home. Please don't try to persuade me. You're quite the talker. Fine, but before you finish fixing up that house, you must stay at Auntie's. Don't go anywhere else, understand? That's exactly what I mean. Later, I might need your help to move. All right, no problem. The two held hands and chatted happily. At 8 o'clock, Captain Qin Dajeng, along with several brigade officials, arrived at the makeshift stage on the grain drying yard. He looked over the crowd below and raised his hand to quiet everyone. Jingjing, I apologize for wasting everyone's time today. The main reason for this meeting is to criticize Comrade Lin Yan's reactionary behavior and capitalist attitude. As a city youth, Lin Yan not only failed to set a good example or respond to the call to help build a new country, but also repeatedly harmed our team members physically and mentally. After I educated him, he still did not repent. Yesterday, he even led the Red Guards to cause trouble in our Chaoyang Brigade. When the brigade leader mentioned the Red Guards, No one's feelings were positive. Over the past 10 years, the actions of the Red Guards have been experienced and witnessed by the local people. Therefore, anyone involved with the Red Guards would be met with hostility. Brigade leader, you are right to criticize. Such comrades with reactionary ideas need proper education. Yes, as a city youth in our Chaoyang Brigade, bringing the Red Guards here to cause trouble shows that their thoughts are different from ours. Suddenly, the previously friendly relationship between the city youth and the team members turned tense. The older and newer city youth in the youth dormitory looked angry and pale, unable to defend themselves. Some angry youths had prepared rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs, ready to strike. The brigade leader did not disappoint everyone. With a wave of his hand, the militia team Lin Yen stood there, covering his face with his hands, desperately trying to back away, but he was too weak and could only be held down tightly.
You
can't treat me like this, you can't treat me like this. Why not? Are you more noble than us? The villagers haven't forgotten your capitalist attitude. Smash him. Hit him hard. Suddenly, all sorts of rotten vegetables and eggs were thrown at Lin Yen. He desperately covered his face, curled up into a ball, repeatedly shouting, "You can't treat me like this. You can't treat me like this." Qin Shua stood with her arms crossed, watching this scene, and sneered. She thought she was still the glamorous Lin Yen from her previous life, able to command the wind and rain. In this new life, she was determined to make Lin Yen truly understand what it felt like. Qin Shua turned her head and looked at the beggar king in the crowd. He was gritting his teeth, his eyes cold as he looked at Lin Yen trembling on the stage. I only hope that King Lai Zi can be more helpful, or else she'll have to do it herself, which is quite dirty. The criticism meeting ended, and there was no good spot on Lin Yen's body. Her hair was messy, and she looked a bit crazy. Just before leaving the stage, Lin Yen's eyes sharply caught sight of Qin Shua standing below. She looked at Qin Shua with fierce hatred, gritting her teeth, as if she wanted to swallow her whole. Qin Shua raised an eyebrow and gave Lin Yen a meaningful smile. Is she angry at her now? It seems that Lin Yen, who hasn't grown up, still lacks self-control. Let's see who is better at it. Qin Shua went home with Aunt Gao and led her to the back room. She said, "This is the room reserved for Sister Shiping. I originally thought she would marry nearby so she could visit her family sometimes, but I didn't expect. Auntie, Sister Shiping now has a family and children. She must focus more on her small family. When she's free, she will definitely come back. Let's not talk about her anymore." The room was spacious and bright, with complete furniture, showing that Aunt Gao loved her only daughter very much. In her past life, Sister Shiping's life was hard. Her husband didn't care for her, her mother-in-law didn't like her, and after having a daughter, her status in the family was even lower. Later, when the state-owned enterprises restructured, many people lost their jobs, and Sister Shiping's days became even tougher. I heard that later Lu Haoqing came knocking and persuaded her for a long time before they divorced. After that, Sister Shiping returned to her parents' home, where Aunt Gao had already passed away. Fortunately, her brother and sister-in-law accepted her. Sister Shiping was capable and hardworking, and eventually she carved out a new life for herself. Since divorce was inevitable, it was better to do it early rather than late. It seems she still needs to help push things along. After tidying up the house, Aunt Gao returned to Qin's family with Qin Shua. She packed and organized her belongings. With the help of Qin Jingjie and the 3 older brothers of the Qin family, everything was moved in one go. Today is a good day. Shua coming to our house. Tonight, I must show my skills. It's great. I haven't had Aunt Gao's cooking in a long time. Since I have time now, I'll go for a walk in the mountains and see if I can find some meat for tonight. Jingjie, are you planning to go up the mountain? Gao Wenji, the 3rd brother of the Gao family, whispered to Qin Jingjie. In those days, the weeds on the mountain belonged to the collective, and hunting had to be done secretly. Yeah, what's wrong? Do you want to go too? Yes, I haven't been hunting before. It's a good chance for me to see your skills and see if you're a real hunter. All right, I'll take you along. The 2 brothers shoulder each other and head up the mountain. The other 2 brothers from the Gao family go down to work in the fields with their father. Qin Shua finishes packing her things and carries 20 jin of rice and 10 jin of flour into the kitchen, handing them to Aunt Gao. Aunt Gao, tonight we'll eat some fine grains to improve our meals. This stuff is very precious. It's better not to eat it. I have some finely ground cornmeal here. We can make some big pancakes tonight. They'll be very tasty. Auntie, it's okay. These grains were bought by my brother. Besides, my grandfather gave me all the money, so I don't mind this little bit of grain. I understand your kindness, so I won't refuse. But I have to say, your grandfather has been confused all his life. In the end, he was quite clever. I wonder what his real plan was. Actually, Qin Shua really wanted to know. Based on old Qin's personality, he wouldn't have thought of helping her get her money during the division of the family unless he had a plan. Who would have expected him to help her ask for money? Fortunately, she was holding onto Qin Yong'an's lifeline, or else getting that money back would be a bit difficult. At noon, Uncle Gao and his 2 sons came back for lunch. Qin Jingjie and Gao Wenji took some dry food and went up the mountain. Everyone else didn't wait for them. Shue, you should stay at home and rest. If anything comes up, just tell your uncle and aunt. If it's physical work, you can ask your 3 brothers. Just don't let outsiders know, okay? Uncle Gao was handsome when he was young, honest, and kind. He immediately attracted Aunt Gao, who was from the city. Back then, life in the city was better than in the countryside. After they married, they lived in the Chaoyang Brigade. Over the years, their relationship remained very good. She still remembered that after Aunt Gao passed away, Uncle Gao was very sad. His health declined, and he didn't last long before passing away too. When she heard the news, she felt very sad for a long time. Yes, that's right. Shue, my eldest brother, is strong and can handle physical work easily. Big brother Gao Wenyu flexed his arm and made a weightlifting gesture to prove his strength. Shue, just ask second brother and third brother to help you. Big brother is seeing someone now, so he can't always take care of you. Gao Wenyang, with that mouth of his, always talks too much. Huh? Big brother has a girlfriend. This was something Qin Shua hadn't expected. It's Yanghe Brigade, the daughter of the brigade secretary. She and your older brother are dating freely. I and Uncle Gao don't have any particular thoughts, as long as he likes her. What's her name? Qin Shua asked casually, but she was really trying to see if she was her past life's true match. Her name is Yang Huihui. I haven't heard of her, but if my brother likes her, I accept her as my sister-in-law. Feeling sure she was right, Qin Shua relaxed and changed her tone smoothly. Gao Wenyu heard her call her sister-in-law, and his ears turned a little red. He quickly buried his head in his bowl and ate his sorghum rice hard. That girl is really good. I think she's quite nice, hardworking, and honest. In the past, she would be a good match for the eldest sister-in-law. She should be able to take care of the whole family. Oh, Mom. It's not settled yet. The marriage isn't even decided, and her parents don't agree. Don't agree? Why? Qin Shua lifted her head from the rice bowl, her bright eyes looking at Gao Wenyu in surprise. She thought they were almost a couple. Thinking carefully about the timeline from her past life, she realized she didn't remember them getting married. But later, Gao Wenyu's wife was called Yang Huihui. Where did the problem come from? It was too long ago, and Qin Shua couldn't figure it out in the end. But since there was this outcome, she decided not to worry too much about the process. His father is still an official, but our family is considered poor. Poor? Being poor is honorable. My brother joined the army. If he wasn't from a poor family, he wouldn't want to go. That's what they say, but Hui's father doesn't think so. Oh, so this is Huihui? Looks like brother Wenyu really likes her. You little girl, you're so young, yet you already know about liking or not liking. Gao Wenyu couldn't stand Qin Shua's teasing and put down his bowl, trying to leave. Stop, don't move. Noticing his intention, Qin Shua stopped him immediately. What's wrong? Big brother, just tell me, do you want to marry this girl? Of course I do. He's already 21, and kids his age are just messing around. Finding someone he likes is rare, so how could he let her go? Compared to being single, having a wife and children is more attractive to people. If you really like her, why don't I and your dad go visit Hui's family and ask what they think? Seeing his son unable to marry the girl he likes, Gao's heart feels uneasy. It's because they, as parents, haven't done enough, and their son is looked down upon. Gao's uncle notices his wife looks a bit sad and quickly steps over to say, "Honey, there's still hope. The mountain hasn't been exhausted, and the water hasn't run out. Everything is possible." Gao's wife is amused by her husband's words and playfully pushes him, saying, "That's called being at the end of your rope." Yes, yes, same meaning. Qin Shua looks serious, watching this old couple show off in front of her, and only one thought runs through her mind. There's a way through the mountain of books. Let's respect those who start first. The sea of books is endless, like making porridge with 8 treasures. This is for Uncle Gao, who has a full understanding. Mom, Secretary Yang said we need at least a stable job. But jobs in the city are not easy to get. Shiyue's 2 uncles have tried to give gifts to the commune secretary, but nothing has come of it yet. Oh? Big brother, don't talk nonsense. My second uncle Chongcheng already has a job, Qin Shue quickly corrects.
What?
That grandson of a turtle has a job? That's unbelievable. Who the heck got him that job? Qin Shue is confused, wondering what he's talking about. Gao Wenyu is still excitedly waving his fists and shouting about unfairness when Qin Shue's fist had already swung over. She was careful with her strength, but Gao Wenyu still staggered back. He stared with wide eyes, in disbelief, at Qin Shue's fist, clutching the spot she hit, crying out in pain. Gao Wenyu, your body isn't that strong. How much strength does my sister have? You're pretending, but it doesn't look convincing. Exactly. You're the older brother, tough and thick-skinned. So, what if you get hit? It's embarrassing. Gao Wenyu felt bitter inside but couldn't say anything. Sister, why are you hitting me? You insult me and I hit you. That's nothing. Honest to heaven, when did I ever insult you? Didn't you say that some guy found a job for Qin Chongqing? Yes, I did say that. Unfortunately, I am the one who found a job for Qin Chongqing. That guy. Gao Wenyu looked confused. Gao Wenyang also looked surprised. Uncle Gao said with a clear realization, "Son, you really should give him a good beating." Aunt Gao sighed. "No, sister. Why did you find a job for that? Guy, I have my reasons for doing this. I can't explain everything now, but you'll find out soon. Right now, I have a job opportunity for myself. I want to ask you, do you want it? There's still more? How much does it pay?" Gao Wenyu was definitely interested, but he also knew that the cost of buying a job wouldn't be small. He didn't want to use up the hard-earned savings of his parents. "It's free. Director Hong gave it to me. I gave the job of a worker to Qin Chongqing. It's a position at the Postal Bureau. The work includes a staff dormitory, and after working for a year, you can get a house. Once you have a house, getting married will be much easier. Free? No cost. That sounds like a good deal." Gao Wenyu thought simply, but Uncle Gao and Aunt Gao, having lived so long, especially Aunt Gao who was originally from the city and had seen a lot, naturally thought more. "Shue, did you discuss any conditions with Director Hong for this opportunity? I helped Director Hong's mother with her medical treatment before, and it showed some results." Director Hong then said he would give me these 2 opportunities and asked me to visit his home more often to take care of his elderly mother. That's how I got this opportunity. I see. Shiyue's medical skills are inherited from Nan Nan, so they must be good. Director Hong really got a good deal. Yes, you're right, wife. This opportunity was earned by Shiyue through her own skills. If we take it, it might not be good. Maybe we should just pay for it. Annie, you're being too polite. Do I need to pay rent if I stay at your house? It's just a position. For Brother Wenyu, it's essential. For me, it's not so important. I treat you all as family, but you treat me like an outsider. Well, I think I'll go back to the old Gao residence. As he spoke, he was about to stand up and leave. Aunt Gao grabbed the person and gently tapped her nose, scolding with a smile. "You little girl, so clever and sneaky. Tomorrow, Brother Wenyu and I will go to the city to finalize this matter. I also want to talk to Director Hong about some things." Once everything was settled, Wenyu suddenly felt hungry. He ate bowl after bowl and finally, holding his stomach, went to work with Father Gao. In the afternoon, Qin Jingjie and Gao Wenji sneaked into the yard and went to the kitchen to take out 2 wild chickens from the basket. They quickly cleaned the chickens, one boiled water, the other plucked feathers, and processed them efficiently. When Aunt Gao came back from feeding the chickens in the backyard, she saw 2 bald chickens standing with their claws raised, posing proudly. "Wow, you two are quite capable bringing back 2 chickens. Mom, you don't know.
Jingjie is really skilled now.
He's accurate. He just swings his shovel and hits the wild chickens. Oh, why didn't you learn this skill well? Maybe I can taste the wild chickens you catch someday." All afternoon, Gao Wenji had no harvest at all. "Mom, if you don't bring this up, we're still a loving family. If you do, it'll feel distant." "Distant? Even if we're distant, I can't enjoy the respect for my son, so what's the point of you?" After a day of being discouraged by Jingjie and then being disliked by his mother at home, Gao Wenji felt completely unloved. At 4 in the afternoon, Aunt Gao started working in the kitchen. Qin Shue helped by lighting the fire. For these 2 chickens, Aunt Gao even used half a year's worth of soybean oil, pouring half into the pot. The pure soybean oil mixed with scallions, and tender chicken smelled incredibly delicious. Adding various sauces, covering the pot, and boiling on high heat, then simmering on low for 2 hours. During cooking, she added potatoes, cabbage, and black fungus. When reducing the sauce, Aunt Gao also pasted some white flour and cornmeal around the edge of the pot to make pancakes. When it was ready, Aunt Gao took a small aluminum lunchbox from the cabinet, picked out about 10 pieces of chicken, added some vegetables, covered it, and set it aside. Qin Shue smiled, thinking that soon she would be able to enjoy Brother Wenyu's wedding feast. A large bowl of chicken was served, and the aroma drifted through the air. You could faintly hear a child's crying from a nearby house. Aunt Gao quickly filled a bowl and brought it into the house. Uncle Gao was coming out of the storage room holding a plate of pickled cucumbers. As he walked, he said, "Today, I must have a couple of drinks or I'll feel sorry for this meat." Aunt Gao didn't mind and generously took out some of her treasured food, encouraging Qin Jingjie to have a drink too. The dinner table was lively and full of chatter and laughter. Since returning from her journey, Qin Shue had been tense, but now she relaxed a little. Qin Jingjie rarely drank, and with the lively atmosphere, he and Uncle Gao kept pouring drinks for each other, drinking more than usual. In the end, it was Gao Wenyu who carried him back home. When Gao Wenyu came out of Qin Jingjie's room, his mother pulled him into the kitchen. Soon, a still warm aluminum lunchbox was handed to him. "Go ahead. Mom knows your mind is restless. Hurry up and leave." Even with the lid on, Gao Wenyu could smell the food inside. He tightened his grip on the box, lowered his head, and said quietly, "Mom, I've been unfilial. I've caused you to suffer." "Nonsense. Mom hasn't suffered at all. I know you and we are good kids. Over the years, as the eldest, you've sacrificed a lot for this family. I see it all, and I feel for you. Now you've endured hardships and finally have some happiness. As a mother, I can't do much for you, but I can support you in pursuing what you want. Go ahead, do what you wish." Mom, thank you." Aunt Gao stood at the door of the yard, watching Gao Wenyu's back. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she smiled. The morning sun shone through the window, gently touching Qin Shue's face. Her confused black eyes opened, and she stared at the unfamiliar ceiling. It took her a moment to realize she had moved into the Gao family. Snuggled in her quilt, Qin Shue stretched lazily. Her slender neck lifted, her lips slightly parted, and she yawned delicately. She pulled back the indigo blanket and got up to change her clothes. Since her rebirth, she had been exercising regularly every day. It had been a long time since she felt the warmth of the sun on her face. If she hadn't stayed up late last night searching for something in her space, she wouldn't have been so tired this morning. She really hadn't had a chance to sleep in naturally. She pushed open the door, took a basin of well water, and was about to wash her face when Aunt Gao came rushing out with a bucket of hot water, pouring it directly into her basin. "April weather is still cool. Girls, you must take good care of yourselves." "Thank you, Auntie. Hurry up and wash your face. I've saved some breakfast for you over there." "Okay, I will." After washing up, Qin Shua went to the kitchen, held a bowl of porridge, and stood at the door eating. The two of them chatted casually. After finishing, Qin Shua followed Gao Wenyu out the door toward the town. As they walked along the dirt road to the village entrance, a disheveled figure suddenly threw herself at Qin Shua's feet. She retracted one foot, and Qin Shua looked closely. Ugh, it might have been better to just step on her. Comrade Lin Yan, what are you doing? Posing as a troublemaker in broad daylight? Or did you fix a bicycle to apologize to me? Lin Yan looked around nervously. Seeing that the troublemaker Wang hadn't caught up, she let out a breath of relief, stood up without saying a word, and hurriedly ran away. Qin Shua glanced at the spot Lin Yan had been looking at earlier, brushed non-existent dust off her clothes, and said in a calm voice, "Getting revenge should be done early, or it might lead to unexpected trouble." Seeing this fierce woman, the troublemaker Wang had already hidden to the side. Hearing her words, Wang pondered carefully, then looked up blankly at her departing figure. What does that mean? Does she still plan to leave me out of it? A light breeze blew, and Wang suddenly became alert. This fierce woman wants me to deal with Lin Yan. I can handle this, and it's easy. If I deal with Lin Yan to her satisfaction, maybe she'll be lenient if I accidentally offend her in the future. It's clear that Wang knows himself well. He can't avoid causing trouble. He doesn't provoke that fierce woman intentionally, but with so many relatives in the Yangyang Brigade, who knows who's connected to her? He'd better be prepared in advance. After thinking it through, Wang jumped out from behind the dirt mound and chased after Lin Yan's retreating figure. At the commune, he met Director Hong. Qin Shua directly stated her first purpose for this trip. Uncle Hong, I plan to give him the quota at the Post and Telecommunications Bureau. Is this kid from Gao Annie's family? Nothing can be hidden from Uncle Hong. Director Hong chuckled loudly. Since he decided to be friendly with this girl, he needed to understand her better. He knew that the Gao family from Chaoyang Brigade had always taken good care of their siblings. Given her personality of repaying kindness, this quota definitely wouldn't fall into someone else's hands. He arranged for someone to help Gao Wenyu with the procedures. After everyone left, Qin Shua revealed her second purpose. You said you want to find people from the committee? Yes, I have some things I want to ask them for help with. Alright, I also need to see Director Lee from the committee. Let's meet at the state-run restaurant at noon. Uncle, do you know what Director Lee likes? Or what he needs urgently right now? You're asking the right person. Director Lee, he doesn't have many hobbies, just enjoys a good drink. Okay, I understand. Uncle, I'll go out for a walk first. Let's meet at the restaurant entrance at 11:30. Alright, go ahead. Leaving the commune, Qin Shua found a quiet spot to enter her space. She unsealed a rare fine wine from her past life, put it into two small, unremarkable jars, sealed them with stoppers, and carried them out in a net bag. She strolled onto the main road and saw two men fighting openly. Many onlookers had gathered around. Qin Shua didn't want to join the crowd, but from the corner of her eye, she saw a familiar figure. Turning her head to get a clearer look, she saw a scene that challenged her understanding. That person was about 10 meters away from the crowd. Clearly, he hadn't intended to join the fight and was hiding far away. But some things are just so absurd that they make you laugh. One man threw another onto the ground in a shoulder throw. The man on the ground quickly got up, grabbed the man with the bag, and they started fighting. The bag somehow slipped from their hands and flew in a parabola. Finally, it hit the figure hiding far away. It just happened to knock the person out cold. The scene fell silent. The fighters stopped fighting, the onlookers stopped watching, and suddenly, the busy street was as quiet as a chicken coop. Boss?
Boss?
Are you okay? I told you not to go this way, but you insisted on going. Do you have some misunderstanding about your own health?
Qin Shua.
It seems that the last time this person said that being the boss was unlucky was not just an insult, but a statement of fact. Carrying a bottle of wine, she approached the person lying on the ground with closed eyes and a slightly flushed face. She turned to the strong man and asked, "Do you need help?" "Yes, what a coincidence. Please help my boss check him." "The kind that you get paid for." Qin Shua looked at the strong man with admiration. Yes, he still understands the rules. After a careful check, She found it was just a simple fainting. She told the strong man this result. The consultation fee. Just give $1. He was a bit unhappy, feeling he earned too little. But based on this person's health, could he come often to take advantage of the situation in the future? The strong man didn't know Qin Shiyue's thoughts. He quickly paid and carried his boss away hurriedly into an alley. At 11:20, Qin Shiyue appeared at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. She didn't go in directly, just stood quietly at the door waiting. At 11:25, Director Hong arrived riding his bicycle. Shiyue, why are you just standing at the door? Not going in, afraid Uncle Hong wouldn't know I came, so I waited here for you. Director Hong looked at the small wine jar Qin Shiyue was holding, full of admiration. Old Hong, am I late? Not late, not late. I just arrived too. Let's go inside and talk. Qin Shiyue nodded to Director Li as a greeting, then followed the two inside the restaurant. They found a quiet place to sit. Director Hong wanted to order food but was stopped by Qin Shiyue. Uncle Hong, let me go. You and Director Li chat first. Director Hong didn't refuse. Since Qin Shiyue was paying for the meal, it showed she valued Director Li more, so there was no need to compete. Quickly, she ordered 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, a tofu soup, and 2 jin of pure meat dumplings. When paying, the cashier kept glancing at Qin Shiyue. Qin Shiyue calmly handed over the receipts from her past life stored in the warehouse, along with 6 yuan. Let's go back and sit first. The food will be served soon. Thank you. Back at the table, Director Hong warmly introduced Qin Shiyue to Director Li. Director Li, just a small gift to show my respect. Looking at the simple-looking small wine jar, Director Li's eyes flickered. When he took the jar and smelled the rich aroma, his impression of Qin Shiyue immediately improved. This young person is thoughtful. The gift looks plain on the outside, but inside it holds something special, making it hard for others to find fault and giving him peace of mind. It has to be said that a leader like this is good at thinking. Qin Shiyue is straightforward, with nothing extra, just a simple jar. Good, good. My niece is thoughtful. Eagerly, Director Li pulled out the cork. The fragrant aroma of the wine immediately filled his nose, making him feel energized. Good wine, very good. At this moment, 4 meat dishes were brought out, along with 2 large plates of pure meat dumplings. The presentation surprised Director Li. He sensed that Qin Shiyue's request was not small. He felt conflicted, but didn't want to give up the 2 jars of wine. It was really hard to decide. Come on, old Li, don't just stare. Eat, eat. Old Hong, maybe you should tell us what your niece wants. I feel a bit uneasy not knowing. Qin Shiyue handed the chopsticks to Director Li, smiling. Director Li, don't worry, it's nothing big. Director Li picked up his glass and poured some wine for himself and Director Hong. His glass was full, but Hong's was only a third full. Old Li, you're being boring. I know you don't drink much, don't waste it, don't waste it. Happily, he placed the glass in front of himself and took a small sip. The taste was so amazing that Director Li squinted his eyes in delight. Soon after, 2 more vegetable dishes and a soup were served. Qin Shiyue invited the elders to eat. After a few rounds of wine and food, Director Li spoke first. Niece, just tell me what you want. Even if I can't help you, I'll point you in the right direction. The wine was so good and the atmosphere so grand that he liked this young person who was good at handling things. Uncle, here's the situation. My family has been traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for generations. We spent all our money and got a poor farmer certificate, which cleared our family's name. Over the years, the only things left from our ancestors are this jade pendant and a few medical books. Now, someone is after the jade pendant, and my niece is worried it might cause trouble. She wants Director Li to help by writing a certificate to say the pendant isn't valuable and isn't related to any rebellious activities. While speaking, Qin Shiyue took out a jade pendant similar to her own and handed it to Director Li. Director Li took it, examined both sides carefully, and frowned. This isn't worth much. Uncle, there's a saying, it's not the theft that worries me, but the thief's interest. The jade isn't valuable, but if someone insists it's something special and causes trouble, I can't argue with them. Director Li understood what Qin Shiyue meant. He knew well the nature of the Red Guards under the committee. All right, it's nothing serious. Come with me later, and I'll write a certificate for you. Old Lee, since you're writing a certificate, why not include my matter too? What's your issue? Director Hong, smiling, explained about the herbal medicine business at Chaoyang Brigade and the need for the 3 exiled comrades' help. After a moment of silence, Director Lee looked up seriously. Old Hong, if this had been before, I really couldn't handle it. But recently, the situation has become clearer and I think I can do something about it. Looks like the wind is changing. Director Lee raised his glass and gave Hong a meaningful look, which made Hong pause and think deeply. By the way, Old Lee, you should let our niece help you with your health. I have to tell you something you might not like. At our age, being in this position is already late. Without good health, there's little chance to move up. Both men were sharp. Just this one sentence made everything clear. After dinner, Qin Shuya went with Director Lee to his office to get 2 certificates, then visited Old Lady Hong to check her health. At 4 p.m., she met Gao Wenyu at the village entrance. Brother Wenyu, have you finished all the procedures? Yes, the dormitory arrangements are done. I'll go home tonight to pack and I can move in tomorrow. Okay, let's go home. By the time we returned to the Chaoyang Brigade, it was already after 5 in the evening. Aunt Gao was standing at the door, looking toward the village entrance. From afar, she saw 2 figures and hurried over. Why are you 2 back so late? It's almost dark. Wenyu, have you been taking good care of Shuya? Mom, why don't you ask me about my work? With Shuya here, your work is settled. Do I need to ask? Seeing their expressions, I knew this was my real mother. Qin Shuya playfully linked arms with Aunt Gao, walking and explaining why they came back late. She also mentioned Gao Wenyu's work. Aunt Gao listened, then directly told her son to go home and pack his things. She took Qin Shuya into the kitchen. After dinner, the Gao family of 4 followed Qin Jingjie to the house to clean up the trash in the dark. Qin Shuya took the certificate issued by Director Lee to find Qin Dajiang. Uncle Dajiang, I brought you the certificate I prepared. Is it ready now? Qin Dajiang held the referral letter, carefully reading it word by word. After confirming it was correct, he looked at Qin Shuya with some disbelief. Director Lee said the situation was becoming clearer. It might be good news for the 3 veteran comrades, so it wasn't hard to issue this certificate. Qin Dajiang gently tapped his fingers, then said, Yes, I know what to do. Don't worry, then I'll head back. It's too dark now. Let your aunt send you part of the way. No need, uncle. The Chaoyang Brigade is still quite safe. It's not far, I can go alone. Not far from the brigade leader's house, Qin Shuya was suddenly stopped. Her sharp senses immediately told her it was Lin Nian. Comrade Lin, staying out so late? What do you mean? Lin Nian slowly stepped forward, her face pale, hair messy, covered in dirt and grass, with a few tears in her clothes. She looked like she had been through something unspoken. Qin Shuya, are you satisfied now? Comrade Lin, what are you talking about? What am I supposed to be satisfied with? Tell me your story clearly. Maybe I'll even be happy. I only let Qin Hongshan into your house. Why do you hold such a grudge against me? You accepted my apology gift, so why are you still treating me this way? Comrade Lin, you let Qin Hongshan come in to trick me. She didn't succeed, and that was just luck on my part. It wasn't because you didn't have bad intentions. As for the King of the Lame, I think I don't need to explain further. The bad thoughts you had about me first, now you are suffering the consequences. It's all your own fault. No one else is to blame. The King of the Lame.
You.
What proof do you have? Does proof matter now? I didn't want to accuse you. I just need to know it was you, then I can take revenge. Shuya, I beg you. Please let me go. I promise I won't have any bad thoughts again. Just forgive me, okay? Since I failed to persuade Qin Hongshan last time, my life has been very hard. First, I was kept in a small dark room, losing the chance to meet Liu Zhize. Then I offended 3 old comrades. Even the Red Guard, named Huang, no longer pays attention to me. Now, I am isolated by the youth student office. I can't even eat with others. The worst part is that the King of the Lame keeps coming to bother me. Today, it almost happened. I was almost taken advantage of by him. I saw everything coming. Why? Why did it turn out like this?
Could it be?
Could Qin Shuya also be someone who came from another world, like me? But that doesn't make sense. If she was from another world, she would have saved Lu Fu early on. Using that connection, Qin Shuya should have gone to the city by now. Why is she still here? Lin Yan can't understand all this. She keeps thinking with her usual way of thinking about Qin Shuya. In her past life, she knew Lu Jize. Her first request was to go back to the city, and Lu Jize did help her. But Qin Shuya didn't ask for anything. She only wanted to cut off Lin Yan's chance. Lin Yan, this is the result of your bad thoughts. It has nothing to do with me. You're asking the wrong person. Qin Shuya looked at Lin Yan deeply, and then turned to leave. Forgiveness? That's impossible in this life. Lin Yan sank to the ground, biting her lips tightly. She looked fiercely at Qin Shuya's back. When she returned to the Gao family, everyone was already back. In the yard, Gao Wenji was teaching Qin Jingjie how to hunt. He was waiting for the spring planting to start so he could secretly go up the mountain and catch a few wild chickens to help his family stay healthy. When mentioning spring planting, Qin Shuya suddenly remembered that in her previous life, a big storm hit during spring planting. The weather station leaders from the province came to the team leader to warn about it. At first, the team leader hesitated, but Lin Yan said she believed the provincial officials and confidently promised to take responsibility if the storm didn't happen. Lin Yan's confident attitude earned praise from the leaders. She successfully made herself known to them. Later, with Lu Jiai's help, she not only returned to the city, but also became an emergency management officer at the weather station. Qin Shuya patted her head and thought, "Oh, I was so focused on the big plans that I forgot about this small matter." Now, Lin Yan couldn't return to the city, but with the support of weather station leaders, she might even get a part-time job as an auxiliary staff member. She was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed, an unstoppable survivor, even after all her plans and revenge. Feeling annoyed, Qin Shuya touched her hair and quietly left the yard. She silently arrived at Lai Ziwang's house. At this moment, Lai Ziwang was happily sitting in his yard, humming a tune, feeling pleased about taking advantage of Lin Yan. He was thinking about the slippery feeling of her hand and wondering if he could go further tomorrow. Lai Ziwang, come out. Lost in his happy thoughts, he suddenly heard the voice of the female villain. Startled, Lai Ziwang sat down the ground. Nis, 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 mis, 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 mis,
miss, 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 mess, miss, 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 mess, miss, 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 mess, miss, 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 mess, miss, 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 mess, miss, 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 mess, miss, 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 mess,
Nis, 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 nis,
mess, miss, 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 Mis, 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 mess.
Mississippi, 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 Mississippi. This is 5 yuan. After the deal, there will be another 5 yuan. The king of jokes happily took the 5 yuan and ran off without even closing the door. Qin Shuya was not worried that the king of jokes wouldn't do his part. If this plan didn't work, she had other ideas. The main thing was to make sure Lin Yan wasn't involved. When they returned to the Gao family again, the yard was quiet. Only Gao Jingjie was there, sorting herbs in the basket, waiting for Qin Shuya to come back. Brother, are you still awake? I'm waiting for you. Rest early. Tomorrow I'll go to the town with you to sell these herbs. Really? The herbs from the mountain are all sent down. Yes, quite a lot this time. You can't carry it all by yourself. In the morning, the brother and sister went to the town with Gao Wenyu. They left early, first taking Gao Wenyu to the post office, then heading to the pharmacy. The pharmacy had just opened when an old man inside was sweeping the floor. Comrade, I brought some dendrobium. The old man paused, quickly turned around, put down his broom, and started checking the basket. Is this 10-year-old dendrobium? Yes, that's right. I found it on a hidden cliff. Rare. This quality can sell for quite a bit. The old man's serious face showed a hint of happiness. It was clear this dendrobium was very important to him. You've helped me a lot. I need good herbs from this age to balance the medicine. I've been looking for a long time but couldn't find any. I'm glad I can be of help. I think we will have many chances to work together in the future. I'm much older than you, so just call me Uncle Zhao. Uncle Zhao, my name is Qin Shuya. This is my brother Qin Jingjie. Shuya, Jingjie, please sit down first. I'll weigh these herbs. Qin Shuya quickly sat down with her brother. She was used to Uncle Zhao's stern face, but it still felt a bit strange not to see him angry. This dendrobium costs 350 yuan. The other herbs are 78 yuan. Keep it safe and don't lose it. Okay, Uncle Zhao. In a few days there will be a big batch of herbs, but the valuable ones will be fewer. No problem. I can handle it. Just come over. After saying goodbye to Uncle Zhao, the brother and sister hurried back to the Chaoyang team. They were carrying a lot of money and didn't dare to wander outside anymore. Qin Jingjie watched Qin Shuya go into the team office before heading back to prepare breakfast, worried that his sister might go hungry. Shuya, you're here? How are you, Captain? Shouldn't there be a first-come, first-served rule? Can't you handle some things after I start work? Qin Shuya then noticed a female colleague sitting nearby and turned to look at her. The woman also saw Qin Shuya's fair face and delicate features, and her jealousy immediately flared up. Oh, such soft skin and tender features. Someone might think she's a rich lady from a wealthy family. Nowadays, anyone associated with wealthy families doesn't have an easy life. This colleague's thoughts were quite mean. This colleague seems to be quite naive. These days, being a rich lady isn't as easy as it looks. I guess it's because I was born beautiful and spoiled at home, which made me soft and delicate. I actually envy her for leaving home early to be independent. But I don't have that luck. Everyone knows how to be sarcastic. Do they really think that wrinkles on their face mean they can act bossy?
You're
really sharp-tongued. Captain, who is she? Such rude behavior. She's the barefoot doctor who left earlier. The commune sent another one. Her? A barefoot doctor? Qin Shuya looked up and down at the woman, who had a yellowish face, dark circles under her eyes, sunken cheeks, and a thick neck. It was truly ironic, someone who treats others but can't even take care of their own health. Could she be a fake? Captain, with so many scammers outside, have you checked her credentials? She might be a fake. The captain was surprised. He hadn't checked yet. He looked at the barefoot doctor, and his expression clearly said, "Show me your credentials." Sure enough, poor mountain and river produce villains. I am a barefoot doctor sent by the commune. How could I be a scammer? If it weren't for the official orders, who would want to come to this terrible place? By the way, if you were transferred here, your medical skills probably aren't that good. Come on, let's hurt each other. When it comes to arguing, Qin Shuiwe is never afraid of anyone. Seeing these two getting more and more out of control, the team leader quickly stepped in to stop them. Comrade Su, please sit down. I've already arranged the paperwork for your side. You'll have to wait a bit. First, I need to handle things with Comrade Qin. Qin Shuiwe took out some money quickly and handed it to the team leader.
Here, take this.
This dendrobium is a good thing. Wow, so much? The team leader was so surprised he almost jumped up, the money nearly flying out of his hand. Comrade Su, sitting nearby, had been watching the scene. Naturally, he didn't miss the stack of bills. Seeing so much money, Comrade Su was stunned. Does the team have this much money now? It must be several hundred, right? If it were mine, I could buy many nice clothes and eat lots of good meals. Team leader, keep this. Don't lose it. After saying that, he glanced at Comrade Su, who was leaning in to listen carefully to what was making so much money. Caught in the act, he sat back awkwardly. Well, I'm leaving now. Uncle, my brother said he's making me shredded pork noodles. I can't help it. My brother is worried I'll go hungry. The team leader twitched his mouth. Is this never going to end? After Qin Shuiwe left, Comrade Su couldn't sit still. He hurried over to the team leader and asked, Team leader, I heard you talking about dendrobium with Comrade Qin just now. I know dendrobium is a medicinal herb. Can it be sold for money? If this had happened before, the team leader would definitely hide it. But now, with Director Li's personal letter of introduction and the money he received, he felt confident. Even if Comrade Su didn't ask, he planned to announce it in the next few days. Yes, the dendrobium picked from the mountain is a good thing. It's quite valuable, but harvesting it can be pretty exhausting. Team leader. What do you mean by that? The team leader looked at Comrade Su, his eyes turning suspicious. Aren't you barefoot, doctor? Don't you even know that dendrobium grows on cliffs? Are you really a fake? Show me your credentials. Comrade Su, annoyed, took out his qualification certificate. The team leader examined it carefully before calling the secretary to help with the paperwork. Just as I stepped outside, I remembered I was carrying a large sum of money. I quickly pulled back inside and asked someone to call the militia captain. The captain, panting from running over, thought it was something urgent and important. But it turned out he was just supposed to protect the team leader on a trip to the commune? Is he joking with me? Team leader, your political awareness isn't good. You've only been a village official for a short time, and you're already acting like a capitalist. Go to. Do I look like that kind of person? So what do you mean by asking me to protect you? I have a large amount of money, and want to report to the commune. This is why I want you to go with me. Our team is so poor we're almost starving, and you have a huge sum of money? Don't joke with me. You little guy, you don't believe me, do you? Look at this. The team leader, who was stubborn, pulled out a big bundle of money from his sleeve and showed it to the militia captain. Then he proudly said, See? Have you ever seen so much money in your life? The militia captain was stunned. Team leader, even though we're poor, we should still be proud. We must not do anything bad. The team leader looked confused. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Today, a big event happened in Dongha Commune. Even Director Hong from the commune was alarmed. Comrade Qin, thank you for your hard work. You must be tired after your journey. Please sit down and rest, have some water. Director Hong, we can't rest now. I came to talk to you about the development of the Chaoyang team. Oh? We already have a meeting scheduled for Monday. Why are you here early? I didn't come early on purpose. I honestly have no confidence. The key is this money isn't small change. Losing it would be a huge loss I can't afford. Well, go ahead and tell me. Qin Dajiang took a deep breath, took out the money, and placed it on the table. He sincerely said, Director, this is the income our Chaoyang team has earned these past few days. That much. Qin Shuiwe told him about collecting and selling herbs not long ago, and now they already had this much money? We found someone to count the money face to face, and the total was over 450 yuan. Not only Director Hong was surprised, but everyone in the commune was shocked too. This marks a new era of the commune making money, they said. Exactly. Looks like this year, everyone who contributed will be recognized in the Chaoyang Brigade. People nearby were talking excitedly, and Qin Dajiang felt very proud. The anxious days were gone. Now, he just wanted to run freely in the sunset. Good. Comrade Qin Dajiang, brave and clever, daring to explore and fight, leading the Chaoyang Brigade to a new path. You are a real role model, they praised. Director Hong, it's not as perfect as you say, Qin Dajiang replied modestly. I will report this to the higher-ups. Comrade Qin, you should prepare yourself. When the leaders ask how you did it, don't forget how to answer, they warned. Everyone inside the room burst into laughter, making Qin Dajiang feel even more shy. No, it's all thanks to Comrade Qin. I will tell everyone about this later, someone said. You're a good comrade. I'll take this money. You can go back now and wait for news, they said. Qin Dajiang left the commune slowly. Outside, the militia captain hurried over and said, Hey, brother, our brigade made so much money. You should treat me to a meal, right? Of course. I'm happy today. Let's go home and have your wife prepare a good feast, Qin replied. That day, the brigade leader held another meeting and announced the good news. Everyone in the Chaoyang Brigade now knew about Qin Shiyue's efforts. They all went to her, smiling and thanking her. Even though they didn't get any real benefits, they felt proud. Just by mentioning their names, others looked at them with respect. Newcomer comrades Su watched everyone gather around Qin Shiyue, feeling jealous. Why was a rural girl being thanked so much? She, a city doctor, was left out? She only knew a few herbs, yet everyone acted like she was special. In the following days, the villagers of Chaoyang Brigade worked even harder. Not just because they were happy, but mainly because their leaders were coming. They wanted to show their best. Even Qin Shiyue was pulled by Aunt Gao to plow the fields, earning 8 work points each day. That noon, just after finishing work and heading home, Qin Shiyue was stopped by the proud comrade Su on the way. Comrade Qin, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. Where do you pick those herbs? On the mountain. And where do you sell them? At the town's pharmacy. Are you lying to me? Seeing how openly Qin Shiyue answered, Comrade Su was suspicious for a moment. Ha, Comrade Su, just because you're hostile to me doesn't mean I feel the same about you. You. Don't talk nonsense. There's no hostility, it's all nonsense. Qin Shiyue didn't bother to argue and walked past her toward the Gao family. Meanwhile, Comrade Su, having received the information, wasn't sure whether to believe Qin Shiyue's words or not. The information came so easily that it made her doubt whether it was true or false. People say that villagers are honest and straightforward, so why does this little troublemaker have such a tricky mind? Comrade Su stomped her foot and turned away, planning to find out the real truth from other sources. When faced with foolish things, Qin Shiyue quickly forgot about them. Working these days was also good for her physical training. She decided to take this chance to practice her moon spirit technique. After dinner, Qin Shiyue greeted everyone, then went back to her room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and entered her space. She picked up the moon spirit technique book, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began practicing according to the instructions. Unlike the initial leakage of energy, this time she clearly felt the gas flowing through her meridians and finally gathering at what was called her dantian. She could even sense that the pale moon-white energy was helping her recover from the fatigue caused by her daytime work. The longer she practiced, the more obvious the sense of comfort became. Qin Shiyue immersed herself in this mysterious state, running the mantra again and again. Until a foul smell filled the air, she opened her eyes in confusion and looked around. Her space was supposed to have a preservation function, so why was there a bad smell? She looked down at her body and found the culprit. Very good. It turned out she was the one emitting the smell. Running quickly to the bathroom, she eagerly washed her body with water and shower gel until all the greasy, dark dirt was cleaned away. Qin Shiyue felt lighter by several pounds. After putting on her clothes, she couldn't resist her curiosity and went to look at herself in the full-length mirror inside. Looking at her skin in the mirror, It shimmered with a moon-white glow, like fine porcelain shining under the moonlight, radiating a special beauty. Gentle, cool, elegant. Her already fair face now looked bright and translucent, almost unreal. In short, one word: beautiful. Stunningly beautiful, so much so that it made her forget to breathe. Ah, it's still me. She struck a pose in front of the mirror, feeling that her figure in this life was simply perfect. Curvy, with a slim waist and a rounded. She was almost drooling over her reflection. Not wanting to stop, Qin Shue finished admiring herself and changed into a pure cotton home outfit before leaving the room. As she lay on the bed, she wondered if she would be so excited that she couldn't sleep. But the next moment, she fell into a deep sleep. That night, Qin Shue slept very soundly. When she woke up in the morning, she felt full of energy. This moon spirit technique was really good. Incredibly good. After practicing the moon spirit technique, Qin Shue was happily surprised to find she could now carry 50 kilograms. She also felt that after running for 2 hours, she had reached her physical limit. Not only that, her speed had improved a lot. Normally, she could run around the mountain 4 times in 2 hours, but today she ran 5.5 times. With some extra time, Qin Shue practiced the boxing style her father Qin Jingjie had taught her. She used to think her punches were soft, but now she felt every punch was powerful and energetic. It seemed that the moon spirit technique not only helped her heal, but also improved her physical strength. No wonder she needed to train her body first. Qin Shue ran back to the Gao family's house. Her young face was flushed, and her 2 braids bounced as she ran, full of youthful energy. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and watch, secretly admiring how beautiful youth was. When she entered the house, Qin Shue greeted everyone and was about to go to her room to take a shower. But suddenly, Qin Jingjie exclaimed loudly, stopping her in her tracks.
Girl.
After not seeing you for a night, your face has turned pale again?
Hey?
Jingjie, if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't have noticed. Shu has been working in the fields with my parents for several days. If it were someone else, they might have already gotten dark. Even if not dark, her face should look rough, but look at her complexion. It's actually better than a few days ago. Sister, do you have any ideas? Brother, why would a tough guy like you want to be so fair? Your wheat-colored skin looks healthy enough. Jingjie thought about it and agreed. His army buddies are all darker than him. Some even compete to see who is the darkest. If he took a break and came back looking fairer, they'd probably laugh at him. I also think the skin tone is pretty good, very nice. Gao Wenji's eyes rolled around, then he ran into the house. The 3 brothers haven't married yet. They used to live in one house, but since Gao Wenyu started working and moved to a dorm, only he and his second brother are left here. As soon as he entered, Gao Wenji saw Gao Wenyang just finished changing clothes, ready to go work in the fields. Second brother, do you want to get married? Gao Wenyang turned to look at his silly little brother with a blank face, then reached out and patted his forehead, saying, No fever, what nonsense are you talking? Second brother, I'm not joking. Look, our eldest brother already has someone interested, and maybe they'll get married soon. If that happens, you'll still be single. Don't you think that's embarrassing? What's embarrassing about me? I'm not the only bachelor in the family. Second brother, I'm still young, but you're not. You're already grown up, and it's time to find someone. What exactly do you want to say? Just say it directly, or I'll beat you. I think the reason you can't find a partner is because your face isn't fair. If it's really a problem, you could ask Shuyue for some herbal medicine to lighten your skin. Then that girl might chase after you like a bee. Gao Wenyang looked confused. He didn't know if the girl was like a bee, but he thought his little brother might lose his mind any second. Go away. Stop thinking about useless things. Instead of wasting time on that, you should work hard in the fields. This year, you're the one with the fewest work points. If we don't have enough food, don't come crying. Hai Wenyang finished speaking and left immediately. Only Gao Wenji was left standing inside the door, looking at his brother's back with a resentful expression, muttering something under his breath. Qin Shue finished breakfast, changed into her old clothes, and wore a straw hat. She initially wanted to wrap a scarf around her face but hesitated, worried it might seem too strange and attract attention. So she gave up on the idea. The family left the house. Qin Shua held hands with Aunt Gao, and they chatted and laughed as they walked to the field to find a scorekeeper and get today's work. Then they started working. As the sun slowly rose higher, the people, who had been working quickly, began to slow down. Some straightened their backs, stretched their legs, or took a sip of cool water from their water bottles, then continued working with their heads lowered. Qin Shua didn't stand out. She did whatever everyone else did, aiming to stay low-key and not attract attention. Suddenly, a loud cry drew everyone's attention. "Oh no, it hurts. My foot is twisted. Aunt Ma's foot is twisted. Who can go to the clinic and call that new barefoot doctor to come help?" A young man nearby quickly shouted and ran off. Don't move, don't move. We don't know how serious the twist is yet. Stay still, Aunt Ma. Let the new barefoot doctor check it first, someone advised. The injured woman nodded, clutching her rapidly swelling foot. She looked pale and was sweating profusely from the pain, with dirt mixed in her sweat. Qin Shua watched from afar and saw that Aunt Ma's foot was only twisted, not broken. She thought the barefoot doctor could treat it, so she didn't want to cause a fuss and quietly continued her work. It was only a few minutes' walk from the field to the clinic. If they ran, it would be even faster. But after 10 minutes, no one had arrived, which made everyone a bit confused. Even Aunt Ma looked paler because of the pain and the wait. Qin Shua frowned as she watched her. Finally, she decided to help. She took a few steps forward and saw the young man walking over slowly with Comrade Su. Following the direction of her finger, Ru Meirong saw the woman sitting on the ground, frowning in disgust, arms crossed, and speaking irritably. Bring the person over. The ground is so dirty. If my new leather shoes get ruined, who will compensate me? The crowd could only helplessly lift Ma Auntie onto the edge of the field in small groups. TSK, 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 these pants are so dirty. Is your foot hurt? Have you washed your feet? Oh, there's mud on your foot. So dirty, so dirty. Ru Meirong pinched the woman's pant leg with her thumb and forefinger, then threw it back down, sounding as disdainful as possible. Her words made everyone angry. Comrade Su, you're a doctor. How can you look down on a patient? Didn't you see how much Ma Auntie is hurting? Why aren't you treating her instead of picking at her? Are you really a doctor? Can you heal illnesses? If you can do it, then do it. I don't want to serve her either. Qin Shua couldn't stand it anymore. She ignored whether she was being discreet or not and quickly walked over to Ma Auntie. Gently lifting her ankle, she softly massaged and comforted her. Auntie, don't be afraid. It's nothing serious, just a sprain. We'll put some medicine on it, and it'll be fine soon. Ru Meirong lowered her head and only saw a large hat brim, but she could tell from the voice that it was Qin Shua. Seeing her unbothered, she reached out to help the woman rub her swollen foot and couldn't help but sneer, saying, "You country bumpkin, you don't know anything. How dare you speak so confidently? Aren't you afraid the wind will your tongue out?" Qin Shua continued her gentle massage, ignoring Ru Meirong. However, a few women couldn't stand it and retorted sharply. So, what if she's a country bumpkin? As poor farmers, we're proud. Unlike you, a capitalist's daughter. I think your political background is questionable. Exactly. Shua graduated from high school, and her medical skills were taught personally by her mother, Henan. I think Shua knows more than you. I think Comrade Su isn't suitable to stay here. Maybe we should ask our team leader or the commune director to transfer you away. The crowd kept arguing, making Ru Meirong so angry her eyes turned red. She pointed at the group of people with her finger, gritting her teeth and saying, You troublemakers, all talk nonsense. I am a proper barefoot doctor who just came out of the hospital and passed the certification. Qin Shua? She's nothing. How dare she compare herself to me? At this moment, Qin Shua finished massaging Ma Auntie's foot and asked softly, Auntie, you should go home and rest. The clinic has medicine for injuries. When you get home, your family can help buy some. Okay, I won't sell it. I didn't diagnose this patient. If I sell medicine and something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? You? You're an unlicensed fake doctor. Can you handle that? Comrade Sue, if licensed doctors treat patients like enemies, then having a license doesn't really matter. Useless? I think you're just jealous. You wish you could get one. But can you even pass the exam? Seeing Du Meirong's proud face, Qin Shue clenched her fists tightly. Du Meirong, I am low-key, but I am not without temper. You're mixing right and wrong, and you have no medical ethics at all. I just want to say, my slap would suit your face. Want to try? You dare to hit me? If you don't want to be a barefoot doctor, just say so. I can just go find Director Hong and ask for a transfer. Just you? Going to find Director Hong? Maybe you won't even see his face. Qin Shue really didn't want to waste more time arguing with Du Meirong. She squatted down and asked Ma Auntie, Andy, if you believe me, I'll go home and get a plaster for you. You'll be able to walk tomorrow. Oh, so you say you'll be able to walk tomorrow? Are you just talking big and not taking responsibility? Shut up, you old hag. She couldn't bear it anymore and decided not to hold back. Qin Shue turned around and slapped Du Meirong hard across the face, leaving her stunned. After a long moment, Du Meirong finally recovered and pointed at Qin Shue with a fierce look, saying, You dare to hit me. Do you know who my mother is? Just wait, you little brat. Watch how I deal with you. Du Meirong, don't think others only have a back and no background. If you don't behave, I won't mind teaching you some rules. You, get out. If you can't treat patients, don't stand here and cause trouble. Trembling with anger, Du Meirong stomped her feet, turned around, and ran away crying and cursing. Everyone heard what she said earlier and couldn't help but worry about Qin Shue. Thank you all, aunties. I know my limits, so don't worry. Everyone, go back to work. Aunt Ma is here with me. Seeing the crowd disperse, Qin Shue knelt down to listen to Aunt Ma's decision. Shue, my girl, I watched you grow up. I trust your character and your medical skills. I'll wait for you at home. Okay, I'll find someone to take you back first. I'll bring the medicine later. At this moment, Aunt Gao pulled her two sisters over, helped Aunt Ma walk home, and on the way, she handed her over to her husband to carry back. Go back first, you two. I'll check if Shue needs any help at home. When I do, please tell the scorekeeper. All right, don't worry. Aunt Gao arrived home but didn't immediately open Qin Shue's door. Instead, she called out twice from outside. Auntie, just wait a moment. I'll come out soon. Okay, no problem. Take your time. Qin Shue secretly took out 2 patches of ointment she had made earlier from her space. She added some spiritual spring water and used herbs from her space, so the effect was naturally better than usual. She took the ointments and opened the door. She saw Aunt Gao coming out of the kitchen with a basket. When she looked closer, she saw it was 10 eggs. Let's go. I have a good relationship with Aunt Ma. She sprained her ankle, so I need to check on her. Yes, okay. Qin Shue knew Aunt Gao was worried she might handle things poorly. She was just there to help, and Qin Shue appreciated her care, feeling warm inside. Aunt Ma lived near the outer edge of the village. Her yard was small but tidy, surrounded by a fence. There were 5 low mud brick houses. As soon as you entered, it looked a bit dark. The ground was solid but uneven in some places. If you weren't careful, you might trip. Auntie, these 2 patches of ointment. Before applying, heat them over fire to melt, then put them here. Tomorrow at this time, peel them off. The second patch should be applied at night, and by the morning after tomorrow it will be fine. Okay. Shue, how much does this ointment cost? I'll ask your uncle to bring the money. Auntie, this ointment was made from herbs I collected myself. You can trust me. If you dare to use my medicine, I was actually planning to keep it for myself. Annie, I think you're much better at medicine than that barefoot doctor. Look at how proud that person is. Shue, you should consider getting a certification and working at the health clinic. We will definitely choose you over her. I wonder if she still has the face to stay in our Chaoyang team. You, with your quick temper, just can't change. Annie Gao took out an egg and placed it on the table, then glared at Ma Auntie with a bit of annoyance. Wan, Auntie Gao's given name is Wan. This isn't a serious illness. Why are you bringing me eggs? Isn't it a serious illness? Look at how swollen your foot is. My foot. It's big, but still. All right, I've taken it. Do you want me to take it back? She scolded Ma Auntie with a playful glare. Auntie Gao grabbed Qin Shuyue and was about to leave. Before leaving, Qin Shuyue carefully reminded her again. Only after getting Ma Auntie's assurance did she feel at ease and leave with Auntie Gao. At first, this matter didn't seem to leave any impression on everyone. It wasn't until the next day, when Ma Auntie actually got out of bed and went to work, that people realized Qin Shuyue really knew medicine, and her skills were excellent. At the same time, everyone remembered He-Nan, who was both skilled and gentle, Qin Shuyue and Qin Jingjie's mother. Why didn't anyone notice before that Shuyu could practice medicine? Maybe it was because the old Qin family kept her under tight control. I rarely saw her interact with others. I heard people say she has a bad temper, doesn't respect elders, and is unfilial. But now, looking at her, those rumors don't seem true. That must be from the old Qin family, trying to ruin Shuyu's reputation. You know what kind of family they are. For a moment, everyone rationalized all the past unfairness through their own imagination, turning Qin Shuyue into a pitiful, strong girl who was unloved. And this character setting was firmly established. The villagers in the team rarely go to the health clinic unless they are very sick. Most people are reluctant to spend money on treatment, especially since Yu Meirong is not very skilled and has a bad attitude, so no one wants to see her. However, Yu Meirong doesn't mind. She takes this time to study medicinal herbs, hoping she might find a way to get rich from it someday. About 10 days passed. Most of the team's land had been rested for a while. In half a month, they would start spring planting, which was a busy task. During this period, the team leader kept a close watch. Qin Shuyue didn't go to town as often. Her mother, Director Hong, was almost fully recovered, and with good care, there wouldn't be big problems. A few days ago, she also checked on Director Li, who only had minor issues that could be treated with some medicine. Since the 3 older comrades received permission from Director Li, they moved their belongings to stay in the mountain cave. As they learned more about medicinal herbs, they brought more types down to the village. The number of people collecting herbs increased from about 10 to over 20. Once the new helpers got familiar with the work, the original team could go back home to rest for a while before replacing others. During this time, Qin Shuyue sold dried herbs 3 times, earning over 100 yuan in total. Qin Dajiang was so happy he squinted happily. Lian Yan's side had been quiet these 10 days. The main reason was that no one wanted to eat with her. She hadn't worked for a long time and had no work points, so she had no food. To fill her stomach, she had to go to the fields to work, getting dirty and tired, falling asleep as soon as she lay down, with no time to think about other things. As for the siblings' house, the front part was finished, with the wall built. The back part was halfway done, and the wood storage shed on the side was more than half built. It would probably be finished in a few days. Things were going smoothly, so much so that Lian Yan didn't need to do anything. She just exhausted herself. Qin Shuyue thought she could now focus on taking care of her family. That night, she appeared again at the doorstep of the Lai Ziwang family. She whispered a few words to him and handed him some meat coupons and grain coupons. Lai Ziwang looked at the new coupons and touched his head, muttering softly, "Are there really coupons this new? That's rare these days." His words were unintentional, but they made the listener feel a sudden pang of worry. Qin Shuyue didn't know where Lin Niankin had gotten these tickets, but each one looked very new, almost like someone had collected them as a treasure. They didn't seem like something to spend casually. Losing a few tickets was understandable, but if too many went out from her hands, people might start to suspect. Qin Shuyue, who was usually very low-key, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She realized she needed to find a way to get some normal tickets. Wang the liar, who hadn't slept all night, thought carefully about the tasks Qin Shuyue had given him. He came up with several plans. Early in the morning, just before dawn, he happily ran to the town. He gathered a few good friends, had a warm breakfast, though he wondered why they ate breakfast instead of lunch. Because lunch was too expensive. "Make sure you handle this matter well, got it," he said. "Don't worry, Brother Wang. We can handle it," they replied.
Good.
"When you find out the details, remember to tell me." "Got it, Brother Wang. We'll do our best." Satisfied with his friend's promises, Wang the liar confidently headed back to the team. On his way home, he saw Lin Yen sneaking around. He was about to call him over, but then thought that Lin Yen often avoided working in the fields and only went to hidden places. He seemed very cautious, probably hiding something bad.
Could it be
Related to the young lady? The more he thought about it, the more he believed it was possible. If he found out something, and considering Qin Shiyue's generous nature, Wang could imagine a future where he enjoyed a comfortable life. He decided he had to find out the truth. Quietly, he followed Lin Yan. They left the Chaoyang Brigade, went around a dirt mound, and stopped at a hidden spot where a person was standing. From the figure, the distance was a bit too far. Wang squinted carefully and finally recognized who it was. Wasn't that the new barefoot doctor? The two were already talking. Wang felt anxious. These two knew how to pick their spots. The only place to hide was behind the dirt mound. Moving forward would expose him. But hiding here meant he couldn't hear anything. Wasn't that pointless? He thought for a moment and decided to leave directly. Since he couldn't hear anything, it was better to tell the young lady about this as soon as possible. Today, Qin Shiyue's task was to fetch water. Usually, this job was done by strong young men because it earned more work points, but it was tiring. Recently, she seemed to hit a wall in her training, feeling like she wasn't making any progress. Just yesterday, the team leader asked everyone to fetch water to nourish the land. Qin Shiyue observed all day and thought it was a good task. Early today, she went to the scorekeeper and asked to do this job, earning a big eye roll in response. "Go away, little girl. Don't cause trouble here. Just give me a try. I have a lot of strength. You'll see." She picked up a shovel nearby, used some force, and snapped the handle in half. Damaging team property. Deduct 20 points. Qin Shiyue looked confused. The scorekeeper mercilessly marked her points in his book, then handed her a water bucket and a pole, smiling sincerely. "Go ahead. For the next 2 days, you'll be working to pay off your debt." Qin Shiyue took the tools with a blank face, feeling very unhappy today. When King Lotzi found Qin Shiyue, she was frowning deeply, swinging the water bucket loudly, scaring him into retreat. Retreat. His short legs desperately tried to move backward, afraid she might throw him into the river if he was a second too slow. Hearing the noise, Qin Shiyue's sharp black eyes looked over. Recognizing King Lotzi, she calmed a little and asked in a deep voice, "What are you here for?"
Grandma?
Today I saw Lin Yan and Su Meirong talking behind the big mound outside the team. Because they were far away, I couldn't hear what they said." Lin Yan and Su Meirong? Qin Shiyue narrowed her eyes and recalled her memories. In her previous life, she wasn't interested in medicine and didn't have much contact with Su Meirong. But she was sure Lin Yan and Su Meirong didn't. In this life, since they crossed paths, it wasn't surprising. After all, enemies of enemies can be friends. Maybe they're plotting something against her. Watch Lin Yan these days, and keep an eye on Su Meirong. Once things are done, you'll get a good reward. Using the money Lin Yan kept in the warehouse in her previous life to deal with her in this life, Qin Shiyue suddenly felt that 20 points weren't a big deal. Her mood improved instantly. After spending the whole day fetching water, Qin Shiyue, exhausted in body and mind, knew she had found the right way to strengthen her body. She happily drank a cup of spiritual spring water and quietly practiced the moon's spirit technique. Soon, she felt a rushing flow of energy moving within her, and a white light shimmered on her skin. When she returned to the Gao family, Aunt Gao, who had arrived early, hurried out to greet her. She gently took Qin Shiyue's hand and said, "Oh, my girl, why did you go fetch water today? That's hard work for anyone." Today, Gao Wenji also went to fetch water. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he heard his mother's words and immediately felt upset. "Mom, why are you talking like that? Fetching water is work for anyone."
I've been at it all day.
"What kind of person do you think you are? Your sister is delicate and weak. Can she do the same work as you?" "Mom, you should look at how strong my sister was today. Think about whether what you said is right. Are you unhappy about that?" Since the water was from his own stomach, Gao Wenji understood what his silly son was thinking just from a glance.
Mom, I'm convinced.
I really am. Can I rest for a bit? I'm almost exhausted. You're still tired? Look at your sister. She fetched water all day, without blushing or panting. She's even better than some girls. Why do I need you? Gao Wenyu hesitated for a long time, but couldn't find a single thing to say in reply. In the end, he quietly slipped away to avoid bothering his mother's eyes. Recently, working so hard, Qin Jingjie took every chance to go hunting in the mountains. Although he often came back empty-handed, it greatly improved the family's meals. Tonight's dinner was a fat rabbit. Aunt Gao specially added more pork fat and chili, making the taste absolutely delicious. At the dinner table, everyone ate in silence. No one spoke until they were full. Gao Wenyang quietly looked up at his parents' faces, sensing they seemed in a good mood. He secretly encouraged himself, blushing, and then said, "Mom, I've set my heart on a girl named Su Qiao from the Jiqing courtyard." Gao Wenji was surprised. The siblings sitting nearby reacted more calmly. Qin Jingjie remained calm because he was an outsider and didn't comment. Qin Shua stayed calm because she knew Su Qiao, gentle, delicate, different from other Jiqing who were restless and impatient, and she didn't have much attachment to returning to the city. It is truly destined that Gao Wenyang and I are a perfect match. Gao's parents never expected that a simple meal would turn into such a shocking surprise. Their minds were blown, and they didn't know what to say. Gao Wenji, however, frowned as he looked at his second brother, showing some disagreement. Second brother, those young people at the youth village are all proud and hard to get along with. If you two get married and she has a chance to return to the city, wouldn't she leave her family behind? It won't happen. Su Qiao is different from those other young people. She is strong, independent, and thoughtful. I know her well. No, second brother, you've only met her a few times and you think you understand her? She's not the type to cheat on her own family. You need to look at the bigger picture. This is a big life decision and you should think carefully, I think. If there's grass nearby, why go running all over the mountain? Qin Shua calmly shared her opinion, which immediately made Gao Wenji angry. Little sister, do you forget how Lin Nian tricked you before? It's only been a short while, and you're already ready to forgive her. Third brother, people are different. Just like there are no two identical leaves in the world, not all young people from the youth village are bad. What do leaves have to do with this? Right now, we're talking about second brother's relationship. Qin Shua fell silent. Suddenly, she remembered how Gao Wenji, after graduating from elementary school, happily shouted, "Graduated. No more studying," only to be scolded harshly by Aunt Gao. Really? No punishment is wasted. A cold look from Aunt Gao shot toward Gao Wenji, and the once lively Gao Wenji instantly became timid like a quail. "Wenyang, how long have you known comrade Su Qiao, Mom?" "We've known each other for about half a month. Just half a month, and you're sure you really understand her?" "Mom, I know it's a short time, but I feel like we've known each other for a long time. Just one look, and I can tell what she's thinking."
And
Su Qiao hasn't agreed to anything. I asked her about this, and she rejected me. Good rejection, second brother. Gao Wenji felt proud again, and jumped with excitement. A slap from Aunt Gao made him hold his cheek, pouting unhappily. "Mom, why do you always hit me? Son, you really should be hit." The half-transparent man's father then shared his opinion, still very insightful. "Wenyang, you brought this up today. Are you asking Mom and Dad for help?" "Mom, I just want Shua to help me." "Second brother, you say it. Shua, can you help second brother find out what comrade Su Qiao thinks? Why does she refuse?" "Okay, I'll handle this for you." Seeing Qin Shua agree, Gao Wenyang felt relieved. Aunt Gao saw this and jokingly said to her husband, "Looks like our son is growing up. We can't keep him here anymore. That's a good thing. If they really get together, you can finally rest easy. I just hope the two siblings don't get too close, or our family might struggle a bit. This year, I'll work harder and endure more hardship." It's only for this year. Once the boys are married, they can support themselves. Seeing everyone seem to agree with this plan, Gao Wenji felt a bit upset and turned around angrily to go back to his room. Qin Shua gave her brother a subtle signal, and Qin Jingjie understood. He got up and followed him out. Following his second brother's orders, Qin Shuiyue, the next day before going to work, eagerly headed to the youth camp. In her past life, Lin Yan left Chaoyang Brigade after a month and spent a year wandering outside. Suddenly, she came back to find her, trying to persuade her to move to the city. At that time, she was dating Lu Haoqing and wasn't very interested in moving to the city. But Lin Yan, to achieve her goal, falsely made it seem like Lu Haoqing was cheating, leading her to misunderstand. She didn't even get a chance to hear the explanation before Lin Yan took her to the city, arranged her in a small courtyard, and only left her basic medical books to study, claiming she could make money from it. At that time, she felt her relationship was hurt, and her personality made her reluctant to go out. She and Lu Haoqing ended up on different paths. Years later, when they met again, the three Gao brothers were already married. Now, thinking back, those two Gao brothers were quite lucky. They met the people they liked early on. The process might have been difficult, but in the end, everything turned out well. When Qin Shu arrived at the youth camp, Su Qiao was squatting in the yard washing clothes. Comrade Su Qiao, the people in the youth village, along with Su Qiao who was washing clothes, all looked up at the door. When they saw Qin Shuiyue, everyone looked confused. Few people from the brigade came to the youth village, especially today, when a famous person from the whole brigade arrived. "Are you looking for me?" Su Qiao stood up, shook off the water on her hands, wiped her clothes, and walked over to Qin Shuiyue, looking puzzled. "Yes, I have something I want to ask for your help with." "Do you have time? You're asking me for help. Are you unwilling?" With a fair face and a slightly sad expression, Su Qiao suddenly had an idea. If she refused, would that be too mean? Okay, I'll wait here. Su Qiao, finish washing your clothes first, then come with me. Oh, okay. Su Qiao couldn't quite figure out Qin Shuiyue's plan, so she quickly finished washing her clothes and followed Qin Shu up the mountain. Up the mountain? Comrade Qin, what are we doing up the mountain? It's a bit late to ask now. It's just you and me up here. If I had bad intentions, wouldn't it be dangerous for you? You wouldn't do that. I trust you. After all, what bad intentions could a girl who dedicates herself to the brigade have? Qin Shuiyue didn't expect Su Qiao to trust her so much, and her opinion of Su Qiao improved even more. They arrived at the mountain cave, where everyone was drying medicinal herbs. Seeing the busy figures, they didn't disturb them and instead went to sit in front of Hu Lao, who was studying the shape of herbs in a medical book. Huh? Shuiyue, you're here. Yes, Uncle Hu. I brought someone this time. This is Su Qiao, a youth from the youth village. She's educated, and since it's spring, there are many herbs. I was worried you three might be too busy, so I asked her to come help. That's really timely. We're getting old, and our memories are bad. Plus our strength isn't what it used to be. We're worried about slowing down everyone's work. We were just thinking of asking if you had any solutions and you came. Uncle Hu, Su Qiao can't stay here tonight. I'll arrange for someone to pick her up later. All right, I understand. I understand everything. Old Hu didn't ask many questions. He simply pulled the person over, handed a medical book to Su Qiao, and told her to study it quickly, so she could go out with everyone tomorrow to look for new herbs. Comrade Su Qiao, just stay peacefully on the mountain. I'll tell the team leader. You can eat whatever everyone else is eating at noon, and in the afternoon, I will find someone to come and take you down the mountain. Oh. Okay, Su Qiao didn't expect Qin Shuiyue to ask her for this favor. She was confused but took the book seriously and started reading. After settling Su Qiao, Qin Shuiyue took some dried herbs and went down the mountain. Instead of rushing to work, she first found Qin Dajiang and told him her plans and arrangements for Su Qiao. Qin Dajiang fully agreed. As long as it wasn't too much, Qin Dajiang generally didn't oppose anything related to the herbs on the mountain. Having sorted out Qin Dajiang, Qin Shuiyue went to the fields to find Gao Wenyang. She entrusted him with the task of taking Su Qiao to and from the mountain for her. Shuiyue, didn't I tell you to find out the situation? Why are you just going straight to the mountain? Second brother, isn't this the best way for you two to get to know each other? Take this chance to be a bit more active, speak a little sweeter, and your wedding and having children won't be far off. It has to be said. Qin Shuiyue knows how to paint a pretty picture. Her lovely scene convinced Gao Wenyang happily to accept the job. After smoothly handling everything, Qin Shua waved goodbye, without leaving a cloud behind. She carried the herbs from the mountain straight to the town. It was the familiar alleyways, familiar roads, only. Standing in front of a busy courtyard, Qin Shua looked up, down, left, and right, finally confirming she was in the right place. When did so many people appear in this remote alley? And at the courtyard entrance, there was a young man squatting, hands in his sleeves, eyes rolling around. When he saw Qin Shua standing there with a basket, he hurried over. He grinned, showing a big yellow tooth. "Comrade, want to come in and take a look?" "Look? At what? Huh? Comrade, aren't you from Town? Why does this sound so familiar all of a sudden?" The man didn't mind Qin Shua's attitude and took a few more steps forward. He knew to keep a proper social distance so as not to cause misunderstandings and to keep the conversation smooth. "Here, the black market. My boss runs it. Want to take a look inside?" Qin Shua looked at the man in front of her with a blank face, recalling the same old trick from her past life of handing out flyers. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. How foolish must a boss be to find such a clueless subordinate? He doesn't even know what she does and just immediately volunteers her number? What if she pulls in a red guard or some committee member? Would they think she's too confident about her safety? Qin Shua was actually quite interested in the black market, but it was impossible to go during the day. "Can you open at night?" "We do open at night, but you have to knock. I'm busy now, so maybe later tonight." Qin Shua pointed at the busy entrance, deciding to remind this silly guy. "Isn't that too obvious? Aren't you afraid the red guards will come? Catch us? Our boss has strong connections. I don't think anyone dares to come." Since he said that, Qin Shua didn't bother to say more. After selling the medicine and paying, she returned to the Gao family. Qin Shua had plans for the evening. After dinner, she went straight back to her room. She closed her eyes and immersed her mind in the warehouse below the villa, preparing what she needed to change tonight. It was her first trade, so she didn't need many items, but they had to be good quality. Otherwise, she wouldn't get the right exchange tickets and would have wasted her trip. By 10 p.m., the entire Chaoyang team was silent. Qin Shua, dressed very carefully, climbed over the wall and left the Gao house. 40 minutes later, she appeared at the black market entrance from earlier in the day. She lowered her hat and reached out to knock, just as a very arrogant voice drifted out through the door. "Meng Chongqing, you unlucky. Do you really think hiding in this shabby place will make our young master unable to find you? You're just as stupid as your worthless mother, truly pitiful." Hearing the name Meng Chongqing, Qin Shua was shocked. Oh my, such a big shot. In her past life, Meng Chongqing was a business legend, known for his golden touch that could turn anything into gold. No matter how difficult a company was, as long as Meng Chongqing worked on it, it would quickly rise to success within a few months. However, rumors said he was cold-hearted, indifferent to women, and had a very powerful background, making him someone people feared to cross. Back then, Lin Nian wanted to work with Meng Chongqing, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch his attention. In her previous life, under Lin Nian's influence, she didn't think highly of Meng Chongqing and didn't try to get close, so she paid little attention to him. Unexpectedly, in his youth, this big shot was actually quite unlucky. "Zhao Poppy, aren't you just a dog of Song Chong? All you do is wag your tail to please your master and act like a bully, biting people wherever you go." When she heard the name Song Chong, Qin Shua's relaxed face suddenly darkened. Sure enough, anyone who could get close to Lin Nian was not a good person. In her past life, Song Chong held an important position in the military. Later, he somehow teamed up with Lin Nian to secretly run a drug factory that produced illegal drugs and sold them abroad. After the scandal broke out, Lin Nian managed to clear herself, but she was severely damaged. Song Chong, however, was sentenced to death by firing squad, dead as dead can be. She vaguely remembered hearing that Meng Chongqing was involved in Song Chang's downfall. It seemed these two had a grudge from that time, and it was a serious one. "Meng Chongqing, today you fall into my hands. Let's see how you survive."
Brothers, attack.
Beat him hard. Suddenly, the yard was filled with sounds of fighting, smashing, and curses. Without hesitation, Qin Shua placed her basket at the door, climbed over the wall, and rushed into the chaos. Her boxing was messy, but she was strong. One punch could knock a burly man flying. Eventually, her hand hurt, so she grabbed a nearby sickle and charged straight at Zhao Poppy, who was standing behind the crowd. "Quick, help me. Protect me." The people fighting around quickly moved closer to Qin Shua. She swung her sword beautifully, slashing and chopping in all directions, quickly knocking down anyone in her way and rushing straight to Zhao Poppy. Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? If you hurt me, be careful you won't see tomorrow's sun." Qin Shua lowered her hat brim and spoke in a calm voice, saying, "There are two types of people I dislike most in this world. One is a bad person with connections, and the other is someone who threatens me. Luckily, you are both. If you don't die by my sword today, then I guess I lost. Don't come any closer." Zhao Poppy was about to say more, but Qin Shua struck him with the back of her sword and knocked him out. Most of the people he brought with him were dealt with by Qin Shua, and the rest were taken care of by Qiangzi. "What do you plan to do with these people?" Qin Shua lifted her hat, revealing her face. "Why are you here so late?" Meng Chongqing stepped out from the corner, carrying some minor injuries. Nothing serious, just cuts and bruises. If Qin Shua hadn't been involved in the fight earlier, he would have thought Meng Chongqing had been fighting someone, which left him looking so battered. It just shows that unlucky people, even if they stay in the corner, can't escape their fate. "Brother, bring the basket we brought to the door inside," Qin Shua said. "Huh?" The door? The man who had been pushing sales to Qin Shua earlier, speaking with a Beijing accent, looked confused as he went out. When he returned, he was carrying a basket. "Are you here to sell something?" Qin Shua asked. "Otherwise? You told me at noon that this was a black market." "I said I'd come back at night, and I did," he replied. Boss, what a coincidence. I just happened to pick up a customer, and it turned out to be someone I knew. In the end, they even saved our lives," he added. "I'll remember that." Meng Chongqing signaled Qiangzi to tie everyone up and keep them restrained, then took Qin Shua directly into the house. "I'm not sitting down. I need to change some tickets and get back on the road to the big team tonight," Qin Shua said. "Are you short of money?" Meng Chongqing asked, looking at her as if she were naive. Who isn't short of money these days? Realizing he had spoken too bluntly, Meng Chongqing cleared his throat a few times to ease the awkwardness. He quickly checked the contents of the basket and finally gave a number. "What kind of tickets do you want?" he asked. "Meat tickets, grain tickets, cloth tickets. Anything is fine," Qin Shua replied. "Our black market just opened recently, and we only have meat and grain tickets. Can I give you 5 of each?" Meng Chongqing offered. "Bring them out," Qin Shua said, taking the tickets and turning to leave. Meng Chongqing stood up and stopped her. "Thank you for today's help. Please don't mention what happened today to anyone else. Even if you don't say anything, I already know." She wasn't foolish enough to brag about her involvement in the black market. She valued her life too much to risk it after this second chance. "If you ever need my help in the future, just ask directly. I won't refuse." Qin Shua touched her chin and looked at Meng Chongqing. A small plan started to form in her mind. "All right, remember what I said today. Don't deny it later." "I won't," Meng Chongqing replied quickly. His eagerness to agree was clear, but he would regret it later. People should be careful with their words, or they might get into trouble. "By the way, Comrade Meng, there's something I hope you'll listen to. Have you heard the saying, 'Cut the grass and roots, and it will grow back in spring'?" Meng Chongqing looked at Qin Shua in surprise. He didn't expect a woman to say such words, especially tonight. "Take advice, eat well. Think about it, Comrade Meng." After speaking, Qin Shua carried her basket and left the black market. Meng Chongqing stood there in silence for a moment. Then he called out loudly, "Qiangzi, come here." "Boss? What's wrong? Find a safe place and deal with those people who hurt Zhao." "Boss? Are you serious? Have you really made up your mind?" "Ha. I used to care about my father, giving that scoundrel a chance to attack me. But from now on, that's over. Meng Chongqing looked up at the moon outside and finally decided to listen to Qin Shiyue's advice. Last night, he stayed up late. During his morning run, Qin Shiyue felt like her head was full of glue. She quickly found a flat spot on the mountain and practiced the moon's spirit technique to clear her muddled mind. Back at the Gao family, Qin Shiyue saw Gao Wenyang holding a lunchbox, smiling as he headed outside. She quickly hid to the side, then suddenly jumped in front of him and scolded, "Gao Wenyang, what are you holding? Oh my goodness." Gao Wenyang took a few steps back in fear, looking suspiciously at Qin Shiyue, who instinctively hid her lunchbox behind her. Shiyue asked, "Wenyang, what are you doing?" He replied, "I saw you sneaking around, hiding something from Aunt Gao. Are you up to no good, second brother?" He added, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If Mom hears about this, she'll definitely blame me. So, second brother, do you have a secret from Aunt Gao?" "What secret?" "No secret. I just thought, in case Sister Suqiao wakes up late and doesn't have breakfast, she might go hungry on the mountain. I was just worried about you." Qin Shiyue didn't want to embarrass Gao Wenyang further, so she moved aside to let him leave. Watching his figure walk away, Qin Shiyue stroked her chin thoughtfully. She thought, Wenyang usually doesn't show much, but it turns out he's a kind-hearted guy. I wonder if Big Brother will try to impress Yang Huihui. Probably not now, since Gao Wenyu just started working and can't visit often. As his sister, I should help him. Maybe I can find time to visit the neighboring team, see Yang Huihui, and also boost Big Brother's presence. After breakfast, Qin Shiyue went to work fully prepared. Under the watchful eyes of the scorekeeper, she was assigned to plow the field. When she reached her area, she realized her work zone was right next to Lin Yan's. No wonder the scorekeeper looked at her so strangely today. "Scorekeeper, it's not me. Don't accuse me. I'm just thinking about how many more days you need to work to pay back your work points." Squatting down, Qin Shiyue glanced at Lin Yan out of the corner of her eye. Lin Yan was now so thin she looked like a skeleton. Her previously well-maintained fair skin had been sunburned into a reddish hue, and her lips were cracked. Her long hair had been cut into a short, ear-length style, with uneven layers that clearly looked like she had cut it herself. Without the advantage of her previous position and space, Lin Yan was just one of the most unnoticed people among many. She had been foolish in her past life, manipulated for years, and even sacrificed herself to help Lin Yan reach the top of her life. Thinking of this, Qin Shiyue picked up a small stone and, while everyone else was busy working, threw it toward Lin Yan. Suddenly, Lin Yan let out a cry and fell face first into the dirt. Hearing the sound, everyone looked over, except for a man with a lecherous smile who hadn't married yet, who stepped forward to help the person up. The others didn't react much. "Oh dear, Comrade Lin, are you okay?" he said while making inappropriate moves toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan was so frightened she took a step back, her eyes red, and she said loudly with a cold face, "Stay away from me." The man shook his hand dismissively and glared fiercely at Lin Yan, saying, "You don't know your place. Look at your reputation. Who would want to be around you? Only I don't mind, but you're acting all high and mighty. I think you don't want to stay in the Chaoyang team anymore." Hearing his words, Lin Yan looked around at the indifferent crowd. The frustration she had been holding in for days finally exploded today.
Who
attacked me? Qin Shiyue, was it you? Tell me, was it you? Brains are a good thing. Please remember to bring yours when you go out. I've been working here far away from you, and everyone's watching. How could I have attacked you? No way. I definitely felt something. I tripped over something, and only you were close enough. Who else could it be? I think you're paranoid. What kind of important person are you? Do you think everyone's out to get you? This remark about being an important person made Lin Yan's anger burn even hotter. She knew exactly how everything would unfold in the future. With this knowledge, she could rise to the top, even make those who once bullied her kneel at her feet, begging for a glimpse of her power. But she always missed the right moment.
could it be?
Could this be the legendary heroine's halo? If she wanted to get everything, she had to destroy Qin Shiyue's halo first. What should she do? How should she do it? How exactly? Lin Yen threw down her, clutching her head and hitting it hard.
She still had a chance.
She could start over, plan again. There was still hope. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Yen muttered to herself. The nearby workers all kept their distance from her. Some quick-footed ones even immediately called the team leader. What's going on? What's the situation? I don't know, team leader. Comrade Lin suddenly went crazy. Crazy? If she's gone mad, have the militia take her away. Lock her in the cattle shed first. Let Yume Arong check what's wrong. Soon, the militia members arrived. They skillfully grabbed Lin Yen's arm and tried to take her to the pigsty. But Lin Yen suddenly found the strength to break free. The militia members were frightened and quickly pulled her back, holding her tightly. They lifted her up and started running. You can't lock me up. I have things to do. When I get rich later, I will show you all.
Haha.
I want to be the top person. You can't keep me locked up. Lin Yen struggled hard and shouted loudly. But no one paid attention to her words because she was talking nonsense. People thought she was crazy. All right, everything is fine now. Let's get back to work. Qin Shuiwei, come with me. The scorekeeper, settle her work points for today. Give her 12 points. Captain, this time only 4 points for Comrade Qin Shuiwei. Captain Qin Dajiang looked at the innocent and obedient Qin Shuiwei and then at the scorekeeper. Yesterday, Qin Shuiwei damaged a shovel handle to compete for water, so she lost 20 points. Qin Dajiang stared at Qin Shuiwei in disbelief, pointing at her with suspicion. Qin Shuiwei, what kind of trouble are you in? Did you really break the shovel handle? Qin Shuiwei blinked her eyes and sincerely replied, Captain, I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me, huh? I believe you're just a fool. The scorekeeper confidently awarded Qin Shuiwei 4 points. Under everyone's envy, she left with Qin Dajiang from the field. Uncle, what exactly do you want to tell me? Someone from above is coming. Director Hong just called and said they are on their way. We need to prepare well. Did they say if the person coming is for a group achievement review? This matter is quite important. Qin Shuiwei had previously made big promises. If she couldn't deliver, no one would believe her future promises. Yes, the group achievement review is happening. I heard a reporter from the newspaper is coming to interview you. Me?
Why interview me?
Better to interview the hardworking folks on the mountain. I don't know the exact arrangements. Just do what they tell you when they arrive. Don't act stubborn all the time, understand? Qin Shuiwei felt stunned. She never thought she would be called a troublemaker in her lifetime. When she arrived at the village office, the team leader was busy tidying up the house. He pulled Qin Shuiwei along, and together they finished cleaning. Then he made her help carry chairs, and eventually, they even chopped firewood. Hey, team leader, enough already. Are you planning to cook a big stew in the house with all this firewood?
Well,
it's not impossible. We need to prepare food. It's almost noon. Shuiwei, you're quick on your feet. Go to my house and tell your aunt to kill a hen for stew. Get some eggs, pickles, and other things ready quickly. Qin Shuiwei sat down on a stool, feeling lazy. I'm not going. What if they don't want to eat? Then my aunt might chase me and hit me. The team leader's wife was brave and sensible, a person worth respecting. Today, she dared to ask someone to kill a hen. Even if she was usually rational, she probably would get a scolding. In these times, everyone treats hens like precious jewels. Why was she so foolish to risk upsetting someone? Don't worry, I'm here. If your aunt hits you, I'll definitely step in. Do you even know what you're saying? In the end, Qin Shuiwei couldn't persuade the team leader. She ran quickly to his house and met his wife, Wan Yanfang, right at the door. Auntie. Oh, Shuiwei. Why aren't you working in the fields? Why are you here? Looking for your uncle? He's not home. Annie, I came to tell you. I came to kill a chicken. What are you talking about? Wan Yanfang shouted loudly, scaring Qin Shuiwei, who took a few steps back. Here she came, the brave auntie, walking toward her. Annie, my uncle asked me to tell you. He said to kill a chicken for stew. Your uncle? That old fool. He's always acting reckless. We only have 2 hens at home. He's counting on those 2 to lay eggs and help my daughter-in-law get stronger. And he dares to kill one? I'll kill him first. Wan Yanfang was holding a sickle, looking fierce as she was about to rush toward the team office. Qin Shue quickly grabbed her and explained, "Aunt, listen to me. The leaders are here, and I heard there are reporters from the newspaper too. They want to do an interview. Since it's almost noon, we can't skip the meal. I thought you could prepare something." "What? Interviewers? Reporters? Oh my goodness, I've lived most of my life, and this is the first time I've seen reporters. Shuiwe, do you think my figure is good enough for the newspaper? Would I look nice in the photo?" After saying that, she hurriedly put down her sickle and carefully tidied her clothes. Qin Shuiwe's eyes twitched. Sure enough, she was a wise woman who combined strength and reason. Her quick change of mood was a bit hard to follow. "My aunt is the most beautiful. Aunt, your chicken. I'm going to kill it right now," she said, then stormed into the house with her sickle. Qin Shue sighed in relief and silently wished the team leader good luck. If that chicken wasn't used today, she probably wouldn't see her uncle tomorrow. She ran back to the team office as fast as she could. Just as she caught her breath, the familiar voice of Director Hong came from outside. "We're here. This is the team office of Chaoyang Brigade." Hearing this, Qin Dajiang quickly opened the door and excitedly rushed out, grabbing Director Hong's hand. "Director Hong, thank you for your hard work. Everyone has come a long way. Come inside and have some tea." When everyone entered, the first thing they saw was Qin Shue standing behind Qin Dajiang, looking so fresh and delicate that they forgot what they were supposed to do. But Director Hong noticed the change in everyone's expressions, cleared his throat several times, and brought everyone's attention back. "Dajiang, Shue, this is Fong Kuyuan from the Provincial Labor Union and Shang Kuyuan. These two are reporters from our provincial daily, Xiao Sun and Xiao Li. Hello, Officer Fong, Officer Shang, and fellow reporters. Would you like some water?" Captain Qin is truly a good leader. He does real work for the people and seeks their benefits. Despite limited resources, he has created a new bright path. We really admire him. Director Hong reported your achievements to the provincial authorities. Our union president personally issued an order assigning us to promote your story, Officer Fong. This success wouldn't be possible without our young comrade here. No matter how much I try, without her technical support, it's just talk. Is this the comrade Qin who knows about medicinal herbs? Yes, that's her. Her name is Qin Shue. Qin Shue, you look so young, yet you know so many herbs. My mother was a barefoot doctor in Chaoyang Brigade. I learned a lot from her since I was young. Your mother? I wonder how she is now. She passed away many years ago. Sorry to hear that, Comrade Qin Shue. I didn't mean to offend. It's okay. Before she died, she left some medical books and her notes on healing. She always urged me to use what I learned to help the local people. I know that practicing medicine is very serious work and must be done carefully. I don't think I'm at that level yet, so I haven't pursued it professionally. But I still remember my mother's teachings and try to find other ways to help everyone. Comrade Fong, don't be modest. My mother was bedridden for many years. Just a few acupuncture needles would do. And when she needled, the needles would tremble. It's quite amazing. Really, they tremble. Officer Fong and the other two comrades looked at each other, intrigued by the trembling needles. Officer Shang blushed, touching his slightly bald head, and looked down, too shy to meet Qin Shue's eyes. He softly asked, "Comrade Qin Shue, I wonder, could you help me with acupuncture? Just with that trembling needle." Yes, Comrade Qin Shue. Do you think we could film while you're doing the acupuncture?" Xiao Sun and Xiao Li excitedly stood up, sharing their idea. Qin Shue's smile was polite and appropriate. She nodded in agreement. "Sit here. I'll take a look." "All right, that's good." Officer Shang sat across from Qin Shue, so close that he suddenly noticed how clear her skin was, no pores at all. Her porcelain white face was serious, with her black eyes lowered and her long eyelashes fluttering. Seeing this, Officer Shang's dark face turned slightly red. He quickly looked down and saw a pair of soft, white hands resting on his yellowish skin. The visual impact made his face blush even more. He covered his chest with one hand, worried that his heart might jump out at any moment. Putting down his pulse-taking hand, Qin Shue smiled gently and said, "Officer Shang is very dedicated to work. You probably stay up late often and you seem a bit anxious. Your eating habits are irregular, so it's no surprise you're losing hair. It's a small problem. I'll give you an injection, and it will be fine. She took out her needle kit, opened it, and laid it on the table. Xiao's son and Xiaoli followed behind, quietly taking pictures, but they knew to avoid disturbing Qin Shuyue. With quick hands, she inserted a few needles into Officer Shang's scalp. Using her skillful wrist and the moon spirit technique, she made the needles tremble rhythmically, as if some kind of energy was flowing through them. Xiao's son and Xiaoli became excited. They carefully pressed the needles a few more times. Even Qin Dejiang held his breath, afraid that his own inhaling might the tiny needles away. They were so delicate. After about 10 minutes, Qin Shuyue removed the needles and disinfected them, placing them back in her bag. Officer Shang, try to get back to regular eating and sleeping habits. No matter what's going on, there are always more solutions than problems. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Qin Shuyue. I feel like my heavy-headed mind has suddenly become much lighter. Qin Shuyue smiled without saying anything and sat to the side, handing over the main discussion to Qin Dejiang. She then asked a few more questions about medicinal herbs and whether the team had other plans for future development. Officer Fong also suggested visiting the mountains. Officer Fong, you can go to the mountain, but you need to eat first. It takes about an hour to go up from our Chaoyang team to the destination, and another hour to come down. You need to replenish your strength. Come on, let's go to my house for a simple meal. Director Hong and the other 4 people politely declined, but in the end, they couldn't refuse the team leader. They agreed to pay for the meal, which was their bottom line. Qin Dajiang took the person back home, but Qin Shuyue did not go with him. Instead, she agreed to meet at the foot of the mountain in the afternoon. She then returned to the Gao family for lunch. After eating, she had some free time, so she secretly arranged to meet Lai Ziwang. How did it go? Did you find out what Lin Yan and Su Meirong talked about? I don't know what they discussed. Over the past few days, I've been following Su Meirong. She often goes up and down the mountain, carrying back some grass to the clinic. She also carries a basket and sneaks to the town hospital. I don't know who she meets, but when she leaves, her basket is empty. The town hospital? Can you find out who she contacts? It's too short a time. Besides, we have no one in the hospital to investigate. Qin Shuyue crossed her arms and thought about what Su Meirong had said in the field last time. It seemed she was still a barefoot doctor with a background. Did Lin Yan only meet her once? Did she do anything afterward that Lin Yan didn't participate in? No, she hasn't appeared since. I followed Lin Yan for 2 days. She only stays at the youth cadre's home or works in the fields. She's been very honest lately. Su Meirong is smuggling herbs to the town hospital. If there's no involvement from Lin Yan, I wouldn't believe it. But Lin Yan is always cautious and keeps herself clean. But that's okay. These small accusations can't fully solve the problem with Lin Yan. Qin Shuyue had other plans. For now, let her be. What about Qin Chongqing? Madam, don't worry about Qin Chongqing. My brothers flatter him every day and have already pulled him into the trap. That kid isn't a good person either. He even wanted my brothers to help him kidnap a woman. My brothers refused. Later, this kid got bold and tried to kidnap her himself, but my brothers caught him and secretly sabotaged him. That's why he failed. Speed things up. We shouldn't keep such troublemakers around. Got it, madam. Just watch. Find out quickly about Su Meirong at the hospital. Spend some money to investigate. If you don't have enough, tell me. After they parted, Qin Shuyue looked at her watch and hurried to the foot of the mountain to meet with the others. After going up the mountain, it became a paradise for Little Sun and Little Lee, with so many materials to gather. They even prepared a news report celebrating the joy of harvest and the honor of hardworking people. They stayed on the mountain for over an hour. Director Hong and 2 staff members happily joined everyone in collecting, cleaning, and drying herbs. They also praised the joy of the harvest, which made everyone feel refreshed. When coming down the mountain, a few colleagues still seemed eager and asked Qin Dajiang if he could come help again when he had time. Qin Dajiang happily agreed. With free labor Anyone would agree. In the afternoon, after seeing off this group, Qin Dajiang and Qin Shuyue headed home. Shuyue, just now Director Hong mentioned it. You must keep it in mind. When you go back tonight, take a good look. Practice makes perfect, and even if you're not fast, it's still good. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can pass, great. If not, it's okay, understand? I understand, uncle. Don't worry, I know what to do. Qin Dajiang nodded. He wasn't too concerned about whether Qin Shuyue could get the certificate. What difference does it make if she passes? It doesn't prove she's a good doctor. Just like the new doctor at the health clinic, many people have told him that the clinic often has locked doors. Even when it's not locked, the doctor doesn't always treat patients well. Sometimes he gets annoyed after a few words, so now no one wants to go there. People compare the clinic to the underworld, both equally unwelcoming. The next morning, Qin Shuyue knew she had something to do, so she didn't go for a run. Instead, she practiced boxing with Qin Jingjie in the yard. Gao Wenyang and Gao Wenji, the brothers, watched nearby and occasionally gave comments. Wow, look at Sister Shuyue's strength. She even pushed Jingjie back several steps. Exactly. Second brother, if I ask Jingjie to teach me boxing, do you think I could sign up for the army next year? First pass our parents' approval. When we were drafted, our family was supposed to send one person, but Mom paid a lot to avoid that. Now you run off on your own. Aren't you afraid Mom will give you a good scolding? Gao Wenji shivered, feeling like his mother might really break his legs just to stop him from joining the army. The brother and sister put away their fists, both sweating heavily. Qin Jingjie picked up a towel and smiled, saying, Sister, your learning ability is really strong. It's only been a short time, and you're already able to spar with me? And your strength has also increased a lot. Brother, I think my moves are still a bit messy. I mostly rely on brute force. That's understandable. I don't know much myself. I can't teach you military boxing from the army. I can only share the blocking and attacking experiences I've summarized over the years during missions. Naturally, it's a bit chaotic. If Haoqing were here, he could teach you some of his boxing skills because he knows a lot. Then let's wait for him to come back. Anyway, it's only a few days left. Thinking about the time, Lu Haoqing's return in the last life seemed to be around now. The thought of seeing that man softened Qin Shuyue's usually stern features. This time, she couldn't have any regrets. She had to make sure she kept him close. After breakfast, Qin Shuyue carried her army green bag and headed straight to the town hospital. At the entrance, she met Director Hong, who was waiting. Uncle Hong, sorry I'm late. Not late, not late. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. The exam starts at 8:30. I just arrived too. Uncle, do you need me to do anything? No, I've already registered your name. Someone will help you find a seat at the exam. Just focus on taking the test. You don't need to worry about anything else. Okay, thank you, Uncle Hong. Don't be so formal with me. Here's your registration info. Keep it safe, and don't lose it. Also, I've prepared a pen and paper for you. Uncle, you've prepared everything quite well. This is all your aunt's idea. Well, I'm off to work now. Remember to come find me after your exam. Your aunt said she wants you to come home for dinner. Okay, Uncle. Qin Shuyue didn't refuse. She hadn't been to the Hong family's place for a few days. During these days, she realized that Director Hong was a good elder. Staying in touch would be good. Comrade Qin Shuyue, hearing someone call her, Qin Shuyue turned around and was surprised to see an elderly man and a young boy in front of her. Section Officer Shang? Why are you here at the hospital? Yesterday, she just checked Mr. Shang's pulse and found no problems. Why did she suddenly come to the hospital after a night? My father is the deputy director of the town hospital. Yesterday, I stayed with him after returning from the Chaoyang team. He went to work this morning, and I brought him here. Soon I will take a car back to the province. Father, this is the colleague I told you about who is very skilled in medicine. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Hello, Deputy Director Shang. My name is Qin Shuyue. Hello, girl. My son kept praising you when he saw me today, saying you're very talented, smart, and dedicated to helping people. I was wondering what kind of person could have so many good qualities. Now I see, I understand. You have a clear eye, are confident but respectful, and know when to step back. Not bad, not bad. But as for your medical skills, I need to test you. Deputy Director Shang, you're joking. If I were really good at medicine, I wouldn't be here today just to take the medical license exam. So, Chin, you're here to get your medical license? I believe you'll pass. Thanks for your kind words. The exam is still a while away.
Come with me.
I have a tricky patient and need your advice. That might not be appropriate. Come on. Deputy Director Shang is quite energetic and led his team to his office. He didn't even change clothes and took out the medical records, handing them to Qin Shuiyue. Qin Shuiyue carefully examined the records. The symptoms were very clear, and treatment was based on the diagnosis, but the patient still wasn't getting better. Deputy Director Shang, do you think this might not be prostatitis but prostate? What? That shouldn't be. The symptoms don't seem to match. Symptoms of the same disease can vary during an attack. You can't diagnose just based on symptoms. Further tests are needed, but our hospital doesn't have the equipment for that. Blood tests and tests aren't routine here. Let's wait until I finish the exam and then come back to check. Okay, after exam, come over. I'll be here waiting. Qin Shuiyue left Deputy Director Shang's office and headed straight to the exam room, just in time to be the last one to enter. After sitting down, Qin Shuiyue first looked around the environment. Then she saw a familiar figure outside the window.
Su Meizhen?
She was gesturing kindly with the woman across from her. The woman looked at her with a loving and indulgent gaze, indicating she was an elder. Careful observation showed that Su Meirong's features resembled that woman somewhat. Mother and daughter? Or related somehow. At this moment, Su Meirong outside the window also saw Qin Shuiyue. She tightened her grip on her mother's hand, her expression filled with resentment. Mom, that's the person. She's the one who bullies me every day in the team. She's just a country bumpkin, and because she's read a few books, she acts superior to me.
Don't worry, Mom.
Since she's here today, I have a way to deal with her. Mom, you mustn't let her get the certification, or else I won't be able to stay in the Chaoyang team anymore. You're spoiled because of me. Be careful when you go back, okay? When delivering medicinal herbs next time, try to avoid people. If we're caught, neither of us will have a good outcome. Oh, Mom, I know. Don't forget what I told you. All right, you should go now. The exam is about to start. Mom, you're the best. I'll go first. As Su Meirong left, she looked back at Qin Shuiyue with a smug expression. Qin Shuiyue raised an eyebrow, feeling that she had a plan regarding what the fool had said. The exam started promptly, at 8:30. The woman who handed out the papers was the same woman who had spoken to Su Meirong earlier. When she reached Qin Shuiyue, she cast a scrutinizing look at her. Qin Shuiyue calmly took the paper, flipped through both sides, and understood the questions on the test. The questions were mostly basic, with only the last few being a bit more difficult. But that was no problem for her. After half an hour, Qin Shuiyue finished all the questions. She hesitated for a moment, thinking she needed to help Deputy Director Shang later, so she got up and handed in her paper. The woman frowned as she watched Qin Shuiyue approach. When Qin Shuiyue placed her paper on the desk, the woman said in a displeased tone, "This young person is so restless. She doesn't know anything and still comes to take the test. What kind of place is this?"
Excuse me.
Old comrade, does that mean I might have some connection to you?
I want to take the exam.
That is my right. What does it have to do with you? I think you're just restless and have some strange idea, deliberately targeting me.
You.
Stop. Enough. We are civilized people. Be more polite. You're so old, but you're not even as mature as a young person. You just look older but not wiser. After saying that, Qin Shuiyue turned and walked away. The woman watched her back, feeling angry and her chest rising and falling. No wonder her daughter said this person was mean to her. With her disrespectful attitude and arrogance, she knew she wasn't a good person. She still wants to get a certificate?
Dream on.
Qin Shuiyue didn't care about the woman's attitude. She knew she shouldn't offend her. With Yu Meirong's connection, this woman wouldn't give her a good look, and she might even try to cause trouble for her during the exam. If that's the case, why should she keep being nice?
Besides, who knows who will win in the end?
She went to Vice Dean Shang's office. Before he could speak, Qin Shuiyue asked first, "Vice Dean Shang, What is the name of the person supervising the exam today?
Huh?
Let me ask someone for you. Vice Dean Shang put down his medical records, opened the door, and called a nurse to find out who was on duty today. After she entered, he asked, "What's the matter?" "I saw our district health doctor, Yu Rong, talking with this officer before the exam. When I handed in my paper, his attitude wasn't very good. I'm worried she might cause trouble for me during the exam." "She dares?" Usually, those supervising exams are just hospital staff with no real authority. Who gave her the right to decide the exam's outcome? Vice Dean Shang, I think I need your help to watch out for this. Alright, don't worry. If she tries anything, I'll make her leave immediately. After a while, the nurse reported the woman's information. Vice Dean Shang, the supervisor today is Li Huizhen from the pharmacy.
Huh?
Who graded the papers today? Dr. Tan and Dr. Su. Oh, and Dr. Su is Li Huizhen's husband. Now I understand the relationships. The woman said her backer was her parents. If her backer is her father, then maybe she's trying to manipulate the exam results. However, this time it seemed she would disappoint Su Meirong. Qin Shuiyue was not the type to tolerate injustice. If she wanted to make her suffer, she would see who ended up unlucky in the end. Alright, I understand, she said. The young nurse left, and Qin Shuiyue followed Deputy Director Shang to the patient's ward. She took the pulse and asked about some symptoms. Confirming her suspicion, she took out silver needles and inserted a few into the lower abdomen. The patient could clearly feel the change, and her face showed happiness. Since the cause of the illness was confirmed, Deputy Director Shang was ready to prescribe medicine. He also told the on-duty doctor to carefully observe the patient and report any issues. Then, he left the ward with Qin Shuiyue. They took the patient to the office. Deputy Director Shang strongly invited Qin Shuiyue to come work as a doctor at their hospital. But Qin Shuiyue refused. Being a doctor was not her goal. In her past life, she was too restricted. This life, she just wanted to live freely and for herself. When leaving the hospital, Qin Shuiyue added, "Deputy Director Shang, please check the pharmacy when you have time. Su Meirong has been sneaking herbal medicines to her mother lately. I feel there's more to this than it seems." "Really? Okay, I'll have someone investigate," he replied. If these mother and daughter dared to tamper with the medicines, they would end up in jail for free. After handling the matter, Qin Shuiyue went shopping at the supply and marketing cooperative. The soap and clam oil Lin Nian gave her were gathering dust in her space corner. She decided to take them out today for Aunt Gao to use. She also planned to buy a few more things for her future sisters-in-law. She quickly picked 5 bars of soap, 5 jars of Friendship snow cream, 5 brightly colored scarves, several bags of fragrant shampoo powder, and bought a large front door for Uncle Gao, along with 2 bottles of Shifeng liquor. All the money and tickets came from her space warehouse. Since she wasn't spending her own money, Qin Shuiyue didn't feel guilty at all. At checkout, she received envious looks from a group of young girls. Even if they owned similar items, they would feel happy. But the girl in front of them had so many. Happiness, it seemed, was always someone else's. After leaving the cooperative, Qin Shuiyue threw the items into her space and happily hummed a tune as she headed to Yang Huihui's brigade. Yanghe Brigade. Before she could ask where Yang Huihui was, she saw 2 stylish men blocking a young girl near a haystack not far away. The young girl shook her head and swung her braids wildly, her legs quickly stepping back. Just about to fall in front of Qin Shuiyue worried she might step on her foot, so she said, "What are you sneaking around here for? Hey, big brother, look at this girl. She's so pretty, soft-skinned, delicate. It must feel great to touch her." One of the rough-looking guys looked at Qin Shuiyue with a lecherous smile, shaking his body. His dandruff fell like snowflakes, and his big yellow teeth, stained cuffs, and black sneakers with visible toes were all on display. Qin Shuiyue made a disgusted face, thinking, these 2 are even worse than the king of beggars. "Little brother, today we're lucky. There are 2 of us, so 1 each. I'm the older one, and that pretty girl belongs to me. The other one is yours. Why should it be you, brother? I want to try that pretty girl's feeling too." These 2 ignored Qin Shuiyue and started arguing about how to split her, not paying any attention to her at all. However, the girl who was earlier nearby rushed over and nervously grabbed her, saying, "Run fast." Run? Why should we run? These two are so ugly, they look like forgotten little potatoes. What are we afraid they'll do? When Qin Shua said this, the two brothers weren't happy. Little girl, don't you know who we are? How dare you challenge us? Soon we'll take you down, then choke you so you won't see the sun tomorrow. Brother, why talk so much? Just attack. After we're done, we'll kill her, then run away. I bet no one can catch us in the mountains and rivers. Qin Shua squinted, crossing her arms, calmly watching the brothers threaten her. She silently reached out a hand, beckoning. Come on. Hey, I have a hot temper. Brother, don't pull me back. I must teach that little brat a lesson today. Go ahead, little brother. I'll support you from behind. After saying that, he made a circle in front of his chest, then quickly moved into a stance, kicking out a leg in a sweeping motion, waving his hands up and down, muttering, "Watch my praying mantis fist." The foolish younger brother then reached out with both hands, leaning down to perform a sweeping kick, kicking up dust that made Qin Shua and the girl beside her cough violently. After sweeping his legs, he stood up and leaned to the side. Qin Shua was still waiting to see what move he would make. However, he kept his mouth shut, his eyes wide open, and occasionally looked around. Qin Shua fell silent again.
Wow.
He made such a big fuss with harsh words, but in the end, he just posed a few silly stances right in front of her. That's pretty foolish. Are you too? Martial artists? Ha, little girl, you recognize talent. Not exactly talent, normal people wouldn't do such stupid things. Stupid? I think you're the stupid one. Are you trying to provoke us so we'll attack and get it over with? Bah, we're not going to fall for that. They were both silly, fierce, and incredibly stupid. Qin Shua had lived 2 lives, but this was the first time she felt speechless. Hee hee.
Hee hee.
Yes, I'm so stupid that I can still anger you. Your temper isn't worth much. Brother, this woman doesn't play by the rules. No worries, little brother. With our size, we can handle a couple of girls. Don't be afraid, go ahead. Okay, brother. Then the 2 brothers started rushing forward, chattering. The young girl who was holding Qin Shua's sleeve suddenly charged in, grabbing stones and throwing them at the brothers. Surprisingly, the brothers could only wave their arms, unable to move closer. Suddenly, Qin Shua remembered the scene from last time when she dealt with a group at Meng Chongqing's place. Her messy fighting style, could it look just like now? To these brothers, foolish? Although she had won with her strong stamina, her wild punches probably didn't look very clear, right? Ugh, it was almost unbearable to watch. Qin Shua snapped out of her thoughts, picked up a large stone from the ground, and aimed precisely at one of them. She threw it, and there was a scream. The foolish brother fell to the ground. Brother? Brother, don't leave me. My brother. His scream was so loud it sounded like magic. Qin Shua couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed a stone from the girl next to her and threw it, smack. The clueless younger brother was also knocked down. Oh my goodness. The world finally became quiet.
Done.
Finished work, Andy. Miss, thank you. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. What do you want to do with these 2 people? Send them to the police. I didn't expect this girl to be quite sensible. Just as I was about to nod in agreement, I suddenly felt that her features looked familiar. After thinking carefully, oh my goodness, isn't this Yang Huihui? What's your name, comrade? Meeting each other is fate. How about we exchange names? Just as friends? Sure. My name is Yang Huihui. What's yours, comrade? Your name is Yang Huihui. The Yang Huihui from Secretary Yang's family, huh? You know my dad. Qin Shua knew it was time to reveal her identity. She pretended to be surprised, raised her eyebrows, and hugged Yang Huihui tightly, shouting, "Sister-in-law, Yang Huihui. This is the second time someone has been so clueless. Could there be another one coming?" Knowing that Yang Huihui was probably very confused, Qin Shua quickly explained, "Sister-in-law, I am Gao Wenyu's sister." Huh? Wenyu's sister? Wenyu has a sister too. Yes. Aunt Gao has a very good relationship with my mother. Since my mother passed away, she has taken good care of me. So our families are quite close. I just thought since my brother is at work and probably can't take care of you, I came to check on you. Are you? Are you Wenyu's sister who helps with his work? Qin Shuiwe? I'm called Qin Shuiwe, sister-in-law. Is it really you?
I've wanted to meet you for a long time.
I wanted to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what would have happened with Wenyu. Sister-in-law, you're too kind. It's all fate between you and Wenyu. It has nothing to do with me. How could it have nothing to do with you? Come on, let's go to sister-in-law's house. Yang Huihui happily led her home. On the way, she told the village committee officials about the two people lying in the grass pile. Oh, you. Please don't call me sister-in-law. We haven't even tied the knot yet. Just call me Huihui. All right, Huihui. If there's anything you can't solve, tell me. I will help you. Well, it's still your brother. He was just like me, a country bumpkin back then. My relatives didn't look kindly on him. Now that he's become a city person, he's quite popular. All my aunts and cousins, anyone related, wants to get some benefit from him. But your brother refuses, so everyone thinks it's because of me. Now, two people came to bother me. Qin Shuiwe twitched her mouth. This really is. Every family has its own problems. I thought the Qin family was already quite mean, but it turns out the Yang family isn't much better. Huihui, do you know who ordered this? It's just a few people. When I go back, I'll tell my dad to find out. It won't take long. Don't worry, I'll leave this to my dad. They will regret messing with us. Honestly, this matter is really about the Yang family. I think Yang's father can handle it, so I won't get involved. But I still need to tell her brother. No matter what, it involves him. He should show some attitude. The Yang family's yard is very big. At the top are a row of large blue brick houses facing south. Below are two side rooms, also made of bricks and tiles, but not as spacious or bright as the main house. The yard is surrounded by a stone wall, built over a meter high, looking safe. We've arrived. Let's go inside. As they pushed open the gate, Yang Huihui walked in and shouted loudly, Mom, come quickly. Yang's mother heard the noise, brushed the dirt off her broom, and came from the backyard. She said loudly, What are you shouting for? Little rascal, your mom's ears aren't deaf. With such a loud noise, you're not afraid of hurting your voice. Oh, who's this handsome kid? He looks so good, clear features, fair face. Such a rare find. Mom, what do you think? This is my future sister-in-law. How could she not be pretty? What? Sister-in-law? Gao Wenyu only has one sister, right? I heard she got married. This girl doesn't look like she's old enough to marry. Oh, Mom, this is Qin Shuiwe. She's the one helping Gao Wenyu with his work. It's Shuyu. Come in quickly. Come in quickly. Dinner is at home, and Annie has prepared delicious food for you. No, Auntie. I just came to bring some things to Sister Huihui. Once I give them to her, I will leave. As she spoke, Qin Shuyu lowered her head and started searching through her shoulder bag. She took out a bar of soap, then a jar of friendship snow cream, and finally a silk scarf, all at once, and handed them to Yang Huihui.
Is this?
For me? Yang Huihui looked a bit dazed, staring at the items in her hands, feeling like they were a bit unreal.
Yes, oui.
These are all things my brother asked me to buy for you. Even if she wasn't planning to go see Gao Wenyu now, she would do so in a few days, and it would seem like she was. Yang's mother was also surprised by the generosity of the Gao family. She felt lucky that her daughter married into such a family. Life would surely be better from now on. She was even more pleased with Gao Wenyu as her son-in-law. Wenyu. He just started working. Where does he get so much money? When Yang Huihui heard that Gao Wenyu bought the gifts, her face turned slightly yellow with embarrassment, and she lowered her head, afraid to look at anyone.
Oui, don't worry.
My brother has money. Thank you, brother. Huihui, if you want to thank him, just go ahead. I think my brother would be happy to see you. You little girl. Always talking nonsense. She stomped her foot and shyly ran away. At that moment, the door to the yard was pushed open, and two hurried figures entered. Mom, where's my sister? Mom, is my sister okay? What's wrong with your sister? She's fine, isn't she? What's the matter? Yang's mother looked surprised at her two angry sons and asked with some confusion. Qin Shi looked up at the visitors. When she saw the figure at the front, her pupils shrank sharply.
Yang Yao Guang.
How could he be here? He just said sister. So, is he Yang Hui Hui's brother? All the doubts from her past life were suddenly answered, and Qin Shuyu felt enlightened. At the same time, her resentment towards Lin Yan grew stronger. The first time she saw Yang Yaguang in her past life was at a banquet organized by Lin Yan. She was feeling tired of dealing with all the different people with their own motives, so she hid behind a pillar to get some quiet. Unexpectedly, she saw Lin Yan tugging and pulling with a refined, mature man. She initially thought Lin Yan was being harassed and wanted to help, but when she overheard their conversation, she stopped in her tracks. Yaguang, our research project just happens to be similar to the goal of our experimental team. Can you find a way to pause this project? Just help me out, okay? Lin Yan, don't you think that's a bit shameful? Our research has made a breakthrough. Why should we give way to you? Yaguang, please. Just because of our past feelings, can you help me? Huh? You still dare to mention our past feelings? Yes, I liked you before. I betrayed my parents, my brothers, and my sister for you. When I bravely came to you to propose, what did you say? That I was just your comfort during boring times. Giving up everything to come to the city, to find you, was the last regret of my life. Lin Yan, who do you think you are to talk about feelings with me? But, Yaguang, you haven't married all these years. Isn't that because of me? Lin Yan stopped dreaming. You think I haven't married because I still think of you? No, I was just remorseful for my past mistakes, trying to atone. Lin Yan, someone like you with no heart, will never understand. From what that man said, it was clear their relationship developed when Lin Yan moved to the city for work. And this man said he moved to the city and even chased Lin Yan there, clearly someone from the team. But why had she never seen him? Or heard Lin Yan mention this? She didn't hide her doubts in her heart, but asked Lin Yan directly. Lin Yan casually gave an excuse, and that was the end of it. The second time she saw this man was on TV. He was wearing a white shirt, black suit pants, gold glasses, and had fair skin. He sat elegantly on a stool, facing a reporter's interview. In his 50s, he spoke passionately about his research field, his eyes shining brightly. When the reporter asked, Academician Yang's achievements today are surely related to her own efforts. How do you balance family and work? She remembers clearly that Yang Yaguang did not expect this question. Her bright eyes suddenly darkened, and the scene fell silent. After the silence, Yang Yaguang looked up firmly and said, I once gave up my family because I was chasing after a relationship that shouldn't have existed. When I finally woke up and looked back, I realized I had caused my family deep wounds. Time can't heal this, and regret can't erase what happened. Later, I just watched them from afar. As long as they are happy, I feel I am not so lonely. The sadness in Yang Yaguang's tone was so strong that I could feel it through the screen. At that time, I didn't understand why she said time can't heal, or why regret makes it hard to forget what she had done.
Now,
if he is Yang Hui's brother, I understand what those words really mean. I don't know exactly what happened to the Yang family back then. Later, when Lu Haoqing and I met again and talked about the past, I learned some bits and pieces. Yang's father kicked out the eldest son because of his marriage. The eldest son was tough and left harsh words, which made Yang's mother faint from anger. When she woke up, her health worsened. The other brothers went to the city to find the eldest, but he scolded them away. The second son refused to give up. To save money, he traveled at night to the city and slipped into a river ditch because it was too dark to see the ground. He disappeared before anyone could find him. Yang's mother, already in poor health, passed away shortly after hearing the news. Yang's father, seeing his eldest cut ties with the family, the second son dead and his wife gone, couldn't handle it and went crazy. Only the third son was left to manage the family, with Yang Hui helping from the side. The family, once happy, was broken apart. When Yang Yaguang later found out that Lin Yan had lied to him about his feelings, he probably thought about going home to apologize to his parents. But when he saw that his once happy family was destroyed, some members dead, others mentally broken, he felt a deep pain and regret that seemed to follow him everywhere. This pain and regret made him unable to forgive himself for his actions and also unable to forgive Lin Nian. However, based on Lin Nian's personality, Yang Yaguang was seen as just a simple country boy. Even though his father was the village's party secretary, he didn't meet Lin Nian's standards of manipulation. So, why did Lin Nian focus on the Yang family? A new answer was found, but it also raised another question. Qin Shuya felt her mind was getting overwhelmed. While Qin Shuya was thinking about all this, Yang's brothers had already told Yang's mother everything about what happened earlier beside the haystack with Yang Huihui. Which can't stand my daughter's happiness and would do such a despicable thing. If I find out who did it, I'll tear their house apart, Yang's mother said angrily, pacing around the yard, looking for something to use. She was so furious, she wanted to rush out and fight whoever was responsible. Mom, don't be angry. Those people are already under my dad's control. Once we find out who did it, we'll go to their house, Yang's brother said. What? Your dad caught them? Was he there? Did he beat those two troublemakers? Mom, Dad wasn't there. I heard from the village officials that someone helped Huihui. She was anxious to go home, so the officials sent those two brothers to Dad. Someone helped Huihui? Someone. Oh. Was it Shuya? Yang's mother looked at Qin Shuya and quickly grabbed her hand, anxiously asking, Shuya, did you save Huihui? At the same time, the two brothers also looked at Qin Shuya. When they first entered, they were so angry they didn't notice there was such a beautiful girl in the house. As they looked at Qin Shuya's delicate face, their ears turned red, and they couldn't help but think, how can someone be this good-looking? She is more beautiful than the girls in the city. Auntie, don't worry. When I went to find Sister Huihui, I did see those two brothers come to cause trouble, but I knocked them out with Huihui. We couldn't drag them away, so we found someone to take them to the village committee. We thought Secretary Yang could call the police, so those two would have to spend some time in jail. Oh, my girl, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Huihui wouldn't know what kind of trouble she might have faced. Really, I must thank you properly. Qin Shuya was a bit overwhelmed by Yang's mother's warmth. In her previous life, Gao Wenyu didn't work in the city, so Yang's relatives wouldn't have bothered Huihui just to get close to Gao Wenyu. This time, because of her interference, many things changed. She felt glad she came today. If Huihui had really been bullied, it would have ruined her brother's happiness and Huihui's life. No, she must make sure those two stay happy and safe. She even swallowed the key. After talking with Yang's mother for a while, Qin Shuya saw that it was getting late and decided to leave. Just then, Yang's father returned with some news. I've already handed those two over to the police, but the person behind the scenes might not be convicted due to lack of evidence. Can't they be identified by those two? No, they deny everything. At most, they'll be detained for a few days. When the time's up, they'll be released. Old Yang. Who exactly is it? Secretary Yang's face darkened as he tapped the edge of a bowl, speaking in a bad tone. It's Yang's second daughter's girl. What?
We mean?
No way. Could it be a mistake? Hui Min and Huihui are very close. How could it be her? Yang's mother couldn't believe it was Yang Hui Min. She had watched her grow up. She was lively and often came to play with Huihui. Huihui always remembered her when she had good things. How could it be? I don't believe it either, but that's the truth. Yang's father looked even angrier when he mentioned Yang Hui Min. After so many years as an official, he thought he could tell right from wrong. He had believed Hui Min was one of the few good people in the Yang family, but it turned out she was the most scheming. Others just came to cause trouble and wanted some benefits. She even found someone to ruin her own daughter's innocence. How cruel and wicked her thoughts are. Since it's settled and the police can't handle her, I will. I don't believe I can't deal with a young girl. She said this while waving her fists. Qin Shuya stood beside Yang Huihui, watching her with empty eyes. Feeling a bit sad, she gently held her in her arms to comfort her silently. Sigh. It seems I must ask my brother to come over. Only with him here can I soothe Huihui's wounded heart. Wait a few days. After Yang Huimin is taken away by the police and returns, I will go with you to visit her. I want to ask my good second brother how he teaches his daughter. If he doesn't teach her properly, I, as his brother, will help him. Dad, we will go too. Yes, our whole family will go. Bring Shuiwe. Huihui just said that Shuiwe is very good at kung fu. She can easily knock down those two troublemakers. Qin Shuiwe kept a straight face, but inside, she was feeling frustrated. She was a calm, beautiful woman. How did she end up losing her image and turning into a hot-tempered, bossy woman? In the end, Qin Shuiwe, with Yang's mother desperately trying to keep her, stayed for a meal at the Yang family and then slept in Yang Huihui's room. Fortunately, Yang's team had a phone, and Secretary Yang personally called Qin Dajiang to help inform the Gao family of her whereabouts so they wouldn't worry. At night, the two girls lay in bed as soon as it was dark. They had no sleepiness and chatted casually. Most of the talk was trivial, but as they talked, Yang Huihui's emotions started to break down, and faint muffled crying could be heard. Qin Shuiwe sighed, sat up, and pulled Yang Huihui out of her blanket. Stop crying. She wanted to gently pat Yang Huihui's back, but she didn't control her strength well and almost made her gasp for air. Huihui, finally calming down, rolled her eyes and looked at Qin Shuiwe silently. Shuiwe, I'm content that you care. Don't try to comfort me next time. After this, she forgot to be sad. Just kidding, where is the sadness compared to life? Today, Qin Shuiwe realized that her understanding of her own strength was not complete. It seems that practicing the moon spirit technique under the moonlight over the past few days has been more beneficial than practicing in the space. Early in the morning, Qin Shuiwe had breakfast at the Yang family. When she arranged for the Yang family to find Yang Huimin and cause trouble for her, she remembered to ask someone to notify her. Before leaving, she suddenly thought of an important matter. She pulled Yang Huihui aside and whispered, "Remember what I told you yesterday? That Lin Jiqing is very good at tempting people, especially someone like your brother, handsome and from a good family. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Since you think so highly of my brother, why don't you come and be my sister-in-law?" Yang Huihui was just joking at first, but after saying it, she thought about it carefully and felt that the idea was actually quite good. However, Qin Shuiwe is beautiful, skilled, and capable. She worries that her own brother might not be a good match for her. If they truly like each other, that's another story. I think that's not a good idea at all. Don't just think about it, stop fantasizing and focus on my brother. You're just teasing me. Come on, let's go. Yang Huihui pushed Qin Shuiwe out the door, and Qin Shuiwe left the Yang family with a smile. Back at the Chaoyang Brigade, the house was quiet. Everyone had probably gone to earn work points. Qin Shuiwe didn't stay idle after arriving home. She tidied up her room, then went to the backyard to turn the soil, preparing for the heavy rain to pass so that Gao Auntie could plant vegetables in the garden. While she enjoyed her peaceful rural life, Lin Nian, who was in the youth commune, was feeling a bit upset. In recent days, she had been working hard, regardless of how bitter or tiring it was, as long as she could earn work points. She finally paid off the brigade's debt and had some savings. Lin Nian decided to take a day off today. She took out a piece of paper and a pen from the cabinet and began writing names carefully on the table. However, her hands were cracked in several places. She had also given clam oil to Qin Shuiwe as an apology. Additionally, because those three old men offended a pursuer named Huang, she now had no visitors or gifts coming her way. She had no money and no one around. What could she do? She could only endure. She wrote down all the useful names of people she remembered from the book she had read before her crossing. Then she crossed out the names of the people she no longer needed. Currently, these people are abroad and the incident is still several years away, so it is no longer useful now.
Qin Shuiwe, Lu Haocheng, Liu Zize, Yang Yaoguang, Meng Changqing, Song Chang, Li Xianghe, Mu Xingwang, Zhuo Gang. For now, only these few people can be used. Lu Haocheng hasn't returned yet, Lu's eyes missed the chance, and we don't know where he is now. Meng Chongqing, that unlucky guy, is probably hiding somewhere to heal. Song Chong should be in Jing City now. Mu Xingwang and Swagang. Although they are in Ding Tong City, their whereabouts are unpredictable and hard to control. Now,
Only Yang Yaoguang and Li Xianghe remain. Knowing Yang Yaoguang depends on Qin Shiyue's little jade card with medical skills. So, in the end, only Li Xianghe from the weather station is left. Thinking of this, Lin Yan quickly took out a mirror, looked at her once youthful face, now pale and yellowish, and couldn't help but feel hatred toward Qin Shiyue. This stubborn woman. What method will she use to get the jade card? The best plan now is to control Li Xianghe first, gain more resources, freedom, and money, so she can think about other things. Lin Yan sat in front of the mirror, a slight smile on her lips, her eyes full of determination. Suddenly, she tore up the paper she had written on, and then stood up, igniting it with a fire from the stove. She left no trace behind. At noon, when the Gao family returned, Qin Shiyue had just finished preparing lunch. It was simple sweet potato porridge, served with a few pancakes, along with a dish of salted vegetables and a plate of stir-fried shredded radish. This kind of meal was considered good in the entire Chaoyang Brigade. There was both thick and thin, hot and cold dishes, and everyone was very satisfied. After eating, everyone prepared to rest. At 1 p.m., they went back to work. Qin Shiyue, with a bit of mischief, took Gao Wenyang to a remote place and directly handed him something. What is this? Gao Wenyang curiously picked up a flashy package. When he looked closely, oh my god, soap? Then he looked at a few other items, scarf, snow cream, and was stunned. I mean, he's a grown man, and using soap and snow cream makes him seem a bit girly. Why is there also a scarf? Second brother, this isn't for you. It's to help you show off in front of comrades Su Qiao. Little sister, you are like my second parent. Qin Shiyue twitched her mouth. If Uncle Gao and Aunt Gao heard this, would we still have a good future? Second brother, can you take a half day off this afternoon to help me? Are you asking me to go through fire and water? It doesn't have to be so harsh, right? Qin Shiyue recounted everything that happened at the Yang family yesterday, including buying things for Yang Huihui, and asked Gao Wenyang to tell Gao Wenyu about it. The Yang family is pretty ruthless. If the older ones can't do it, they go after the younger? If the younger ones can't, they use beauty? Looks like they want to control our big brother. Second brother, I think since big brother has decided on Hui Hui, it's better to get married sooner. Otherwise, there might be more problems later. Okay, don't worry. I'll talk to big brother first, then have him discuss it with our parents. Gao Wenyang greeted his parents and went straight to the town's post office. He found his older brother and told him what happened at the Yang family. This made Gao Wenyu so angry his eyes turned red. He quickly asked the leader for leave and went back with his younger brother. At the fork in the road, the brothers split up. One went to Yanghe Brigade, the other returned to Chaoyang Brigade. On the way back, Gao Wenyang took a small path up the mountain. What was he doing up there? Of course, he was trying to impress his future wife. Today, the Gao family's dinner table was full. Even Qin Jingjie, who was sleeping in the small room, came over. Big brother, are you saying you want me to ask our parents to propose marriage at the Yang family? Yes, Mom. I plan to visit the Yang family today. The uncle and aunt also agree. No bride price, no gifts. They just want Hui Hui and me to marry soon, to cut off the thoughts of those relatives. Getting married is fine, but not accepting anything isn't right. If we give nothing, Hui Hui might be bullied by the gossiping folks in Chaoyang Brigade later. But, Mom, time is tight. Where can we prepare so many things? First, find a middle person to join us. Tomorrow, we will go to the Yang family to introduce ourselves, discuss the engagement, the bride price, and the wedding preparations. Once everything is confirmed, we will start preparing whatever we can afford. Also, your new house has already been arranged for you three brothers. Spend the next few days tidying it up and buying what's needed. Make sure Hui Hui isn't left out, okay? Dad, Mom, thank you for supporting me and Hui Hui. We will take good care of each other and be respectful to you both. You're a silly child. As long as you're happy, your mom and I will be satisfied. Uncle Gao thought about how his eldest son getting married would mean he'd soon have grandchildren. For a moment, he didn't feel sad, but rather quite happy. Early in the morning, before dawn, Aunt Gao started her busy day of organizing work, with Qin Shiyue and her brother also helping out. Zhengjie and Wenji, you two go up the mountain now. Catch as many wild chickens as you can, preferably an even number. After catching them, Pluck their feathers and come back. Okay, got it. Wenyu and Shuyue, you two go to the town now. Buy pork, anything you can find, whether pig's feet or pig's head. Anything is fine. Also, buy some candies, pastries, and a few yards of fabric, so Hui can make herself a new dress. Aunt Gao then took out money and tickets, handing them to the more reliable Qin Shuyue. Old Gao, come with me to the village entrance to invite the matchmaker. Later, she can come with us to the Yang family. When Yang, go ask the team leader for a day off. Just say our family has good news today, and we won't be working. Okay, got it. Qin Shuyue and her older brother Wenyu hurried to the meat factory before it opened. At this time, many people were already waiting outside the factory. Wow, so many people. Brother, later we'll split up and push our way inside. This is for the meat tickets and money. Just buy whatever you see, pork, pig's feet, pig's head, anything.
Got it? Got it.
At exactly 8 o'clock, the factory gates opened, and everyone rushed inside. Qin Shuyue, with her strong fists, fought her way through and headed straight to the meat stall. She confidently placed her tickets and said, "Comrade, I want this piece. Just cut it like this." With a quick gesture, the vendor holding a knife cut off a thick piece of pork belly. He weighed it, paid, and the transaction was done smoothly. When Qin Shuyue carried out a piece of meat, Gao Wenyu was still busy squeezing through the crowd. Finally, Gao Wenyu carried 2 pig's feet and some offal, looking pitiful as he hurried out of the crowd. Oh my goodness, I don't know who stepped on me or pinched me, but luckily I'm wearing work clothes, or Hui might misunderstand me. Gao Wenyu brushed dirt off his clothes and shoes, showing how intense the struggle had been. Qin Shuyue smiled and called Gao Wenyu to follow her to the supply and marketing cooperative. The brother and sister happily carried the meat inside. The sight of the meat and pig's feet made them the most eye-catching kids in the store. Brother, do you still have money? Yes, 5 yuan left. That's enough. Go buy some candy and pastries, especially peach crisps, rice strips, and white rabbit milk candies. Here's a ticket. I'll go see the fabric stall over there. Qin Shuyue handed the meat to Gao Wenyu and went to the fabric counter. Since Changhe town was small, there were no department stores, so many goods were kept in the supply and marketing cooperative. She looked up at the hanging clothes. Among the many blue and black ones, 2 caught her eye. Comrade, how much are these 2 clothes? These 2 don't need tickets. One costs 10 yuan, the other 15. They're made of good fabric. Can I take them down to look? She took down the 2 clothes and compared their sizes. Based on Yang Hui's measurements, she thought they might fit. Please ring them up. Qin Shuyue then bought 2 large red pieces of fabric and a colorful cloth with blue, green, and red patterns and paid at the cash register. When Gao Wenyu saw what Qin Shuyue was holding, he was completely shocked. Sister, did my mom give so much money? Can we buy 2 ready-made clothes? In those days, everyone knew that ready-made clothes were the most expensive. They cost several times more than making clothes at home with fabric. Only wealthy people could afford such things, especially since fabric tickets weren't always available. My brother finally married his wife. I must give them a gift. Also, Hui and I met and got along well, so I consider this my engagement gift for you both. This isn't appropriate, sister. It's too valuable. Our relationship is good enough that this small gift is enough. Come on, don't hesitate. Let's go quickly. Do you still want to marry? Unsuccessful in protesting, Gao Wenyu could only follow Qin Shuyue, jogging home. Halfway there, he couldn't keep up and asked to rest for 10 minutes. When they arrived home, it was exactly 9:30. Oh, you bought red cloth? Shuyue, you're so reliable. I forgot about this. The flower woman just said that since it's a family match, it should be proper. We need to tie red cloth. We don't have much red cloth left at home, and there are a few pieces not tied yet. Auntie, I bought 2 pieces. One good one can be used for a quilt cover or clothes. The other, a poorer piece, is for tying things. That way, everyone will know it's a gift. Auntie Gao held Qin Shuyue tightly, feeling very grateful. Finally, the flower woman saw it was almost time and quickly packed everything into a basket, tore the red cloth strips to tie them, and then everyone headed to the Yang family at Yanghe Brigade. Dear little ones, do you want to see the male lead? Yes. Tomorrow I will arrange it for you. These days are the verification period, and it's just about reaching 100,000 words. Please help me, don't save drafts. Read every day, and kindly click to urge updates. Your support is very important now. Thank you all so much. Thanks, Omega. The Gao family members all wore happy smiles, each holding a basket decorated with a big red flower, walking proudly to the Yang family's door at Yanghe Brigade. Dear in-laws, we're here. Come and quickly come in. Today, everyone in Yanghe Brigade knew that Secretary Yang was taking leave at home to visit relatives. Curious people had already hidden nearby, and seeing the scene, they couldn't help but feel envious. Did you see? The basket has 2 pieces of cloth. Oh, that cloth is really nice. Are you only looking at the cloth? Didn't you see the full basket of pork and pig's feet? And those 2 chickens? I haven't eaten meat for almost half a year, and it makes me crave it so much. No, today, even if I have to sell everything, I must get my wife to bring back some meat to eat. Did you see the basket of candies? They're also pastries. What's that? You didn't see the 2 new sets of clothes over there? I saw those clothes at the supply store. Each costs over 10 yuan. The Gao family really spends money freely. The Gao family wanted this effect. They didn't care about others' opinions and just carried their things inside. You've prepared so many things for just one night? Thank you so much, dear in-laws. It's nothing. I really like Hui Hui. We don't want our daughter to be wronged. Early in the morning, the children went out to buy things. Everything Hui Hui needs, she has it. Dear in-laws, thank you so much. Thank you very much. At this moment, Yang's mother felt truly ashamed of her narrow-minded thoughts before. It doesn't matter if someone is from the city or not. As long as her daughter is happy, that's what matters most. They welcomed the guests into the house warmly. Aunt Gao held her head high as she placed the things inside, also holding Yang Hui's hand, asking if she liked this or that. Lunch was naturally hosted by the Yang family. Knowing the Gao family would come today, Yang's mother prepared plenty of food early. Plus, Aunt Gao brought some, making the lunch very rich. Dear in-laws, today we're drinking this. I brought it from home. Shua just bought me 2 bottles.
Oh.
Old Gao, you're drinking Shifeng wine now?
I think Shua is very kind.
If it weren't for her, my Hui Hui. It's all my fault. If you say that, dear in-laws, I'll have to keep talking about you. Family is family, and love is love. Your relatives are too troublesome. It's better for Hui Hui to marry into my family with Wenyu. My family doesn't have all those messy things. Yang's father just sighed. Who knew that Mr. Gao would climb up the social ladder so easily? His words didn't quite match anymore. Yes, dear in-laws, let these 2 children marry early. It can also put an end to some unnecessary thoughts. I feel I've let the children down. After saying that, he raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Uncle Gao saw how he drank and felt distressed. Hey, you big fool, this wine needs to be savored slowly. Where do you find someone who drinks like that? What's wrong with me having a sip of your wine? Look at how stingy you are. How am I stingy? If I were stingy, I wouldn't have brought this good wine for you to drink. For a moment, the 2 old friends argued about nothing, making everyone else at the table laugh loudly. The person laughing the most was the visiting lady, who had never seen such a lively family meeting before. By 5 p.m., Qin Shuiwei and the others returned to the Chaoyang team. After discussing Gao Wenyu's marriage, the Gao family started to get ready. In the evening, everyone was busy all day and went to rest. Qin Shuiwei sat by the bed, letting the moonlight shine on her, and practiced the moon's spirit technique. Suddenly, there was a loud splash outside in the yard. Qin Shuiwei opened her eyes, and a faint white glow flickered in them. She got up, pushed open the door, and quickly saw someone lying by the wall, trying hard to get up. Cough, cough. Cough. The person in the corner sounded weak, but his familiar voice made Qin Shuiwei rush over quickly. Brother Haocheng? Is that you? Lu Haocheng, holding his wound, looked up with difficulty and saw Qin Shuiwei. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. How did she end up here? Before she could speak, he fainted again. Qin Shua anxiously called out his name, but got no answer. She hurriedly carried him on her back, carefully brought him to her room, and gently laid him on the bed. She turned around to pretend to get something from the cabinet, but secretly took out her medical box from her space, containing her usual medicines, silver needles, and a small bottle of spiritual spring water. Sitting by the bed, Qin Shua checked his pulse. His pulse was weak, and his energy and blood were depleted. She quickly unbuttoned his clothes, revealing a deep wound that exposed the bone, making her gasp in shock. How painful must that be? Tears welled up in her eyes with sympathy. She tried to hold back her tears, trembling as she disinfected the wound, sealed the nerve endings with silver needles, poured some spiritual spring water over it, and began stitching with sheep intestine thread. After 23 stitches, she applied more spiritual spring water, then dressed the wound and wrapped it carefully. Finally, she activated the moon's spirit technique to help healing. This was Qin Shua's first time using her energy so freely, almost as if it cost nothing, watching invisible gas flow into Lu Haoqing's body. Gradually, Lu Haoqing's furrowed brows relaxed, and with gentle breathing, Qin Shua stopped, wiped the sweat from her face with a towel, and struggled to cover Lu Haoqing with a blanket. Then she sat weakly under the moonlight, replenishing her depleted energy. An hour later, Qin Shua opened her eyes, filled with tiny stars, and looked at the man sleeping on her bed. Her gaze was distant and full of longing. In her past life, due to a misunderstanding, they were separated for nearly 20 years. When they met again, it was like a long drought ending with rain, a dry tree meeting a blazing fire. That night, their fight was especially intense. Thinking of this, Qin Shua's face turned red with embarrassment. It was so incredibly shameful. After clearing up the misunderstanding, they planned to get married. But Qin Shua enjoyed the feeling of being pursued and never agreed. Lu Haoqing was even more willing to spoil her. As long as they stayed together, they could marry anytime. But who knew? They were separated once by Lin Yan, and then successfully separated again. In that dark basement, Lin Yan drew blood from her every day. She felt her life slipping away, but stayed strong and alive. Her motivation to keep going was to see Lu Haoqing again. Day after day, she waited, only to be mocked by Lin Yan, who said she was delusional and that Lu Haoqing had long forgotten who she was. At that time, she calmly told Lin Yan it was impossible. She remembered everything. After hearing this, Lin Yan cursed her wildly, insulting Lu Haoqing and herself. The more Lin Yan cursed, the happier she felt, because from her curses, she learned that Lu Haoqing was still searching for her. She felt it was enough. In this life, she had been completely used by Lin Yan. It was Lu Haoqing's appearance that made her realize she wasn't too foolish. At least she didn't mistake Lu Haoqing for someone else. In the end, Lin Yan couldn't hold back her murderous intent and attacked her. Even in her final moments, she wasn't afraid, only regret for Lu Haoqing and hatred for Lin Yan. Unexpectedly, she still had a chance to live again. Tears rolled down her cheeks as Qin Shua smiled. She would not let the past happen again in this life. This time, she was determined to hold onto this man tightly, with no regrets. Qin Shua rested her chin on her hand, carefully observing the man in front of her. She had to admit, he had an alluring, charming face. The man's eyebrows and eyes were cold and sharp. His high cheekbones and narrow eyes gave him a strong, brave look. His face was sharp and three-dimensional, like a carved sculpture. That night, Qin Shua was worried that Lu Haoqing might have a fever. She stayed by his side all night until the sky turned pale, then she lay down for a short rest. When the sun began to rise, Lu Haoqing's biological clock woke him up on time. His sharp black eyes first looked around his surroundings, then he realized he was in Gao Shiping's room. His narrow eyes slightly squinted, and his cold brows furrowed in confusion. He couldn't understand how he ended up in this room. Soft breathing pulled Lu Haoqing out of his thoughts. He turned his head and saw the face he had been longing for, more delicate and fair than before, resting beside him.
So,
the person he saw before losing consciousness was really her. Enduring the pain, he turned onto his side. When he saw the bandage around his waist, he knew his wound had been properly treated. It seemed that during the years he was away, the young girl's medical skills had become even better. He carefully looked at the sleeping girl in front of him. He had imagined many times what she might look like when she grew up, cute, delicate, fragile, but she was never as refined as she was now. And seeing Qin Shiyue's now puffed-up face, he knew she must have been living happily after leaving the Qin family, where the white-eyed wolves had been. Perhaps Lu Haoqing's gaze was too intense. Qin Shiyue, still drowsy, let out a soft cry. She lifted her head and saw that Lu Haoqing was awake. The first thing she did was reach out to touch his forehead. The sudden softness surprised Lu Haoqing. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he felt his whole body heat up.
Huh?
Do you have a fever? You only just got one yesterday? Qin Shiyue touched her head, confused. She had been fine all night, so why was she feeling warm this morning? Lu Haoqing quickly suppressed all his feelings and calmly said, "Maybe it's because I just woke up. The blanket is a bit hot." Qin Shiyue reached out again to touch her forehead, and indeed it was still cold. She finally let out a sigh of relief. She was leaning on the bed, about to stand up when suddenly a tingling sensation ran through her feet. Before she could keep her balance, she fell straight into Lu Haoqing's arms. One of her hands accidentally pressed against his chest. The strong force from his body transmitted from her hand to her brain, making her feel dizzy. Her hand also twitched, and she accidentally pinched him. Immediately, a muffled groan came from him. The whole room fell into complete silence. Qin Shiyue. If she said she didn't do it on purpose now, would anyone believe her? While she was hesitating whether to explain herself, Lu Haoqing reached out and pulled her onto the bed. One hand fixed under her neck, and the other rested on her waist.
Wait, the bed?
The waist? No, she really wasn't someone who would do anything careless. In broad daylight, couldn't they wait until midnight? Lu Haoqing, we haven't reached. Is your foot numb? Lie down and rest a bit. Let the blood flow. Oh, so it was her who was being overly flirtatious. At that moment, Lu Haoqing changed his tone and asked, "What did you just say we haven't reached?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." "Really?"
Haha, really?
"Can it be more real?" Lu Haoqing looked at the person in his arms with a meaningful gaze, his face calm and relaxed, but inside he was full of turbulent waves. If he weren't so self-controlled, he might have already done something to ease his rising heat. I'll go call Aunt Gao." Qin Shiyue quickly broke free from his hand, jumped off the bed, and hurriedly ran out. Unbeknownst to her, the pair of dark eyes watching her from behind were filled with deep love, gentle and tender. Not long after, Aunt Gao hurried into Qin Shiyue's room, her forehead sweating with worry. Seeing Lu Haoqing lying peacefully there, she quickly approached. "Qingzi,
How are you?
are you badly hurt? You know, you're such a high-ranking official. Why do you work so hard? Your mother and father also don't tell you to behave." "Third aunt, I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly okay." When facing caring family members, Lu Haoqing softened his features, and even his voice sounded a bit lazy. "Are you really okay? Don't lie to third aunt. Third aunt, her medical skills. Don't you trust her?" Lu Haoqing pointed toward Qin Shiyue, and Gao Auntie's gaze immediately shifted. "Shiyue, tell Auntie, is Brother Haoqing's injury serious? It's just a surface wound. I've already treated it. He shouldn't get out of bed or get it wet these days, to prevent the wound from opening. He should eat some blood-nourishing food and rest for a while. That's good, that's good. If anything happens to him, how can I explain it to my sister?" Gao Auntie's face looked sad, and her eyes showed worry. Qin Shiyue was afraid she might overthink, so she asked Lu Haoqing if he was hungry and handed him a look. "Third aunt, I'm hungry. I want to eat the egg noodles you made." "I can eat a big bowl." Okay, I'll go right now." Gao Auntie quickly moved her legs and left the room in a flash. The air was dead silent. Things had gone beyond Qin Shiyue's expectations, heading in a strange direction. She wanted to stop it. No, she didn't even want to try to stop it. She carried memories of her past life with two people, but Lu Haoqing didn't. Normally, although they were familiar with each other, they weren't that close. Could it really be like this? Just when Qin Shiyue was about to give up or just let it go, she heard the voices of the Gao brothers and Qin Jingjie outside. She felt guilty, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. She took a few steps back, creating distance between herself and Lu Haoqing. Lu Haoqing looked confused. Qin Shiyue felt awkward. Haoqing, I heard from my mom that you got hurt. Yeah, Haoqing. How are you feeling? I'm fine. No matter how serious the injury, Shiyue will fix it right away. The two brothers nodded in agreement. Qin Jingjie, however, glanced at Lu Haoqing's bloodshot wound and frowned. He remembered that this mission was not dangerous, so why did Haoqing get hurt like this? Hey? Haoqing, why are you sleeping in Shuyu's room? Standing nearby, Qin Shuyu, who was trying not to draw attention, felt her heart skip a beat. Thanks to Shuyu's careful care yesterday, I wouldn't have woken up this morning otherwise. Qin Shuyu looked surprised. She nervously watched Lu Haoqing lying on the bed. Finding a quick excuse, she hurried out of the room, and before leaving, she specifically told Qin Jingjie to move Lu Haoqing back to his own room. After leaving the Gao family house, Qin Shuyu turned around and went up the mountain to check on the herbal collection. By noon, she carried the dried herbs down the mountain. But just as she stepped off the mountain, she was stopped by the team leader. Something's wrong, Shuyu. What's going on? Uncle De Jiang, your medical license hasn't passed the assessment. Just now, someone called Vice Dean Shang and told you to go to the town quickly. Okay, I understand. Uncle, please tell my family. I'll head to the town right away. She turned around and jogged, taking 40 minutes to reach the hospital gate. Midway, she found the basket inconvenient, so she threw it into her space. Following her memory, Qin Shuyu knocked on Vice Dean Shang's door. Shuyu, you're finally here. Your medical license was approved, but for some reason they issued an order to block it and changed your ranking, disqualifying you. I personally reviewed your exam paper. It was full marks. But they said there was a problem. I asked around, and I heard it was a notice from the county. I used all my contacts, but it was useless. Seeing the usually elegant old man become irritable, Qin Shuyu couldn't help but find it a bit funny. Vice Dean Shang, don't worry. Can you call Dr. Su and Comrade Li Huizhen over? You asked me to watch out for Li Huizhen before. I secretly investigated her. She used her position to turn the hospital pharmacy into her own, selling medicines freely and pocketing the money. After discussing with the director, I reported it to Director Li at the committee. Director Li is investigating now. Is there solid evidence? Yes, it's conclusive. Director Li is just following procedures. Qin Shiyue lowered her head and thought for a moment. The only people who could tamper with her medical license were these two, and she originally thought that the background Li Meirong mentioned belonged to her parents. But she didn't expect there were others? Now, to find out who was behind this, it might be difficult to get information from Dr. Su, but perhaps Li Huizhen could help. Vice President Shang, can I use your phone? Sure, go ahead. Qin Shiyue took out the phone number that Director Li had left her earlier and dialed. Soon, someone answered. When Director Li heard Qin Shiyue's request, he agreed without hesitation. When Qin Shiyue arrived at the committee offices, Director Li was waiting for her at the door. Girl, you're here. Uncle Li, you look better and better. Isn't that thanks to you? I feel like I can't use all my strength every day. I just can't do it. Ha! They talked as they went into a small office. The office wasn't big, just 3 rows of red brick houses in a small courtyard. There was a banner on the wall that matched the style of the time, and not many people were around, making it seem a bit lonely. Director Li led her to a dark little room and personally opened the door. Go in. Feel free to talk, chat as you like. Don't be afraid, Uncle is here. Thank you, Uncle Li. Director Li waved his hand and went a short distance away to smoke. Today, Qin Shiyue wore a pair of black leather shoes, which made a clicking sound on the cement floor. In the quiet room, the sound was especially noticeable. Li Huizhen, familiar with darkness, stretched out her hand to block her eyes as sunlight poured in. Only after she fully adapted to the light did she see clearly who was standing in front of her. "It's you. Why are you here?" With her arms crossed, Qin Shua looked down at the disheveled Li Huizhen with a cold smile on her face. "Comrade Li Huizhen, are the little dark rooms in the committee offices comfortable?" "What? What are you really here for? Just to watch me make a fool of myself? A joke? Do we have any grudges or conflicts? Why would I want to watch you embarrass yourself? Or is it because Li Huizhen did something to me that makes you think I'm here to watch a joke?" Qin Shua's tone was calm and emotionless, with no sign of anger or happiness. This made Li Huizhen feel strangely scared. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything at all." "Really? I heard that Comrade Su Meirong and Li Huizhen are mother and daughter, right? Not long ago, Comrade Su Meirong would sometimes secretly bring a basket to visit you at the hospital. Every time she left, the basket was empty. Do you think the committee members know about this?" "Qin Shua, what are you trying to do? This has nothing to do with my daughter. Nothing at all. Don't talk nonsense. What is she trying to do?" "She just wanted to test Su Meirong's position in Li Huizhen's heart. She didn't expect the effect to be so good. I have a few questions to ask you. It depends on whether Li Huizhen cooperates. This will decide your daughter's future. Think carefully before you answer. Your medical license? I was the one who tampered with it. If you let my daughter go, I will return the license to you. Is that okay?" Li Huizhen didn't expect her daughter's actions to be known, and the person who knew was actually Qin Shua, who had been plotting against their family. She came in, which was one thing, but if her daughter was taken away, her life would be ruined. She was still so young and shouldn't be like this. "Oh, did you ever think about the consequences when you did it? Since you dared to attack me, you should be prepared for my revenge. Tell me, who is behind you? Who gave the order to cancel my medical license?" Li Huizhen glared fiercely at Qin Shua, tightly closing her mouth and refusing to speak. If she didn't say anything, her family might still have hope. But if she did, there would be no hope at all. "Li Huizhen, do you think I can't find out if you don't tell me? I'm not investigating because I don't want to waste time. The opportunity is right in front of you. Do you cherish it or not? Qin Shua, don't think you can get a word out of me." "Really? I like your stubbornness. It's more fun to train you." After speaking, Qin Shua took a pill from her pocket, opened Li Huizhen's mouth, and directly put the pill inside. "Ugh. What did you give me to eat?" Qin Shua just smiled without speaking. Soon, Li Huizhen realized what the medicine did. "It hurts. So much. It hurts so much." Inside the small room, there was a single bed, a table, and 2 chairs. At this moment, Li Huizhen rolled off the bed onto the floor, knocking over a stool with a loud noise. Outside, Director Li paused his cigarette-smoking hand. "This girl is quite good at causing trouble. Such a loud noise. She must have been struggling hard. Help me, help me. It hurts. Qin Shua, please help me quickly. Tell me, I'll listen." "I'll tell you. Just say it then." "Yes. Yes." Secretary Qian from the Discipline Inspection Committee, Secretary Qian. "Oh. What is your relationship with Secretary Qian?" "His family. He has a son." "Who is?" "Not very smart." To marry, Li Huizhen didn't finish the last few words because the pain was too much and she was too weak. But Qin Shua already understood what she meant. She had thought this family loved Rual Meirong very much, but it turned out to be like this? What kind of expression would Rual Meirong have if she knew she was about to marry someone with a disability? She was even handed over by her most loved parents. "Help me." Li Huizhen's eyes were full of hope. She no longer cared about the consequences. She just wanted to end this unbearable pain. "Help? Li Huizhen, people like you, pain is probably your best fate. Don't worry, it will only last an hour, and then it will be over." After saying that, Qin Shua turned and left the room, leaving Li Huizhen to scream helplessly. Is she okay?" Outside, Director Li looked a bit worried. The screams inside were so tragic that they made people think the worst. "Don't worry, Uncle Li. I won't make things difficult for you. By the way, Uncle Lee, do you know Secretary Qian from the Discipline Inspection Committee? Secretary Qian?
Oh.
You mean the person behind Li Huizhen's family? Li Huizhen's illegal sale of medicine was probably just her personal action. This Secretary Qian only tampered with my medical license a little. We need to find out more before jumping to conclusions. Yes, that's correct. We plan to arrest Su Meirong tomorrow. The evidence is solid. She has visited her mother multiple times to deliver medicinal herbs, and all the income from these goes to them both. Should we also inform the commune about this? After all, Su Meirong is currently a barefoot doctor in the Chaoyang team. She has been taking advantage of our team's resources, and the commune won't let her get away easily. I've already spoken to Lao Hong about this. He said he would handle it this afternoon. I think he's probably already on his way. Director Li checked his watch. It was already past 1 o'clock. It seems everyone should be arriving soon. All right, I'll leave the matter here to Uncle Lee. I need to go to the county. You're going to the county? Are you planning to see Secretary Qian? Maybe you should wait a bit. I'll try to help you find some connections first. Don't rush in alone. It's not just me. I have a plan, Uncle Lee. Okay, when you get there, if you can't handle it, call me. I'll try to help you then. Oh, wait a moment. Director Lee returned to his office and soon came out with a piece of paper. Here's an introduction letter. Since you left in a hurry and can't return to the team, this official stamp is from your commune. Carrying this will make things easier. Qin Shue thanked him and first went to the post office to call the team headquarters, informing Qin Dajiang of her whereabouts. She also asked him to notify her brother and the Gao family. After that, she made another call and then took a bus to the county. At the Gao family's place. Team leader, what did you say? My sister went to the county? What exactly happened? Qin Jingjie knew his sister wouldn't go to the county without a reason. Plus, seeing team leader Qin's worried face made him think more. Don't worry yet, listen to me. The team leader explained everything about Qin Shue's medical license being revoked and all the details behind it.
Su Meizheng.
She's really something. Qin Jingjie said this with clenched teeth. If Su Meirong were in front of him now, he might just tear her apart. At that moment, Lu Haoqing's voice came from his room, making Qin Jingjie pause his anger. He quickly apologized to the team leader and asked him to wait a moment before turning to go inside. Yes, Uncle De Jiang, Haoqing is back, but you must keep this secret. I know. He won't reveal it himself, and I definitely won't say anything. He has some awareness of this. After all, Lu Haoqing's position is high, and his tasks are mostly secret. As an ordinary person, he should just take care of his own area. What's wrong, Haoqing? You should go to the county town yourself and send a message to Xiangzi. He's the best person to handle this matter. Xiangzi? Isn't he at the Public Security Bureau? Qin Jingjie was a bit confused. Although both are local government, their systems are different. Plus, Xiangzi doesn't hold a higher position. If you tell me to go, I will. When I find him, Xiangzi will naturally tell me. All right, I'll go right now. Take good care of Shuiwei and bring her back safely. Lu Haoqing shouted to Qin Jingjie as he left the door. Qin Jingjie paused, scratching his head in confusion. Shuiwei is his sister. How could he lose her? Stop talking here. So, an hour later, Qin Shuiwei, after her modifications, sat across from a burly man with a stern face and a loud voice. Comrade, I heard from my people that you want to talk to my seventh brother about some business? Since Qin Shuiwei entered, Old Seven had been watching her carefully. However, Qin Shuiwei was very patient and didn't show any emotion or weakness. Yes, I'm looking for someone. How much do you want for the information? Looking for someone. Comrade, you need to understand, this is the black market, selling things. You want me to find someone? Old Seven felt his profession was being questioned like never before, and his voice rose even higher. Qin Shuiwei. Since he cared so much about his job, she decided to change her words. Are you selling information? I want to buy some. Old Seven. Thinking about his brothers he needed to support, he knew not making money was foolish, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. Who's the information about? Secretary Qian. Who did you say? Old Seven's voice automatically got louder again. He even couldn't help but check his ears. worried that earwax might have blocked his hearing and he misheard. From the disciplinary committee. Secretary Qian. Confirming he heard correctly, Old Seven suddenly stood up from his seat, pacing around the room, swinging back and forth, occasionally scratching his shiny, shoe-polish-like head. After walking a few rounds, he stopped and asked with suspicion, "What do you want with Secretary Qian?" Qin Shuyuan naturally wouldn't tell Old Seven about the schemes behind her back or her plans for revenge. She simply smiled calmly and said, "It's an important matter. Don't worry, I just want to know where he lives. That's all. This is your reward." After saying that, she placed 10 yuan on the table. Spending 10 yuan just to buy a piece of information, Old Seven thought she was a fool. No, he was more than that. "Comrade, the route to Secretary Qian's house has already been marked out for you.
Take it.
Come back if you need anything." Waving the 10 yuan in his hand, the burly man blocked the door. His reluctant, affectionate look made it seem like he was sending his own mother off. Removing the disguise, Qin Shuyue returned to the guest house. She opened the paper given by Lao Qi and looked at the simple lines on it. She then made a face like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Whose kid drew this? Even a 3-year-old could do better. She turned the paper over and examined it carefully. Based on the streets she had just walked through, she could recognize a few parts. It seemed she needed to get familiar with the area tonight. She put away the paper and went to a state-run restaurant for dinner. After returning to her room, she turned on the light, took out a medical book, and studied it carefully until midnight. Qin Shuyue dressed up, climbed out of the second-floor window to the first floor, then dropped to the ground and quickly disappeared into the night. She planned her route in her mind, using the simple map. After wandering through many twists and turns and reaching a dead end, she turned back and took another path. Finally, she explored most of the area and found the main gate of Secretary Qian's house, noting which way it opened. Before this, Secretary Qian had a good reputation. The main reason was that he didn't live in the family compound but moved to a remote civilian courtyard, claiming it was to save resources for the country and give the house to those in need. In reality, it was just for him to hide things. He often took his son, who wasn't very smart, to work, which earned him a good reputation and even chances for promotion. Qin Shuyue easily climbed over the wall into the yard. Her goal was the pig pen at the back. It was called a pig pen, but it was just a few poles with stones around a small open space. There were no pigs or pig troughs inside. She placed her hand on the ground and sensed. Since practicing the moon spirit technique, her connection with space had become closer. She sensed something about a meter above the ground. With a thought, the object was pulled into her space. She only took what was inside, leaving the boxes outside untouched underground. There were 16 boxes in total. Qin Shuyue took 14, leaving 2 as evidence. She then took out a dagger, unlocked the door latch, and slipped inside. This was the main room, divided into 2 parts, east and west. The east was the main room, and the west was secondary. Based on Secretary Qian's personality, he wouldn't let her stay in the secondary room. Opening the east door, the moment Qin Shuyue stepped inside, she raised the powder in her hand and quickly covered her mouth and nose. After making sure enough time had passed, she released her grip and started rummaging through the room. She checked every piece of furniture, small cabinets, heated beds, wardrobes, anything that could hold items. She also took the small locked box belonging to Secretary Qian's wife and stored everything in her space, planning to open it later when she had time. After searching around, she found over 2,000 yuan and dozens of tickets. Finally, she knocked out the visible walls to make sure there was nothing hidden, then looked at the sleeping couple on the bed. She put the dagger into her space and took out a small knife, which reflected a cold light under the moonlight. With a few quick cuts, she shaved all the hair from Secretary Qian's forehead. Turning around, she did the same to the couple, making sure they looked equally exposed and vulnerable. Satisfied with her work, Qin Shuyue headed straight to the west room. As she reached the door, a loud snoring sound burst through the door, reaching her ears. Fortunately, there were no other people around. Otherwise, such loud snoring might have caused complaints about noise. Entering Secretary Qiansun's room, Qin Shuiwe, with sharp senses, noticed that the room was much better furnished than that of Secretary Qian and his wife. There was a row of large wardrobes with mirrors, a small cabinet nearby, a woven-covered hot water bottle on top, along with porcelain cups and plates filled with peanuts and sunflower seeds, and 2 bags of snacks. Near the door, there was a basin rack with clean white towels, looking neat and tidy. Below the towels was a soap dish holding a white soap bar that emitted a pleasant scent. Qin Shuiwe clicked her tongue in admiration. Life here was truly luxurious. She searched around but didn't find anything valuable. She wasn't interested in items used by others. Before leaving, she took a white cloth bundle from her space and threw it into the wardrobe. Since the person was a fool, it wasn't wrong to look at comic books, right? If she had already looked at those, then reading famous foreign novels or stories wouldn't hurt either. As for whether a fool could understand them, who cared? As long as these items appeared in Secretary Qian's house, that was enough. She closed the door carefully and returned to the guest house, feeling full of loot. Lying on the hard bed, she happily drifted into a sweet dream. Qin Jingjie left the Chaoyang team and hurried to the town. The last bus to the county had already left, so he had no choice but to sleep at the guest house. At dawn, he caught the earliest bus and arrived at the county seat. After getting off, he went straight to the Public Security Bureau. After asking around, he finally found Xiangzi, who had just started work. Seeing him, Qin Jingjie was so excited that he quickly ran forward to give him a hug. "Xiangzi, my brother." Hey, Qin Jingjie, get away from me. I don't want anything to do with you." Seeing Qin Jingjie, memories of some unpleasant times in the army flooded Xiangzi's mind. They had joined the army in the same batch. Because they were from the same hometown, they became very close, almost like they shared everything from eating to sleeping. They even took turns wearing the same pants, and their socks might have been mixed up. One was his, the other was his. Plus, Qin Jingjie was very passionate about his brothers. His way of showing friendship was either hugging or patting heads. Later, some people in the army joked that their relationship was too close. This even reached the political commissar, who spent a whole day talking to them seriously. When they came out of the commissar's office, they were so embarrassed they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Since then, Qin Jingjie learned to hold back, but it didn't affect their friendship. Even after Qin Jingjie was injured and discharged, and he moved to work at the local Public Security Bureau, they kept in touch. However, in a new environment, Xiangzi didn't want to cause any trouble or spread any rumors about Qin Jingjie. He planned to work honestly until retirement. "Xiangzi, it's only been a year since we last saw each other. Is that how you treat your brother? Have you forgotten the friendship we shared when we wore the same pants? All right, just shut your mouth. Tell me, what do you want from me?" Their brotherly bond was real. When Xiangzi saw him, he knew there was definitely a reason. Qin Jingjie didn't hide anything. He told Xiangzi everything about Qin Shuiwe's situation and finally added, "I don't know what Lu Haoqing is up to. Why are you looking for me about this? You're just a police officer. Can't you handle it better than the discipline inspection secretary?" "Oh, I can't handle it? Of course someone can. Wait a moment, I'll make a call." After saying that, Xiangzi arranged for Qin Jingjie to sit at his desk without any worries and went to the leadership office, making a phone call upstairs. If someone else came, Xiangzi probably wouldn't have a plan, but if it was Lu Haoqing, he was sure the call would be correct. After finishing the call and returning to his office, Xiangzi told Qin Jingjie to wait, and the two casually chatted for a while. Qin Jingjie was still confused, not knowing who they were waiting for. On the other hand, the person Qin Shuiwe was waiting for had already arrived. "Shuiwe, long time no see. Brother Lu, thank you for coming all this way. How is Uncle Lu's health?" "My dad is doing well. He took the medicine you gave him. He said he feels like he's become several years younger. His usual dull headaches are much clearer now. That's good. Uncle Lu has a good foundation. With proper care, he will stay healthy. By the way, Shuiwe, you mentioned the discipline inspection secretary on the phone yesterday, but you didn't explain clearly. What's going on?" Qin Shuiwe told him everything about her situation. After listening, Lu Zhuai's face darkened. "I didn't expect there to be such a person in the system. It's our discipline inspection committee's fault for not doing their job and causing you trouble, Shuyue. If it weren't for this exam-related matter, it wouldn't involve Secretary Qian. I just don't know if he has done anything else besides this. Lu Zhuai's thought about this and naturally considered the situation. Some things really couldn't be ignored. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious everything seemed. Yesterday, I found out Secretary Qian's address. Should we go and take a look secretly? During the daytime, Secretary Qian's place is very hidden, and he's already at work with his son. His wife also works at the Women's Federation. No one should be home. All right, let's go. The two agreed quickly. Qin Shuyue and Lu Zhuai went once again to Secretary Qian's small courtyard. This time, they knew the way and directly climbed into the backyard, but she easily got over, but Lu Zhuai got stuck on the wall.
Shuyue.
I can't get over. Lu Zhuai's face was as red as a ripe apple. In front of the friends, blocking the crotch. Who wouldn't feel awkward? Fortunately, Qin Shuyue didn't think much and quickly climbed over the wall. She grabbed him by the back of the neck and brought him into the yard. Only then did she land on the ground. Lu Zhuai, who was doing this for the first time, was a bit nervous. Mainly because they sneaked into someone else's yard. Every step felt like a crime. Big brother Lu, look at that pig pen. Isn't it a bit strange? It looks poorly built and there's nothing inside. Take a look. The two sneaked into the pig pen. Qin Shuyue pretended to search for clues, but secretly stored the 14 empty boxes underground into her space. They didn't know if Secretary Qian was too lazy to dig deeper or had other reasons. Anyway, once these boxes left the ground, the soil on the surface started to sink down. Lu Zhuai didn't check carefully and fell straight into the pit. Qin Shuyue was stunned. She was too careless. Lu Zhuai, still shaken, saw the red lacquered box sticking out of the pit. He didn't think twice and hurriedly started digging. After clearing the dirt from the box, he opened the lid and saw shining gold, silver, and jade treasures inside. He was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. This. Secretary Qian actually dared to hide so many things. What is he afraid of? This is just the beginning. The big treasures are hidden in her space. Let's go back first. I need to report this to the provincial leaders. Qin Shuyue was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly heard a commotion from the front yard. She quickly grabbed Lu Zhuai and ran. As they reached the base of the wall, the sounds in front grew louder. Run quickly, go get help. After saying that, she pushed him onto the wall, then pushed him forcefully to the other side of the wall. Meanwhile, a dozen burly men surrounded bald Secretary Qian in the backyard. In everyone's eyes, Qin Shuyue's action of pushing Lu Zhuai was seen as an attempt to escape by climbing over the wall. Secretary Qian suddenly pulled out an old-fashioned pistol and looked at Qin Shuyue with a fierce expression. He was supposed to go to work today, but as he was working, he started feeling uneasy. He had a strange feeling that something was going to happen. Plus, last night, someone broke into his home and shaved his head. He was angry and decided to call his brothers for a meeting to figure out how to find the intruder. When he got home, he saw someone trying to run away from his yard.
Who could tolerate that?
Qin Shuyue looked at Secretary Qian's pistol, her heart pounding. She had been reborn, and although she practiced the moon spirit technique and often exercised to improve her body, she knew she couldn't match bullets in speed. Now, she could only adapt quickly. Secretary Qian, I hope you're doing well. Right now, Qin Shuyue's only tough part was her words. Do you know who I am? Who wouldn't recognize the famous Secretary Qian?
Tell me, who are you?
What's your purpose in coming to my house? Was it you who broke in last night? Secretary Qian, I don't have a hobby of sneaking into people's homes late at night. As long as I don't admit it, breaking in isn't my hobby. Since you won't tell the truth, I'll have to make you talk another way. Everyone go.
Catch him.
For people stepped out from the crowd, their faces fierce, fists clenched tightly, and they strode toward Qin Shuyue. As long as she didn't use heavy weapons, she wasn't afraid of a physical fight. Qin Shuyue faced the four and immediately punched one, knocking him down. She had to hit accurately, otherwise, with her limited skills, a prolonged fight wouldn't be good for her. The burly man didn't expect Qin Shue to be so strong. A punch to the head could knock someone out. The first two didn't defend, and the last two, though prepared, were too large. Qin Shue, quick and agile, took advantage and knocked them into the wall. Secretary Qian saw this and narrowed his bloodthirsty eyes. He loudly said, "All 6 of you, attack together. If you can't take her down, don't come back." Qin Shue, after knocking down 4 people, was a bit exhausted. She wiped her mouth with her sleeve and quickly drank a sip of spiritual spring water. She then used the moon spirit technique to recover her strength. The 6 people rushed at her again. Qin Shue first kicked one away forcefully, then dodged another's attack, and immediately sidekicked, but missed. 2 people took advantage of Qin Shue standing steadily to quickly hold her down. Qin Shue desperately tried to free one hand, then suddenly swung her small hand, and white powder unexpectedly entered the noses of 6 people. They immediately lost consciousness, one after another falling to the ground like falling dumplings. Seeing the scene, Secretary Qian didn't hesitate and fired a shot at Qin Shue. However, he didn't aim at her vital points. He still had many questions to ask and naturally didn't want her to die just yet. From the corner of her eye, Qin Shue saw his move. She quickly dodged to the side, but still was a step too late. The bullet tore through her clothes, causing a sharp pain in her arm. Qin Shue kept a calm face and looked coldly at Secretary Qian. She said indifferently, "Secretary Qian, is that all you've got?" The famous Secretary Qian is just SOSO. "I really overestimated you. Who are you? Why are you in my yard? Say it clearly or I'll shoot you dead." No, Secretary Qian. You wouldn't dare kill me. Do you want to see your pigpen and decide? Pigpen? Not good. The pigpen had a wall. Secretary Qian had been focused on Qin Shue and hadn't looked that way. Plus, nothing had happened there for many years, so he forgot about it for a moment. He quickly ran to the pigpen, looked at the big hole inside, and his face turned pale. His blood surged, and he almost fell into the hole. Turning around, Secretary Qian gritted his teeth and fired another shot toward Qin Shue, but this time it hit nearby. He knew that once these things were discovered, it would be disastrous for him. He had to find a way to get them back before they were found. Also, this woman was definitely part of a gang. How could she move so many boxes alone? But now half a day had passed. Finding the gang was impossible. He could only fight this woman to the end. Where are the things? Where are they? Secretary Qian, look at you. Where's that calm attitude from earlier? Otherwise, beg me. If you beg, maybe I'll be in a good mood and tell you where the things are. If you start barking like a dog, I might be happy and decide to return the things to you. When it comes to annoying people, Qin Shue truly never admits defeat. Are those things really in your hands? Qin Shue just smiled but didn't admit anything. Her refusal made Secretary Qian almost spit blood with anger. He hadn't felt this kind of control in many years. In the past, he hated being manipulated, so he worked hard to climb up the ranks. Once he reached his position, he lived a life he never dared to imagine before. Now, this life was being controlled and taken away from him again. For a moment, Qin Shue and Secretary Qian were in a standoff. Secretary Qian had already fired 2 shots. If he shot again, it would surely attract suspicion from others. But if he didn't shoot, that troublemaker still had skilled people under her command. He had brought 12 men, but 10 of them had already fallen. He wouldn't send the remaining 2 out. Just then Lu Zhize, who had come to help, finally arrived. Lu Zhize was thrown over the wall by Qin Shue and landed the ground. At first, he was a bit panicked, but he was experienced, so he quickly calmed down and weighed his options. He faced 2 choices: go back to save someone or go out to find help. To save someone, he first had to climb over the wall. That was difficult, and even if he managed, he might just be a messenger, and both of them could end up dead. After thinking it over, he decided that calling for help was the better option. Lu Zhize ran as fast as he could. Just as he turned the corner, he collided head-on with someone. He was moving too quickly and wasn't prepared, so he and the other person were knocked over. Wow, who is that? Running so fast, Qin Jingjie, holding his stomach, stood up with the help of Xiangzi. He looked up to see who was so reckless, and to his surprise, it was someone familiar. Comrade Lu, what are you doing here? Lu Zhize, who had been thrown out, hit his head when he landed. His head was a bit dizzy. When he heard someone calling him, he endured the pain and looked over, and his eyes lit up. Comrade Qin. Qin, quick, come with me. Secretary Qian. Secretary Qian is back. Your sister is in danger. What? My sister? What happened to my sister? I went with Xu Yue to Secretary Qian's house to find evidence. We noticed something unusual in his backyard pig pen and went to check. Accidentally, I fell into a pit in the pig pen and found 2 redwood boxes inside. When I opened them, I saw they were filled with items belonging to capitalists. Xiangzi heard this and quickly pulled Qin Jingjie aside, asking, Comrade Lu, are you sure? Did you see those boxes? Yes, I saw them. That's why Xu Yue and I wanted to tell others. But Secretary Qian suddenly came back. Oh, forget it. Hurry and go help Xu Yue. Let's go quickly. Led by Lu Zhiwei's, everyone reached the wall at the back of Secretary Qian's house. Qin Jingjie and Xiangzi were the first to skillfully climb over the wall. They shouted at Secretary Qian, who was inside pointing a gun, "Stop!" Then the police officers with Xiangzi followed quickly, moving swiftly. In the end, only Lu Zhiwei's was left, looking up at the tall wall and doubting everything. He wondered if he should practice climbing walls better, or it would be too inconvenient. Qin Jingjie's loud shout made the dust on the wall fall down and scared Secretary Qian so much that he almost dropped his gun. Xiangzi, this person has a gun," Qin Jingjie said, eyes wide, unblinking even when faced with an armed enemy. But when his sister was being threatened, he suddenly panicked. "Just shut up," Xiangzi said, annoyed by his rough voice. "Secretary Qian, put down your gun. We can talk." "Talk? Which little bureau kid do you think you are? Dare to interfere in my affairs? You must be tired of living." After saying that, Secretary Qian fired a shot at Xiangzi. Luckily, Xiangzi dodged just in time. Xu Yue was nearby, calculating the bullets in Secretary Qian's gun. The gun was an old-fashioned 6-shooter, holding up to 6 bullets. He had already fired 3, and there were 3 left. Thinking of this, Xu Yue made a plan. "Hey, Secretary Qian, since the police are here, do you want to hand over the items in your house? You're talking nonsense." "What items?" "I have nothing at all, Secretary Qian. You didn't say that to me just now." Qin Xu Yue responded casually on the surface, but secretly watched his movements closely. Secretary Qian was so angry, he lost his temper. Afraid Qin Xu Yue might say something, he fired 2 shots at her. "Little sister." Qin Jingjie heard the gunshots and immediately rushed toward Qin Xu Yue. When Qin Xu Yue provoked Secretary Qian, she had already calculated her position and her brother's reaction. So, when she dodged, she moved toward Qin Jingjie. The siblings just happened to bump into each other in the middle of the street. "Brother, he still has 1 more bullet. You're just being reckless, completely reckless." Qin Jingjie was so scared his hands trembled. If his sister hadn't dodged just now, he shuddered to think what might have happened. Qin Jingjie couldn't even imagine the consequences. Xiangzi saw Qin Xu Yue's plan and couldn't help but admire his sister-in-law's bravery. Her courage and cleverness made her a role model for women. "Secretary Qian, you are now committing a crime. Please put down your gun immediately and cooperate for a lenient punishment." "Punishment? I am Secretary Qian from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Who dares to punish me? Do you think you can do anything? Even if your director comes, he must give me respect. If we can't talk this out, then we have no choice but to use force." With that, Xiangzi pulled out a gun from his waist and shot at Secretary Qian's hand. Secretary Qian reacted quickly, pulling a strong man nearby to block the shot. Other police officers saw this and immediately rushed forward to arrest him. Secretary Qian knew he had no way to retreat now. He only had 1 bullet left in his gun, so his chances of escaping were almost 0. But he refused to give up. What if he could escape? With this mindset, Secretary Qian grabbed the last strong man and desperately retreated forward. Brother, you go over there and block him. I'll go to the other side. Huh? Qin Jingjie reached out to stop her, but missed. He could only watch helplessly as she ran quickly toward the wall, sticking close to it and approaching Secretary Qian. Qin Jingjie was really furious with this old man now. He stood up and ran in the opposite direction. At this moment, Xiangzi was close to being surrounded by police comrades. Secretary Qian saw that things couldn't go on like this and clenched his teeth, ready to fire the last shot. Qin Shuiwei, with keen senses, reacted quickly. Just as Secretary Qian was about to shoot, she lunged forward and forcefully slapped his hand. She knocked him out cold. A deathly silence followed. The police officers who had been at the front were prepared to block Secretary Qian's final bullet with their bodies, trying to buy time for their teammates.
But,
is that all? Xiangzi admired Qin Shuiwei, giving her a big thumbs up, then directed everyone to carry Secretary Qian back to the station. After everyone dispersed, Qin Jingjie, with red eyes and a dark face, shouted, Qin Shuiwei, stop right there. Qin Shuiwei. This is a disaster. Brother is angry now. In this world, there's never a shortage of people who love to watch chaos and stir up trouble. Oh no, it's not just about watching chaos. It's about people who love to watch shows and cause trouble. Oh, Jingjie, keep your voice down. Listen, your sister is amazing, brave, clever, and skilled. If you train her well, I might even promote her someday.
Get lost.
Don't cause trouble for me. Xiangzi shrugged and showed a helpless smile at Qin Shuiwei, then turned to tell everyone to hurry up with their tasks. Those who need to arrest people, find tools for digging, search the house, and get moving. Qin Shuiwei stood nearby, hands neatly placed on her pants, her bright eyes blinking as she looked at her brother. She looked as obedient and adorable as possible. Brother, I was wrong. At this moment, admitting fault had to be sincere. You realize you were wrong now?
Huh?
Why didn't you tell me earlier when things went wrong? When trouble started, why didn't you come back and tell me? Do you still think I'm not your brother? Brother, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. You didn't expect it? After you finished with Li Huizhen and knew about Secretary Qian, you should have stopped. Why did you keep chasing? How bold are you? Brother, good brother, I won't do it again. Please don't be mad.
You.
If there's a next time, just wait and see how I deal with you. Qin Jingjie looked at his sister's pitiful expression. His heart softened, and he finally gently tousled her soft hair. Even though he was angry inside, he had to hold it in. He took his sister back to the station, where Secretary Qian was still shouting in the small room. What are you doing? Making noise. It's just that I think I have no right to question him. He acts like he's someone important, but who would want to question him? Where's the director? The director doesn't want to deal with him. Secretary Liu from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Committee came here personally to supervise this matter. With solid evidence, Secretary Qian can't escape punishment. Serves him right. He helped the Su family hurt my sister. Don't worry. Once we're in my territory, I will make sure to avenge my sister before going through the legal process. What about the qualification certificate that was revoked for my sister? That, you'll have to ask Secretary Liu about. Or you can ask Comrade Liu. Comrade Liu? Qin Jingjie didn't know why he wanted to ask Comrade Liu, but Qin Shuiwei understood. At this time, Liu Zhi'ai was probably already part of the Discipline Inspection Committee, moving faster than in his previous life. It seemed Liu's father was recovering quickly and helping him a lot. Xiangzi talked with Qin Jingjie for a few words and then went back to work. The case involving Secretary Qian was complicated, especially the 2 boxes in his backyard and the 10 strong men lying there. Each of those men needed to be investigated, and the contents of the boxes had to be thoroughly checked. Some of this worried him. Brother, let's go back first. There's nothing here we can really help with. The brother and sister plan to stay in the county for one night and then return the next day, informing Xiangzi of the news. Qin Jingjie took Qin Shuiwei to a state-run restaurant to enjoy a good meal, mainly to help his sister relax. Brother, don't just think about me. You should eat too. Enough. There's plenty of meat here. It's definitely enough. Hurry up and eat. Qin Shuiwe, feeling helpless, scooped several pieces of braised pork into Qin Jingjia's bowl for him to eat. After dinner, they returned to the guest house. Qin Jingjia booked another room, and the siblings went back to rest. In the afternoon, a staff member from the front desk came to knock on Qin Jingjia's door. Is this Comrade Qin Jingjia? A comrade named Xiangzi asked me to pass along a message, saying that Comrade Liu is waiting for you and wants you to go over. Okay, thank you. Qin Jingjia called his sister, who had just woken up, and they headed straight to the Public Security Bureau. When they saw Xiangzi, he led them into an office again. Go ahead, the secretary wants to see you. They knocked on the door, and inside, an elderly man with white hair and a kind face sat behind a desk. Liu Zhi's was standing nearby, seeming to report something. You are Qin Jingjia and Qin Shuiwe, right? Come in quickly. Zhi's, hurry, pour tea for both of them. Okay, secretary. Qin Jingjia sat upright on a stool beside the desk, hands resting on his lap, looking at Secretary Liu. This time, Comrade Qin was wronged. It's our fault as leaders. Our negligence allowed the greed of that man's surname Qian to grow, causing trouble for the people. Secretary Liu, please don't say that. It's not your fault, and I don't feel wronged. Good kid. I've heard Zhi say that at that moment, you remained calm in a dangerous situation, sent Zhi to get help, and handled the man's surname Qian with composure. You even kept the evidence. That took courage and cleverness. I've reported this to our superiors, and we've decided to reward you. The certificate and bonus will be sent directly to your team. Well, Secretary Liu, I feel a bit embarrassed to hear that. Shua blushed from the praise, making everyone laugh. In the end, Secretary Liu handed her the qualification certificate she had earned earlier. This certificate is yours. It bears the provincial stamp and will be useful for hospital entry or other purposes. At the same time, Shua wondered in her heart, was Secretary Liu not the one Zhi's called here? Who could it be? This doubt did not stay in her mind for long. Anyway, the outcome was good, and the details didn't matter. The next morning, the brother and sister finished breakfast and took the bus back to Changha town. After getting off, they walked for another hour before finally returning to their home in Chaoyang Brigade. The half-open door was pushed open. Qin Shuiwe looked up and saw, through the empty yard, a pair of eyes filled with many emotions. Qin Shuiwe's normally calm heart suddenly started beating happily. The yard was very quiet. Qin Jingjia, standing behind Qin Shuiwe, was a bit confused. He felt that the atmosphere seemed a little strange. Just as he was thinking about whether to speak up and break this strange pinkish feeling, a low, deep, magnetic, gentle voice sounded. You're back. Just as Qin Shuiwe was about to answer, Gao Auntie heard the noise and hurried out of the house. Seeing Qin Shuiwe, she let out a loud cry and rushed over, grabbing her and examining her carefully. She sighed in relief and asked, Are you okay?
Huh?
Are you all right? Gao Auntie shook Qin Shuiwe's hand, touching her gunshot wound, but Qin Shuiwe didn't even frown and simply hugged Gao Auntie, saying she was fine. However, Liu Haoqing, standing at his door, frowned and called Qin Jingjia over. Did your sister get hurt? No, when Qin Shuiwe was injured yesterday, Qin Jingjia wasn't there. Later, to avoid worrying his older brother, Qin Shuiwe took care of her wound herself and didn't tell Qin Jingjia, so he really didn't know anything. A cold wave swept over like dark clouds, freezing Qin Jingjia in place in an instant. He was confused, not understanding why he felt this chill. But Qin Shuiwe, with sharp senses, heard Liu Haoqing's words. She first told Gao Auntie, I'll go see Brother Haoqing's injury, and then hurried over to him. The moment Qin Shuiwe approached, the coldness seemed to retreat completely, like a tide going out. It was obvious and clear. Unfortunately, Qin Jingjie, who was very quick-witted with other things, reacted slowly when facing his brother. Why is the weather so hot and cold all of a sudden? Qin Jingjie touched his head and was called away by Gao Auntie. Let's go. I want to see your injury. After saying that, she was wrapped in a dark shadow and slowly looked up, facing a handsome face and a pair of gentle, alluring black eyes. What are you hiding? Her voice was deliberately lowered, like surround sound, and it suddenly made Qin Shue blush. I didn't. Don't say nonsense. Oh? I'm talking nonsense? Should I call Aunt Gao to check if you really got hurt? Please keep this matter to yourself. If my brother finds out, I'll be in big trouble. Oh, what about the reward? Qin Shue looked confused at the man who was seeking revenge against her, unsure of what he wanted. You know that keeping secrets for someone is the hardest thing. It's unfair if I don't get a reward. I haven't asked for a reward for taking care of your injury. You're just asking me to keep a secret. How can I ask for a reward for that? You're right, but I'd be happy to give you a reward. Maybe. Reward what? Offering myself? The strange thought suddenly appeared, and Qin Shue's mind drifted back to the honest scene from her past life. That face, blushing pink and white, changing so beautifully. What are you thinking? Lu Haoqing gently tapped her forehead with his finger. All her emotions were written on her face, and he could see right through her. I wasn't thinking anything. I don't want a reward anymore. You don't need to give me one either, okay? No, that's different. Here, this is my reward. Your reward depends on your sincerity. Qin Shue looked down at her palm, where a red hair tie and hairpin had appeared. She looked up and asked, You actually have this on you? Lu Haoqing wouldn't tell her that he knew he would have a break after completing this task and bought them on purpose. Help me check my wound. Oh, okay. The two of them walked into the house one after the other. Lu Haoqing naturally lay down on his bed, his clothes loosened, revealing his strong six-pack abs. Qin Shue tightly controlled her impulsive hand, focusing all her attention on the wound around Lu Haoqing's waist. She unwrapped the bandage, revealing a long, centipede-like wound. Qin Shue felt a deep sadness inside. In her past life, she was so careless, but Lu Haoqing always tolerated her. Even when she misunderstood him and broke up, he tried to persuade her many times. When that failed, he smiled and let her go. Later, when they met again, Lu Haoqing only showed her his best side. He bore all the pain and scars behind the scenes. She remembered once he was injured on a mission and afraid to show himself to her, worried he might reveal his weakness. He stayed in the military hospital for over a month, yet still video called her every day as if nothing was wrong, even patiently comforting her when she was upset. She only found out about this from others later. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Haoqing was lying on the bed. Seeing Qin Shue sitting still for a long time, he looked up and saw her eyes slightly red and her lips pressed tightly, as if she was holding back tears. He quickly sat up, ignoring his own pain, and asked anxiously, It's nothing. It's just. Since I started studying medicine, this is the first time I've seen such a serious injury. It makes me a bit uncomfortable. Lu Haoqing didn't believe her words. He had seen his own wound. It had been stitched up already. Besides looking a bit ugly, there was nothing else wrong. She had seen the bloody, raw injury before. How could she be scared of this small thing? But he chose not to expose her. Just look at it more, and you'll get used to it. You can think of me as a test subject, a guinea pig. Do whatever you want. His words eased Qin Shue's sadness. She skillfully began to apply medicine. After finishing, she was about to pack up her medical kit when Lu Haoqing suddenly stopped her with a firm grip. Let me see your injury. I'm fine. Let me see. His tone was firm and commanding. Reluctantly, Qin Shue said, Really? It's just a scratch. You don't believe me? Look. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a bright red wound to Lu Haoqing. A gunshot? How did you get shot? Frowning, Lu Haoqing looked at the wound and found it disturbing. He took out medicine and carefully disinfected it. It was just an accident. Qin Shue didn't say much. She didn't want to comfort her brother just to have to comfort the entire Gao family afterward. That would be too exhausting. It doesn't hurt. The injury isn't serious. Lu Haoqing looked at Qin Shuiwe, wanting to say this, but he was afraid it might scare her. So, he kept silent. All right, be more careful next time. No matter what happens, don't rush ahead alone. Remember me, Xingjie and Wenyu. Yes, I understand. After packing her things, Qin Shuiwe hurriedly left, leaving Lu Haoqing standing there feeling very sad. Sigh. When will he be able to get married? Dinner was lively, with the family gathering together, chatting and laughing happily. Recently, there had been many happy events in the Gao family. Besides Gao Wenyu's upcoming wedding, Qin Shuiwe also passed her certification exam. Although there were some difficulties, the results were good. The siblings didn't go into too much detail about what happened. Some of the hardships were kept to themselves. After dinner, Qin Shuiwe said she was feeling a bit full and went out for a walk. When she returned, her mood was visibly happier. The night was quiet and peaceful, and everyone slept soundly. Early the next morning, outside the Longhe town textile factory, after work hours, a few tough-looking troublemakers suddenly gathered. An old man, the gatekeeper, came out holding a stick, pointing at them and asking, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't you know you're not allowed to gather here?" The troublemakers looked intimidating but still understood some reason. They mostly respected elders and tried to be reasonable. "Old man, we're not causing trouble. We're looking for Qin Chongqing. We've been searching for days, but haven't seen him. We heard he works here, so we came to find him." "You're looking for Qin Chongqing?" "Wait a moment, I'll ask. There are thousands of employees at the textile factory." The old man didn't think he knew everyone. He went back to the guard room, called the HR department, and confirmed which workshop Qin Chongqing was in. Then he called the workshop director's office. "Wait a moment, someone will be here soon." The workshop director received the call. Hearing the gatekeeper's words, he felt something was off. He called Qin Chongqing and went with him straight to the factory gate. Before reaching the door, Qin Chongqing turned around and ran back. A few troublemakers saw an opportunity when an old man wasn't watching and quickly chased inside, shouting, "Qin Chongqing, you dog, stop right there. Stop, stop." Qin Chongqing has never done much work since he was young. Now, even at the textile factory, he tends to slack off whenever he can. His strength is no match for those street thugs, and he was soon caught up. "I told you to run, I told you to run." While saying this, they kicked him in the body. "Big brothers, please, it hurts, it hurts. Can you give me a few more days?" "Just a few days. I'll pay you back once I get my salary. You said the same last month. I've already given you almost a month's grace, and you still haven't paid." After saying this, they kicked him again. At this moment, loud noises and shouting came from the entrance, also looking for Qin Chongqing. The old man was frustrated. He had been guarding the gate for decades and had never seen such a noisy day, especially for the same person. The workshop director saw that both groups of people looked unfriendly and decided it was better to take them all to the cafeteria. He found a spacious place for them to sit and talk. These unpredictable people shook hands with the workshop director and said, "Are you Qin's supervisor? We're glad to find someone reliable. We met Qin a while ago. He told us he works at the textile factory and could buy fabric and wool for us. We didn't believe it at first. But the next day, he brought the items directly to us. That's when we dared to ask him for help. After a few times, he took our money and tickets and disappeared. We looked for him for a long time and couldn't find him. That's why we decided to come here and ask what's really going on." "What? He brought you fabric and wool? Our factory workers don't get such benefits." The workshop director frowned and turned to sternly ask Qin Chongqing, "What's going on?" "Director, please don't believe them. What they're saying is all false. How could I sell them things? Ha. Qin, don't lie. The clothes we're wearing are made from fabric you sold us. Didn't we agree on this before? My daughter is getting married, and I need a few pieces of red cloth. You said you could get them for me, and I will give you the money once I have them. I'm telling you, don't spread false rumors." Qin Chongqing wanted to deny everything, but the workshop manager was experienced and could tell at a glance if the fabric was from their factory, as he had worked with cloth for many years. "Sir, May I take a look at the fabric you're wearing? Look, young man, just look. The workshop manager stepped forward, touched the fabric, and carefully examined it. He confirmed it was one of the fabrics produced by their workshop recently. He turned angrily to Qin Chongcheng and asked, Qin Chongcheng, are you still denying? This fabric was made in our workshop a few days ago. It's still stored in the warehouse and hasn't been sold. So where did your clothes come from? Manager, that's enough. I won't argue with you. Let's go to the security office. In the end, the group was taken from the cafeteria to the security office. The security chief first listened to the workshop manager and then asked a few questions. Everyone agreed that the fabric was exchanged, not bought or sold. The factory's poor management was responsible and no one was punished. Whether they could get the money back depended on whether Qin Chongcheng had spent it. Everyone knew that illegal trading was against the law, so they all admitted their mistake. The security chief and the workshop manager felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, these people were easy to talk to. If they had caused trouble, things could have gotten worse. Qin Chongqing's theft from the factory was clear and well evidenced. After discussing with the security chief and the workshop manager, they decided to report it to the factory director and then to the police. However, some street-smart individuals who had been silent all along stopped them.
Hey.
2 liters, this isn't fair. Qin Chongcheng owes us about 100 yuan. If you send him to the police, what are we supposed to do? They had forgotten about these people. What do you want to do? Well, we won't make things difficult for you. Let Qin Chongqing's family come and pay the money, and this matter will be settled. Whatever you decide, do it. The 2 men thought for a moment. Since reporting to the factory director would take some time anyway, and it was just a matter of making a phone call, they agreed after some discussion. The phone was directly dialed to Qin Dajiang's office at the brigade headquarters. The workshop director explained everything in detail, finally reminding the team leader to make sure Qin Chongqing's family brings money to the meeting. The team leader put down the phone, spat, and said, Qin Chongqing, that loser, has finally gotten what he deserves? Humph. The team leader is also a tough man. He ran along the field ridge, shouting as he went, Old Qin's family. Old Qin's family. Your Qin Chongqing is in trouble. I heard he owes money outside, and the people demanding payment are looking for him at his factory, waiting for your family to bring money to buy him out. The onlookers at Chaoyang Brigade had gathered. Qian Finghe was just showing off 2 days ago about how well her son was doing at the factory and that he would be rich soon. Turns out it was all ill-gotten gains. Don't talk about Qian Finghe. Qin Yong'an isn't a good— I heard he owes money outside, and the people demanding payment are looking for him at his factory, waiting for your family. Plus, now that the old master is not in charge and the old lady is paralyzed, no one can control him. He's even more reckless now. You really won't believe it. I saw him coming out of Widow Wang's house the other day, pulling up his pants. Widow Wang? No way. After her husband died, she took good care of her mother-in-law and looked after the kids. Everyone praises her. TCH, who knows what's really going on? Anyway, I saw Qin Yong'an come out of Widow Wang's house with my own eyes. Today, Qin Shiyue didn't go to work because Lu Haoqing had been complaining of pain early in the morning. Aunt Gao, caring for her nephew, kept persuading her to stay home and look after him. Just then, Qin Shiyue, who had nothing else to do, boiled a pot of water and brought it to the Gao family. She happened to overhear the team leader's words. She showed no surprise. Her expression was very calm. However, Lin Nian, who was quietly working nearby, looked up in shock at the team leader. It was impossible. According to the book, after Qin Chongqing started working, although he was a bit reckless, he was charming and good-looking. He even managed to win over the daughter of the procurement department director, which brought many benefits to the Qin family. How could this be? Thinking of this, Lin Yan suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Shiyue, a new idea popping into his mind. Could it be that because she traveled through this book, the book gained its own consciousness, making the protagonist's halo especially strong? Anyone who opposes or treats her badly would be punished. Like myself, I've been going through a very difficult time lately and almost want to shed tears of sadness. The more I think about it, the more I believe this idea is correct. This place has become its own world, with its own consciousness, so deviations are possible. It seems I need to work quickly to weaken Qin Shui's influence.
Calculating the time.
Lu Hao, the big boss, should be back soon, and it's time for me to act. While everyone was talking excitedly, Qin Yong'an, along with Qian Fenghe and his eldest son Qin Chongji, hurriedly put down their tools, ran home to get money, and headed straight to the town. The Gao family sighed quietly. Qin Shui calmly put away her water bottle and turned to leave the field, first going to see how the house was progressing with Qin Jingjia. Brother, how much longer? Right now is busy farming. The house is building slowly, and in a few days, it will be time for spring planting. The building work will stop until after the spring planting is finished. Brother, is your leave almost over? Yes, just a few days left. I need to return to the army. I will finish everything before I leave. You just need to come and check the progress every day. Okay, brother. When you go back, remember to prepare lunch for Aunt Gao and the others. It's been several days since I last sold herbs, and I need to go to the town. With nothing else to do, Qin Shui went straight back to the Gao family, took the herbs she had stored for several days, and headed to the town. Her purpose this time was to buy some medicinal herbs. In her previous life, she helped Lin Nian develop many prescriptions. After Lin Nian mass-produced them, she gained a lot of money and connections. In this life, she has all the prescriptions herself and can operate independently. Although she can't run a business or set up a production line now, she can start cooperating with the government early, which is like finding a strong backing for herself. Entering Chang'e town, she went straight to the pharmacy, sold the herbs for over 300 yuan, and carefully put the money in her pocket. Then she listed a few medicine names and asked an old man to help weigh some. After paying, Qin Shui didn't rush to eat, but instead turned into the black market run by Meng Chongqing. In a few days, the Gao family was going to hold a celebration. She noticed that Aunt Gao had been worried about sewing machine tickets and bicycle tickets for days, even blistering her lips. Today, she came over to see if she could exchange a few tickets. She stored the herbs from her basket into her space, added several rolls of white noodles and 20 jin of rice, and stepped into the black market. Just then, Zhangzi spotted her. You've arrived, come in quickly, come in. Confused by Qiangzi's sudden enthusiasm, Qin Shui's steps didn't slow down. She followed into the main room and saw Meng Chongqing with a bandage wrapped around his head, bloodstains visible on it, sitting at the round table drinking tea.
Wait, boss.
Don't move. Meng Chongqing was startled by Qiangzi's loud shout. He paused while drinking, but just then, his hand slipped and the cup fell onto the table, shattering. The shards then dropped straight onto his foot. Ow. Seeing the shards pierce into Meng Chongqing's foot, Qin Shui couldn't help but gasp. It looked painful, but this big brother remained calm and sat straight. He's really tough. Meng Chongqing glanced at Qin Shui, calmly extending his foot, slowly taking off his shoe, and beginning to clean the shards. Qiangzi hurriedly squatted down to help, muttering, Boss, I told you not to drink water from that porcelain bowl. I made you several wooden cups, but you still won't use them. Wooden cups don't bring out the tea flavor. Qiangzi, Qin Shui, both couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They didn't consider what kind of constitution they had. For others, using a porcelain bowl to drink water is normal, but for him, it's dangerous. Comrade Meng, why do you have time to come today? Just to exchange some things. After saying that, he placed the basket on the ground. When Qin Shui saw Meng Chongqing lowering his head to rummage through it, she quickly stopped him. Let Qiangzi handle it. The key is, with this unlucky constitution, she's afraid of witnessing any bloody, tragic scenes that might happen on the spot. It would ruin her appetite for lunch. It's okay. After seeing blood once a day, it becomes normal. Qin Shui raised an eyebrow. Goodness. What did you do in your past life to have such a wicked, smoking bad deed? And now, in this life, you have this cursed constitution that makes you see blood every day? Isn't it that you refuse to stop until you see blood? Boss, I'll apply some medicine for you first. Qiangzi took a packet of powder from his pocket, squatted down, and disinfected Meng Chongqing's wound. He didn't put on socks or shoes, just left him like that to air out. This skillful action somehow felt a little sad. Not a few things. What do you want to exchange this time? Bicycle tickets, sewing machine tickets. Meng Chongqing. This young girl really dares to ask for so much. These items aren't enough. Then, Qin Shuyue silently took out a red string from her, actually from her space, with a copper coin hanging from it. She remembered that in her previous life, Lin Yanfei had gone through many difficulties to get it from a master. Maybe she had done too many guilty things, so she bought it for some comfort. This was once blessed by a master. Now, no one is allowed to practice superstitions, so I haven't used it. I think you might need it. Meng Chongqing took the copper coin, which was hard to tell its age or material, and glanced at the simple red string, a string of question marks appearing above his head. His expression seemed to say, "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" Actually, Qin Shuyue started to regret giving the item away. It was intangible and vague. Trading it for 2 valuable tickets, anyone would feel like they were losing out, right? Prepared for it to be rejected, he was surprised when Meng Chongqing calmly accepted it, holding it close to his chest, then signaled Qiangzi to bring the tickets. "One more thing, I need your help. The hemostatic medicine you made before worked very well. The pharmacy doesn't sell it, and we can't make it ourselves. I want to buy some from you. I can make it for free, but you need to buy the herbs yourself. I'll write down the list of herbs needed, and you can send someone to buy them." Meng Chongqing raised an eyebrow. The girl in front of him looked quite clever, yet she revealed her recipe so openly. When he took the recipe Qin Shuyue had written, he realized he had overthought. The list included dozens of herbs, each measured by Jin, a Chinese weight unit. "Are you sure this isn't just trying to make a quick profit?" He handed the recipe to a man outside and asked him to go buy the herbs. "Comrade Qin, you wrote so much. Are you planning to keep some as a backup?" "Yes, I think you take medicine once a day, so maybe these won't be enough." "Thank you very much." Soon, Qiangzi and the comrade who bought medicine both returned. They handed the items directly to Qin Shuyue. After confirming everything was correct, Qin Shuyue waved her hand and was about to leave. When she looked up, she saw the comrade who handed her the herbs. He was smiling in a flattering way, with a fair face, dressed neatly, and his hair combed shiny. If he changed into different clothes, he would look quite proper. This made her think a little. Is this comrade new? I haven't seen him before. Yes, he's a new guy. The previous one was somewhere else, and he just came here recently. What's his name? Why? Are you interested? Meng Chongqing frowned at his fair-faced brother and looked at him with a hint of dislike. Someone might be interested. Well, brother, see you again someday. She waved her hand, leaving a meaningful smile, then turned and left with her basket. Watching her figure disappear, Meng Chongqing played with a red string he had pulled from his chest. "Boss, what does she mean? How would I know? Are you free now?" Yes, I'll go right away." Qiangzi ran out, still puzzled. The boss always seemed in a good mood when seeing Comrade Qin, so why is he in a bad mood today? Qin Shuyue walked through the busy street, arrived at the state-run restaurant, ordered a bowl of shredded pork noodles, and happily ate it. After finishing, she carried her basket and headed back. Halfway, she secretly took out a chicken, half a jean of pork, and some red dates and longan from her space, planning to make chicken soup for Lu Haoqing to nourish his blood. But just as she reached the door, she saw Lin Yan holding a basket of eggs, reaching out to knock on the door. "What are you doing here?" Hearing the voice, Lin Yan turned around and saw Qin Shuyue. She smiled very gently, but her eyes showed a hint of cruelty and scheming, which Qin Shuyue saw clearly. Haha, it seems she hasn't been able to hold back her anger. "I heard Lu Haoqing came back and was injured, so I brought some eggs." "Oh? You know Lu Haoqing?" "When you went to the countryside, Lu Haoqing had already joined the army." "How do you know him?" "I don't really know him, but he is a soldier who protects our country. I admire soldiers very much. When I heard he was injured and returned to the countryside, where there isn't much to eat, I thought of bringing some eggs to help him recover." After saying this, she shyly lowered her head, making it seem like she and Lu Haoqing had some secret. "You're quite kind." Qin Shuyue didn't plan to intervene. She decided to wait and see what would happen. She reached out and opened the door, kindly calling Lu Haoqing out. Lu Haoqing, someone is looking for you. Lu Haoqing, who was inside recovering, looked confused. He slowly got up and walked to the door. His face, usually tan, looked a little pale. He supported himself on the doorframe, looking somewhat weak and delicate. When Lin Yan saw Lu Haoqing appear, her eyes lit up. As the main character, his looks, figure, and status all exceeded her expectations. If only a man like him could be cared for and loved, how happy and proud she would feel. Lin Yan quickly pulled back her wandering thoughts, smiled gently, straightened her posture, and took small, careful steps. Qin Shue worried she might trip and fall. Comrade Lu, I am Lin Yan from the youth farm. I heard you were injured, so I brought some eggs to help you recover. Who told you I was injured? And who said I was back? I overheard someone chatting by accident. I've always admired soldiers. I know how hard you work to protect our country. If you don't eat well now, how will your injury heal? Qin Shue watched Lin Yan perform her act in front of her. She thought that the noodles she ate at noon probably didn't go to waste on Meng Chongqing's feet, but might have been wasted on Lin Yan's pretentious face. Where did you hear that? Who was talking? Lin Yan's smile froze. She didn't expect Lu Haoqing to cling to this matter. It was all made up. How could she explain? Just. Someone was talking. I didn't see who it was. As for these eggs, enough. Comrade, you can take the eggs back. Don't come here again. I don't want to recover from my injury only to be disturbed by strangers. After saying this, she turned to Qin Shue. You're still smiling? In the future, don't bring such unreliable people home. Do you understand that you can know a person's face but not their heart? Qin Shue. You are good at being sarcastic. Comrade Lin, go away. We don't welcome you here. Shue, I know I was wrong before, but I already apologized. You even accepted my apology. Why are you still so harsh? I was really tricked by Qin Hongshan. Lin Yan was acting passionately, but Qin Shue suddenly reached out, grabbed her by the back of her neck, and roughly threw her. A feeling of weightlessness hit her, and Lin Yan fell outside the door. A basket of eggs then dropped at her feet. Qin Shue snorted, brushed the dust off her hands, and walked toward Lu Haoqing. Let me help you inside. You must be tired after running around all day. Go rest now. Tonight, Zheng Jie will steam an egg for you to boost your energy. Don't you think you need to be the one to recover? Their conversation drifted on the wind to Lin Yan's ears, making her so angry she almost kicked the basket of eggs to break. Later, she remembered she had saved money for a long time to buy those eggs, so she held back her anger. Lu Haoqing, Qin Shue, just you wait. Unknowingly, the real danger was herself. Qin Shue took Lu Haoqing back to his room, checked his wound, and urged him to rest in bed so it wouldn't reopen. She then went to the kitchen, took out a clay pot and a small clay stove, chopped the chicken into pieces, blanched it, and started making chicken soup, casually adding a few jujubes. After finishing, Qin Shue returned to her room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and entered her space, heading straight to the small Chinese-style cottage. She had specially turned the first-floor tea room into her medicine-making workshop, filled with all kinds of tools. She took out the medicine she bought today and the dozens of pounds of herbs sponsored by Meng Chongqing and began working. She spent 4 hours in the space, while only 2 hours passed outside. She guessed the chicken soup was almost ready, so Qin Shue quickly took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the kitchen. The Gao family members weren't working in the same area today, so they all returned at different times. Even Jingjie was busy until 5:30 before coming back. Oh my, why do I smell chicken soup? Gao Wenji originally wanted to go to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, but before he could step inside, he caught a faint aroma. He touched his head in confusion. Could it be that he hasn't had chicken soup in a while and is craving it? How could his family have the smell of chicken soup? With your keen nose, go on, don't block the door. Mom? Do you mean we're really having chicken soup today? Oh my goodness. Our 2 old hens escaped being used for my brother's marriage proposal, but now they haven't escaped your hands. They're about to go into the pot. Little brat, I think you haven't been beaten in 3 days and your skin is itchy again. With that, Aunt Gao grabbed a broom nearby and swung it toward Gao Wenji. Qin Shua stood at the door, occasionally shouting words of encouragement. Ow, ow, mom, don't hit me. I was wrong, isn't that enough? What did you do wrong?
Huh.
Tell me what you did wrong. Aunt Gao, getting a bit tired, stopped and panted as she asked. I shouldn't have said. Our chicken was cruelly killed. At this moment, Uncle Gao finished washing his hands, came out of the main room, and saw the tense scene between mother and son. He quickly stepped in to help his wife calm down, saying, Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get upset, what will happen? If he hadn't run, I wouldn't be so exhausted. Yeah, that's true. Uncle Gao thought for a moment, looked at his tall and strong son, silently took the broom from his wife, and, while Gao Wenji wasn't paying attention, struck him on the back with a stick.
Ow.
Dad, I am your real son. Real son?
So what?
If you make your mom so tired, even if I were the boss, I'd have to argue with you. I let you run. Look how tired your mom is. Next time your mom hits you, just stand there and be good, understand? Ow.
Ow.
Dad, please don't. Ow, stop hitting me. The Gao family was used to this scene, but Qin Shua found it quite new and interesting, almost wanting to take out some sunflower seeds to watch the fun. Come on, Shua, let's eat. Let them fight it out. Someone was venting their anger for her, and Aunt Gao naturally felt relaxed and happy. Qin Shua carried a bowl of chicken soup, along with a small dish of vegetables and 3 large pancakes, into Lu Haoqing's room. Eat up. Today I went to town and bought a chicken to improve our health. Are you thinking of me? Qin Shua's face suddenly turned red. Her words left her at a loss for how to respond. It's just, everyone has been quite tired lately, so we should all rest and recover together. Lu Haoqing was silent for a moment, his dark eyes looking at Qin Shua. Do they all know? Ahem, yes. Her once bright black eyes dimmed immediately, and if you looked closely, you could see she was holding back her feelings. This medicine is specially made for you. After dinner, I will apply it to you. Qin Shua took a small paper bag from her pocket. She originally planned to give it to him tonight, but seeing his current state, she had to give it to him now. Lu Haoqing was in a very good mood right now. He ate faster than usual and even turned around to tell Qin Shua to hurry and eat, reminding her to come over later. Back in the main hall, the Gao family was already sitting at the table, waiting for her. When they saw her come in, Gao Wenji immediately called her over to sit and eat. He really couldn't stand the smell coming from the bowl and almost started salivating. At the table, everyone was chatting freely. There was no rule about not talking while eating. Qin Shua liked this feeling of family sitting together and talking. Earlier, when I returned, I heard laughter from the Qin family. From the sound, it seemed like Li Huilan and Qin Hongshan. Really? Qin Hongshan is back. The second household's Qin Chongji caused such a big trouble. The main household must be eager to see the excitement. But it's actually good that Qin Hongshan is back now. Before, because her sister had her own plans, he was afraid to interfere and held back. Now that he's about to rejoin the team and hasn't yet avenged his sister, he's a bit anxious. And then she came back. I agree with my brother. Qin Hongshan's return was definitely called by Li Huilan. When the second household's people come back, the Qin family will surely have some lively times. But this isn't my business. I don't plan to watch the excitement. I still have half of the medicinal herbs left to process. I should use this time to finish making them. Otherwise, if too much time passes, Meng Chongqing might think I swallowed the herbs. She couldn't afford to offend future important people. After dinner, Qin Jingjie was called into the room by Lu Haoqing. The two of them seemed to be plotting something secretly. Qin Shua found Gao Andy and handed her 2 exchanged tickets from today. Annie, here are the bicycle tickets and the sewing machine tickets. Please keep them safe. Annie, where did you get these tickets? Gao Auntie received the tickets but didn't look very happy. Instead, she looked worried and asked Qin Shua for an explanation. Annie, I got these from the black market. Don't worry, keep them safe. Annie, are you really going there? What if the red guards catch you? Don't worry, Andy. I was careful. I won't get caught. Please keep these safe. That must have cost a lot of money. Here, let me give you some. Andy, you shouldn't mention money like that. You've always treated me and my brother well. Our family has benefited from your help. I've always thought of you as family. Now that I can help my family, I'm happy. Please don't worry about money. You're a good girl. All right, Andy won't make it awkward. Although she said that, Gao Auntie had already decided to make up for the money in other ways. After helping Gao Auntie clean the kitchen, Qin Shua planned to go change Lu Haoqing's dressing. She saw her brother walking out of the house, deep in thought. Brother, what's wrong? Did something happen? Little sister, I have something to do. I'll return to the army tomorrow. I'll come back after a while. Take good care of yourself. If anything happens, just let me know. From now on, I'll send money home every month. Spend it as you like. Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. I know how to take care of myself. You can go back to the army without worries. My sister has grown up. She's no longer the little firecracker she used to be. I'm happy. Rest early. I'm leaving now. I won't come back tomorrow morning. I've asked Wen Yang to watch the house. Just focus on your own things. Yes, brother. Safe travels. Qin Jingjie looked at his sister deeply, smiled, and then turned to leave. However, instead of returning home directly, he sneaked into the Qin family's yard. The current time is 7 o'clock. The Qin family is still awake, sitting inside their house talking. Li Huilan is holding Qin Hongshan's hand tightly and won't let go. Mom, you all talk. I'm going back to sleep with my wife. Guazhu, what do you mean? Your sister has come back after so long. Look at you, your nose isn't your nose, your eyes aren't your eyes. What are you trying to do? Do you still care about me and your dad? Mom, I didn't even slap her right away, that's already good. Do you really think I should smile at Qin Hongshan? She doesn't deserve it. Fugan is your grandson. Do you remember how he got hurt? Guazhu Qin, are you done? I just pushed Fugan once. What's the big deal? He's fine now, isn't he? Why are you still holding on to this? Qin Hongshan rolled her eyes lazily, looking very indifferent, which made Qin Guazhu and his wife very angry. Mom, did you see that? That's your good daughter. I won't stay in the same house with someone who hurts my son. From now on, I have her, or I have me. After saying that, Qin Guazhu hugged the child and pulled his wife away. Mom, look at him. What kind of words are those? All right. You know your brother's temper. It must be your sister-in-law's fault. I'll talk to him properly later. Mom, I tell you, if Qin Chongqing loses his job and it ends up in our hands, don't give it to Qin Guazhu. He's capable, isn't he? I think he still dares to act proud. Okay, I promise you. Inside the house, the mother and son are kind and loving, but outside, Qin Jingjie is gnashing his teeth. Qin Hongshan really is a troublemaker. If she makes enemies with someone in the future, marrying her off will surely let them settle the score. Patiently waiting until everyone is asleep, Qin Jingjie quietly sneaks into the house, holding a stone in his hand. Without mercy, he strikes Qin Hongshan lying on the bed. A scream rings out. Qin Jingjie quickly hides in the darkness, then skillfully climbs over the wall back to his own home, takes off his clothes, and sleeps peacefully. Qin Yongping's family caused a commotion all night, even disturbing the village chief. Early in the morning, Qin Shua finished her run and saw Li Huilan crying loudly at Gao's door. Hand over Qin Jingjie, that little troublemaker. Li Huilan, I told you already, Qin Jingjie has returned to the team. It's no use coming to my house to call him. Aunt Gao, standing behind the door with a broom in her hand like a soldier, guarded the door and faced Li Huilan. What nonsense are you talking about? Returning to the team? He caused so much trouble for my daughter Hongshan. What team does he belong to now? Qin Shua didn't expect that after Qin Jingjie came home yesterday, he also went to trouble Qin Hongshan. It seems things are quite serious. Otherwise, Li Huilan wouldn't be crying as if she lost her own mother. Big Aunt? Why are you crying so sadly? Who died? Your daughter? Oh, that's wonderful. I guess you should just accept it and move on. When Li Huilan heard Qin Shua curse her daughter, she quickly stepped forward and raised her hand to slap her. But Qin Shua reacted quickly, stopped her hand, and with a strong pull, Li Huilan was like a kite cut loose, flying out. When she hit the ground, Dust flew everywhere. Oh no, my back. Li Huilan lay on the ground crying out loud, making the neighbors who were watching laugh. They pointed and whispered about her. But Li Huilan, being thick-skinned, didn't care. She got up and kept shouting, "You two siblings are no good. If you don't pay up today, I'll stay at the Gao family's door and refuse to leave."
Pay? Pay what?
Just now, you hit me first. That was self-defense. Falling down was your own fault. Most of the villagers in the brigade hadn't gone to school and didn't understand what self-defense was. But from Qin Shiyue's words, they could guess the meaning. They all laughed at Li Huilan and said Qin Shiyue was right.
You.
That little brat Qin Jingjie beat my daughter, Hongshan, into the hospital. That can't be called self-defense, right? Who? You mean my brother? He beat Qin Hongshan? Ha, that's a joke. First, my brother has returned to the army now. And, do you have any proof? Who saw my brother hit Qin Hongshan? Isn't it him? He lives closest to my house. Then, according to your logic, if my house's things are stolen, I should think you did it because you live nearby. That's right. Li Huilan is just unreasonable. Ha Shiyue, that was so satisfying to hear. Next time I argue with someone, if this happens, I'll say the same thing. The people from the Chaoyang team were so engrossed in watching the scene that they completely forgot about going to work. Li Huilan, don't act like a mad dog, biting whoever you want. Your daughter might have offended someone while she was missing these past few days, and that's why she got hurt. You have no one to blame but yourselves. Don't even think about blaming her siblings. Ha, don't even bother. It must be said that Aunt Gao knew how to focus on the key points. The reason for Qin Hongshan's absence from home these days remained a mystery. Even though Li Huilan repeatedly claimed that Qin Hongshan had gone back to her mother's house, there was no real proof. After all, many people only believe what they want to believe. Li Huilan suddenly panicked, not because she was caught lying, but because she was worried that Aunt Gao's ambiguous words might negatively influence her daughter. Others might think Li Huilan was nervous because her lies had been exposed, and their eyes on her changed accordingly. Qin Shiyue watched all this quietly, smiling but not planning to explain anything. What's going on? What are you all doing? What time is it? Are you not working anymore? The team leader, with a stern face, pushed through the crowd and came closer. Qin Shiyue looked carefully. Oh, so the team leader has become a national treasure? She quietly moved closer and whispered, "Uncle, did you sneak out last night? Your dark circles are so obvious." Qin Dajiang responded with a resentful look. "Uncle, what do you mean with that look? Little brat, if it weren't for the Qin family issue yesterday, I wouldn't look like this." "Uncle, did Qin Hongshan really get beaten? How bad was it? Do you really not know?" Talking about last night, Qin Dajiang went to the old Qin house. Seeing Qin Hongshan's bloody head, the first thing he thought was that Qin Shiyue was the one who had attacked her. Wasn't that a clear act of revenge? But today, seeing Qin Shiyue's curious expression, he wasn't so sure anymore. Could it have been that little brat Qin Jingjie? "When did your brother leave?" "My brother. He left last night." That innocent look, just blinking once, would mean she lost. And her brother did leave the Gao family that night, so she couldn't really be lying. In the end, Qin Dajiang still couldn't figure out who had beaten Qin Hongshan. Everyone dispersed, and Li Huilan was sent back home by the team leader. Qin Shiyue calmly entered the yard. When she looked up, she saw Lu Haoqing standing at her door, watching her. Her usually calm expression changed to one of panic. Lu Haoqing looked at the brave girl outside with amusement. When she was in front of him, she turned into a gentle kitten. Suddenly, he really wanted to hold his wife soon. But then he thought about his injury. He would have to wait a bit longer. Days passed steadily. As the time for the meteorological station colleagues to arrive drew near, the matter of Qin Chongqing finally reached a conclusion. His behavior of trying to steal someone else's partner in socialism meant he couldn't escape being sent away. After a few anxious days, Qin Yongmin's family was completely overwhelmed when they heard the news. They didn't expect that a job worth praising would end up trapping Qin Chongqing. At this moment, the family sat inside the house, all with worried faces, silent. "Dad, you have to think of a way." We can't just watch Chongqing ruin himself like this, one family member said. What can I do? If I had that ability, I'd have gone to the city long ago. Why am I stuck here watching you waste everything? Another replied. Qin Yongin, what do you mean? How am I wasting everything? Since I married into your Qin family, I've been doing housework every day, working in the fields for points, and taking care of everyone at home. What more do you want from me? If it weren't for you being such a wasteful wife, Chongqing wouldn't be like this. If you had educated him more and spoiled him less, he wouldn't be in this situation, someone else said. Qin Yongin, are you blaming me now? Why didn't you say anything when you spoiled him? Now you blame everything on me. You're just weak and useless, she retorted. What did you say? Say that again? He challenged. You're just a weak, useless man, she spat back. You beast. How dare you hit me? You. Today I won't hold back anymore, she shouted. The couple fought fiercely. Nearby, brothers Qin Chongji and Qin Chongyi watched coldly as their parents hit and kicked each other, showing no intention of stopping them. Finally, Qin Yongin pushed Qian Finghe by the water basin, then angrily walked out the door. What he didn't know was that, just after he left home, a fast-moving figure followed behind. King Liar hummed a tune, with his hand on Qin Chongyi's shoulder. Both of them were drunk and swayed as they headed home. At a fork in the road, King Liar suddenly cried out, "Oh no, I need to. You're the biggest mess, hurry up and go," someone said. Qin Chongyi, if I wasn't in a bad mood and didn't come drinking with you, would I really have to hold it in? Get lost. Qin Chongyi waved his hand, feeling unusually happy today. When he was a kid, his parents loved his older brother and younger sibling, but he, the middle child, was often ignored. Now, seeing Qin Chongqing being sent away and his parents fighting, Qin Chongyi felt very happy. He didn't want to show his feelings at home, so he went out for a walk alone. As soon as he stepped outside, King Liar caught up with him, insisting that something was wrong at home and that he needed to drink. When someone offers to buy you a drink, no matter the reason, Qin Chongyi wouldn't refuse. They ended up drinking until late at night. Unexpectedly, King Liar, who usually seems unpredictable, suddenly got very serious and said he wanted to take Qin Chongyi home. Qin Chongyi felt more amused. Maybe King Liar had turned over a new leaf. That was quite a rare thing. Who are you? What are you doing sneaking around here? Hey, you're hitting me. Brothers, someone is hitting me. Come help. Hearing the commotion, Qin Chongyi rushed over to help him fight back. In the dark, it was hard to see who they were fighting, but with alcohol in their heads, their punches weren't very accurate. Hey, why isn't this person moving? Did we accidentally kill him? Qin Chongyi, being a bit timid, quickly stopped when he saw things might be getting serious. King Liar bent down, checked his nose, and shook his head. It's fine. Still got some breath, so let's keep fighting. The wind blew, and Qin Chongyi realized he was more sober. He hurriedly stopped King Liar. Don't fight anymore. What if something goes wrong? Then what do you suggest? This person sneaked out of that yard. Maybe he's trying to steal something. If we let him go and happen to be here when someone finds out, we could get into big trouble and we won't be able to explain ourselves. Maybe we should go find the militia team. I'll stay here, and you go find the squad leader, said the king of the lice decisively. Anyway, Qin Chongyi definitely couldn't stay. If he found out who was lying on the ground, he would ruin his plan. All right, I'll go. Qin Chongyi didn't think much and happily went. Last night, Qin Yongping's family woke him up in the middle of the night, and tonight, the squad leader was also woken up by Qin Chongyi. His anger after waking up was sky-high. He stared fiercely at Qin Chongyi and said harshly, "You better have something important, or I'll skin you." Frightened, Qin Chongyi shrank on the ground, trembling. Uncle, go quickly, or the thief will run away." Qin Dajiang took a deep breath, put on his clothes, cursed a bit, and went outside. His wife was worried he might encounter a strong thief. If he couldn't fight, what would happen? She quickly got up, woke up their son, and told them to call people if needed and follow along. Gradually, the group started to grow. When Qin Chongyi arrived at the scene with everyone and shined his flashlight, everyone was stunned, especially Qin Dajiang. Not only was he stunned, but He also wanted to beat that little brat Qin Chang'e to death. He was almost the family's tool for cleaning up messes. Not only were the others stunned, but even Qin Chang'e himself was confused. He was still half drunk, but now he was fully awake. What's going on? Was that his father? Did he just hit his father? At this moment, the king of the lice jumped far away, pointing at Qin Yong'an's pig-like face and said, "Wow, Uncle Yong'an? Why are you sneaking out of that yard in the middle of the night? I thought you were a thief." Things got so messy, and with the dark lights, I couldn't see clearly. I had a couple of drinks, and I got tipsy. "Uncle, you don't blame me, do you?" Everyone was confused. The small yard? Which small yard? Qin Dajiang's face darkened even more. He shone his flashlight around, then looked into that yard. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Isn't that Widow Wang's yard?" This made everyone think of what the king of the lice just said. Silence was Qin Chang'e's attitude tonight, like a foolish person. Lai Ziwang finished speaking calmly, standing aside with hidden skills and reputation. "Lai Ziwang, are you sure you saw correctly?"
Huh?
"How could Qin Yong'an come out of that yard?" "Yeah, maybe you had too much wine and saw things wrong. Shut your nonsense." "I saw it with my own eyes. I thought, if I could catch this thief, my name as Lai Ziwang would be cleared. So, I had to be careful. Your words leave us no way to argue. Qin Yong'an, tell us what really happened." Qin Yong'an, lying on the ground, was gambling. He bet that everyone had no proof, that the captain would downplay the matter, and it would all be over. He didn't expect Qin Dajiang to pursue it. He suddenly felt guilty. "Captain, don't you know what kind of person Lai Ziwang is? Do you believe what he says?" Everyone thought that made sense. At this moment, a figure emerged from a dark corner, trembling, holding up a small hand, whispering, I can testify. I saw Qin Yong'an go into that yard." Qin Dajiang waved his flashlight. He was furious earlier, now he was about to explode. "Han Liang, why are you out so late?"
Huh?
"If your dad finds out you're wandering around at night, he'll break your legs." "Uncle, I just couldn't sleep, so I came out." "Please don't tell my dad, okay? Even though he's the squad leader, he's strong. What if he wanted to go complain?" Thinking about handling the current situation, Qin Dajiang visibly grew more irritable. "Get lost. Bring a few people to lock Qin Yong'an in the clinic." Since Xie Meirong was taken away by Director Li from the committee, the Sunlight Brigade's clinic had become empty. Qin Dajiang didn't know where to put him, so he temporarily used the clinic. No one spoke up for Qin Yong'an, and no one dared to offend Qin Dajiang. They quickly the lying Qin Yong'an and took him away. Qin Yong'an didn't say a word from start to finish. Most importantly, he didn't know what to say. This incident quickly spread throughout the Chaoyang team. Some people were not surprised at all, since they had seen similar things more than once. Qin Shuya was not surprised because she was the one who set up this trap. She knew that what happened to Qin Changcheng would definitely make Qin Yong'an and his wife unhappy. Maybe there would even be some unexpected good luck. So she had King Lotzi send someone to hide at Qin's old house. To her surprise, her plan worked exactly as she expected. Qin Shuya really didn't think Qin Yong'an would be so careless. Even after her son got into trouble, he still had time to do other things. That worked in her favor. On the other side, Qin Dajiang was overwhelmed. Their team just had a new problem with Qin Changcheng, and now there was another scandal. When the communal meeting finished planting crops, he would probably be criticized heavily. No matter how many achievements he made, it wouldn't help now. In the morning, at the Gao family's dining table, unlike Qin Dajiang's anger, Aunt Gao looked very happy. Serves him right. If it weren't for Qian Finghe, Henan and his wife wouldn't have lost everything. Shuya wouldn't have been bullied so badly in the old house. People just can't have bad thoughts. Because of this mess, even their family was destroyed. Destroyed, huh? They're all a bunch of rats and snakes, not good people. Everyone was silent. It was clear they agreed with Aunt Gao. However, this morning, Lu Haoqing, who suddenly came to eat at the table, looked thoughtful. He just couldn't believe this was just a coincidence. He looked up at Qin Shuya. That girl was happily eating without a care, with no expression on her face, and nothing could be seen. Could it really be just a coincidence? After breakfast, the Gao family prepared to go to work. Qin Shuya, wanting to see the excitement, changed into some old clothes and happily followed along. When they reached the field, sure enough, everyone was talking about the old Qin family. Just as Qin Shuya was listening happily, Qin Dajiang suddenly approached and directly handed her a piece of paper. Qin Shuya took it and looked at it. Oh, what is this? She glanced down. The barefoot doctor from the Chaoyang team? She raised her head and silently looked at Qin Dajiang, her face saying, "Are you serious? What do you think?" Qin Shuya was speechless. I was too careless. Qin Shuya looked gloomy as she carried her appointment letter toward the Gao family. On the way, she happened to meet the idle vagrant Wang, who used to be a street troublemaker with many followers. Suddenly, he became her loyal supporter. "Miss, where are you going? Just tell me what you need, and I promise I'll handle it well. Help me with this matter," Qin Shuya said, then threw the appointment letter into Wang's arms. Wang instinctively caught it and looked down, confirming that he couldn't read the words. "Miss, I don't know how to read." "Never mind, just watch over Lin Yen for me," Qin Shuya replied. Wang knew his limits and wouldn't ask questions about things he shouldn't. At least, he wouldn't ask about Qin Shuya, since she was like a parent to him. She returned to the Gao family's yard with a frown, still unsure whether to accept this job. In her past life, she had dedicated half her life to medicine. Besides medical skills, she had nothing else. Now, in this life, she had finally restarted her main account. How could she be trapped by her medical knowledge again? Suddenly, a gentle touch brushed her forehead, cool, soft, and slightly ticklish. Qin Shuya froze in place, her tightly knit brows relaxing unconsciously. Lu Haoqing's handsome face, carved like a sculpture, wore a smile. His dark eyes reflected Qin Shuya's image. "That looks much better. What's making you so worried?"
Tell me.
"The higher-ups gave me an appointment to be a doctor at the health clinic, but I don't want to be stuck in such a small place. I don't know what to do." His gentle, pleasant voice sounded again. "You won't be trapped. You are free. No one can control your decisions. Following your heart is the best choice." "Am I truly free?" "Of course. You are completely free." Qin Shuya stood dazed in the yard, while Lu Haoqing quietly stood beside her, accompanying her. Time seemed to pause at that moment, warm, peaceful, and quiet. Yes, she had been reborn. She wouldn't be controlled by Lin Yan's influence again, nor be confined in the yard every day just to study medicine.
She was free.
To understand all this, Qin Shuya's porcelain-white face lit up with a bright smile. That smile touched Lu Haoqing's heart, filling it completely. A gentle spring breeze brushed past their clothes. The deep blue colors intertwined like fluttering butterflies, each relying on the other, but still different. At dinner, Qin Shuya shared the good news with the Gao family. "Shuya? That's wonderful. You really became the doctor of our team?" Yes, Shuya. With your medical skills, our Chaoyang team is truly lucky." "Oh, that's great. I believe your mother in heaven must be happy about your achievement today." Thinking of her mother's earnest teachings when she was young, but how her mother never planned her life, only letting her follow her heart. In the end, she failed to see people's true nature and let her mother's love down. But there's still a chance to make things right. After dinner, Lu Haoqing said he had something important to discuss with Qin Shuya and openly led her into his room. He also closed the door. If Lu Haoqing's expression hadn't remained unchanged, she might have thought he was up to something bad. "Shuya, about the medicine you gave me last time, can I buy it?" The day Qin Shuya made this medicine was the day she was preparing for today. "Haoqing, do you want to buy it? If you want to use it, just tell me. I still have plenty." "Haoqing, I'm talking to you not just as an individual, but on behalf of the army, the entire Flower Nation army. Yes, our country is in a time of rebuilding. Developing takes blood and sweat, but good wound medicine can reduce soldiers' deaths and help the common people more. This formula is from medical books, not just my personal property. I can't sell it, but I can give it as a gift." "No, you can't. You would lose out." Although you learned it, it's because of you that this medicine has come back to life. Ultimately, it's your achievement, and you should get the benefits. Lu Haoqing was very firm and refused to compromise, which made her a bit frustrated. It was different from what Qin Shiyue had originally expected. After a moment of silence, Qin Shiyue continued, Haoqing, consider this recipe a gift from me to you and the team. I will definitely develop more and stronger medicines in the future. When that happens, could you help me promote them? Sitting nearby, Lu Haoqing's eyes gradually darkened, burning intensely. His black eyes looked like a deep abyss, making people want to look inside. He slightly parted his lips, speaking softly and vaguely, just faintly saying, You don't have feelings for me, do you? Qin Shiyue, with her keen senses, naturally heard his words, but she didn't know how to respond. Her body swayed slightly, then she steadied herself and said calmly, Haoqing, what are you talking about? I didn't hear clearly. A smile appeared at the corner of Lu Haoqing's mouth. His smile was bright and dazzling, and very handsome. It was like a little deer had jumped into Qin Shiyue's heart. So handsome. So handsome. Thank you, Shiyue, he said. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Let me know that my feelings have never been lonely. Since Qin Shiyue accepted the job offer, she wouldn't do things half-heartedly. She spent 3 days cleaning the health clinic thoroughly, organizing the commonly used medicines, and even ordered some traditional Chinese medicine cabinets. She also set up a small room next to the consultation room for decocting herbs. While she was busy and moving non-stop, a newspaper caused the Chaoyang team to go into a frenzy. Shiyue, come quickly, it's here. The usually steady Qin Dajiang suddenly burst into the clinic, panting heavily and speaking in a confusing way. Captain? What's here? Say it again. The newspaper. The provincial newspaper, the one featuring your story, has finally arrived. Qin Shiyue was a little excited about her first appearance in a newspaper. She snatched the newspaper from the team leader's hand. When she unfolded it, she saw a black and white photo taking up a large part of the page. The photo was a side profile of her giving an injection to Officer Shang. Because it was black and white, her face was not very clear. The headline read, Chaoyang team begins a new journey, model woman Qin Shiyue's innovative achievements. Next, he praised Qin Shiyue's efforts in gathering herbs and also complimented Captain Qin Dajiang. At the end, he quoted the leader's famous saying, Women can hold up half the sky. Wow, this is written quite well. Of course. She's a scholar. Her writing can't be bad. Did you see? It even mentions me. Yes, I saw, Uncle Captain. The characters are so big, anyone who isn't blind can see them. Really? As long as you're not blind, you can see? So, does that mean everyone in Chaoyang Brigade saw the praise for me in the newspaper? Qin Shiyue was busy with her work and said coldly, Uncle, you forgot something. The villagers are not blind, but none of them can read.
Forget about that.
Cough, Shiyue, there's a literacy class in the neighboring brigade. Why don't we set one up here? Use this newspaper as teaching material, so everyone can recognize all the words. That way, they can basically get rid of illiteracy. Qin Shiyue was silent. Uncle Captain's words sounded very nice. Why didn't he just say, everyone should memorize the praise for him from the newspaper? The more Qin Dajiang thought about it, the more he felt this idea might work. Maybe it would reduce some criticism from the commune. Otherwise, with just these 2 issues from the Qin family, he'd be in trouble. Speaking of the Qin family. By the way, Shiyue, do you know about your second uncle's situation? Uncle, are you talking about Qin Yong'an? Whatever the authorities decide to do, just do it. I have nothing to do with the old house anymore. Okay, I understand. Oh, and your aunt asked you to come home for dinner tonight. Don't forget. Dinner? Uncle? Why is my aunt calling me for dinner all of a sudden? Just to thank you. Don't worry, your aunt is a kind person. Even if she's strict, she wouldn't be mean to you. Are you scared? Well, I'm leaving now. Wait, Uncle Captain, our health clinic is short of a helper. Can you give me a spot? I'll pick someone I like later. Alright, by the way, the collective pays you 28.5 yuan, and the brigade gives you 12 work points each day. If you find a helper for chores, they get 8 work points daily. After sending off the brigade leader, Qin Shiyue was busy enough. She changed into clean clothes and went to find someone to help with chores. She had already chosen someone in her mind. She told Qin Dajiang it was just to make the path clear. Such a good job shouldn't be given cheaply to outsiders. So, as soon as Qin Shua left the house, she headed straight to the youth commune. Just at the gate of the youth commune, she heard Su Qiao angrily talking. Lin Yan, what are you doing? Why do you suddenly attack me and tear my newspaper? I just don't want you to praise Qin Shua. She's just a country bumpkin. Why can she be on the newspaper? Why can she be interviewed by the province? Lin Yan, exhausted from avoiding the troublemaker Wang, was about to give up when she overheard people inside the youth commune whispering about a newspaper. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but then she heard Qin Shua's name in their conversation. When she rushed over, she found out that Qin Shua had appeared in the newspaper. How could she not be angry? She knew all the storylines. She was supposed to be the brightest star. Why was Qin Shua always ahead of her? Plus, Su Qiao had a good job arranged by Qin Shua and held influence in the youth commune. All her anger towards Qin Shua was directed at her. Lin Yan, you should know that jealousy requires talent. Shua is diligent, kind-hearted, clever, skilled in medicine, and always working for the benefit of our brigade's people. Look at yourself, refusing to work, always thinking crookedly, making sarcastic remarks, destroying the unity of the youth commune, and embarrassing us young folks sent to the countryside. How dare you ask why she's better? Do you even deserve it? You. Su Qiao, I think you're just bought off by Qin Shua, that's why you always defend her, right? You're just dark inside, so you see darkness everywhere. There's no cure for you. I don't want to waste my words on you. Su Qiao turned and walked away with the newspaper. Seeing her leave, the other young people also dispersed. Only Lin Yan, with messy hair and red eyes, stood there angrily puffing her cheeks. Just at the door, she saw Qin Shua. Su Qiao's cold face immediately turned into a smile. Here's a good job for you. Do you want to do it? What? What kind of job? Helping out at the health clinic. You get 8 work points a day. As for pay, there isn't any right now, but I will apply for it later with the commune. Helping out? I'll do it. As long as I get the work points, I don't care about the pay.
But
Shuyu, such a good job, there must be many people interested.
why?
Why did you choose me? Good water shouldn't flow outside. When it comes to family, I definitely show favoritism. Hearing Shuyu mention family, Su Qiao's face turned red. She and Gao Wenyang are in a sweet, ambiguous stage now. Mutually fond, but no one has broken the silence. Now, after Shuyu's words, she felt too embarrassed to face Gao Wenyang. Alright, don't be shy. Soon, you'll be part of my family. You shouldn't struggle. Shuyu's commanding tone made Su Qiao forget her shyness. She rolled her eyes and lightly hit her. Just talking nonsense. We haven't even started yet. How can we be a family? Is my second brother so slow? No, I need to talk to him about this. Come on, let's go back, so you can see your new workplace. Shuyu didn't care about Lin Yan's jealousy. She believed that the better she lived, the better it was for her enemies to see. The two went to the health clinic. They showed Su Qiao the work procedures and agreed on her start time tomorrow before parting ways. Shuyu didn't go back to the Gao family, but went to find Gao Wenyang in the fields. Second brother. Huh? Shuyu, wait a moment. Gao Wenyang was fertilizing the field, with a towel over his nose and mouth. His pants were rolled up to his knees, and his clothes were covered in dirt. When he heard Shuyu call, he quickly brushed himself off and jumped onto the field. But he kept a little distance from Shuyu. What's wrong, Shuyu, second brother? When are you going to win Su Qiao over? Caught off guard by the question about his feelings, Gao Wenyang's dark face turned slightly red. He lowered his head, speaking softly and shyly. What are you talking about? Su Qiao is such a good girl. You should hold on tight. If you wait too long and she gets taken by someone else, you'll regret it. If you're a real man, just do it happily. Don't hesitate like a girl. Hai Wenyang. Sister, do you even know what you're saying? Hai Wenyang saw Qin Shua's determined attitude. If she didn't get an answer, she wouldn't leave, so he could only nod and promise to do it quickly. Satisfied with the answer she received, she also told Hai Wenyang she wouldn't go back to eat. With a quick turn, Qin Shua headed to the captain's house. At this moment, the captain's wife, Wan Yanfang, was busy in the kitchen. "Mom, let me help you." "Oh, my dear daughter-in-law, go back to your room. Look at your belly, you're about to give birth. Why are you still running around? If you bump into something, what will we do?" "Mom, I've been lying in the room all day. My bones are soft. Just let me move a little." "All right, move a little. Walk around the yard. If you're bored, ask the captain to walk with you. Don't come into the kitchen." Wan Yanfang pushed her out directly and continued working in the kitchen. Ning Shi, feeling helpless, was pushed out by her mother-in-law, but inside, she felt very warm. Since she married in, their relationship was loving and the family was harmonious. Nothing was bothering her. Now she was pregnant with a baby, and her life felt complete. While wandering in the yard and daydreaming, Ningxi suddenly heard a knocking at the door. She knew her in-laws were inviting the new village doctor home for dinner today. Thinking it might be a guest, she quickly went to open the yard gate. She expected to see a bright, pretty face, but instead, she saw a face with sallow, thin cheeks, deep-set eyes, and a gloomy expression that made people uncomfortable. Ningxi was startled and took a few steps back in shock. Wan Yanfang, hearing her daughter-in-law scream, hurriedly grabbed a fire poker and ran out, anxiously asking, "Ningxi? Ningxi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Mom. Mom." Her voice trembled with fear, and her body seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move. "Hey, Mom's here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Wan Yanfang approached Ningxi and saw Qianfenghe standing at the door with a gloomy face. "Oh, Qianfenghe? What are you doing at my house?" Wan Yanfang kept Ningxi behind her, watching the visitor cautiously, her heart shocked. It's only been a few days since they last saw each other. Originally, Qianfenghe was a decent person, but now she looks like a ghost or a monster. "Is the team leader here?" Qianfenghe didn't care about their attitude and asked in a low, tired voice. "He's not back." "Wan Yanfang, can you ask the team leader to let my husband go?" "Qianfenghe, are you joking? Your husband cheats and you still want to save him. My husband is innocent. It must be that wicked woman Wang Guafu who seduced him. As long as I can save him, we can live happily like before." Qianfenghe's face looked a little crazy, sometimes angry, sometimes smiling. Wan Yanfang felt something was wrong. She quietly told her daughter-in-law to go back home. But as soon as Ningxi moved, Qianfenghe's dark eyes looked over. Ningxi was so scared she trembled and leaned on Wan Yanfang. "Are you afraid of me? Or do you dislike me? Why would you dislike me? Did I want to become like this? What is wrong with me, Qianfenghe? Why did I end up like this? Tell me." She reached out to grab Ningxi, but Wan Yanfang pulled her aside and quickly hit her arm with a burning stick. Qianfenghe shrieked in pain and withdrew her hand. "Wan Yanfang, how dare you hit me? You and Qin Dajiang are not good people. You slander my husband and keep him hostage. If you don't let him go today, I will fight to the death with your family." Somehow, Qianfenghe suddenly had a lot of strength. When she lunged forward, even the brave Wan Yanfang almost couldn't hold her. She had to protect her daughter-in-law with one hand, and she was caught off guard and scratched. Qianfenghe, if I don't beat you into submission today, I won't be surnamed Wan." "Ningxi, go inside quickly." "Mom. Listen to me. Go inside and don't come out no matter what happens, understand?" Wan Yanfang held Qianfenghe back, trying to give Ningxi space to run inside. But just as Ningxi showed herself and was about to run, Qianfenghe pushed Wan Yanfang aside and ran toward Ningxi. "Ningxi, go to, you little brat. Go to. Ha ha ha. I won't have a good life, and no one else will either." The fierce face was filled with a crazy smile as it looked like Qianfenghe was about to succeed. Suddenly, a large stone, about the size of a head, was thrown from outside with perfect aim, hitting Qianfenghe. It knocked her to the ground. "Auntie? Sister-in-law? Are you both okay?" "Shua, it's a good thing you came. It's a good thing you came. Quickly, help Annie watch over your sister-in-law. I'll handle this old troublemaker." After saying that, Wan Yanfang rushed over and started hitting and kicking Qian Finghe, who was lying on the ground. I let you come to my house. I let you scare my daughter-in-law. You old troublemaker. All the trouble you caused yourself. Don't you feel wronged? You're full of nonsense. Your son can be sent away, and it's all because of how you spoiled him. Your husband can go out to find a widow, and it's because you're blind, choosing such a bad person. Wan Yanfang's reputation for being fierce was well-deserved. Her fists seemed to have wind behind them, and Qian Finghe was crying out loudly. Finally, Ningxi managed to step in, worried that her mother-in-law might really hurt someone and cause trouble for the family, which would cost money. It wasn't worth paying for someone like this. She quickly stepped forward to pull her back. Sister-in-law, it's okay. Auntie has control. She was joking. Having fought all her life, if Auntie lost control now, she would have already gone bankrupt from paying damages. After venting her anger, Wan Yanfang finally felt truly relieved. Shue, go to the firewood shed and bring a rope for Auntie. It wasn't her first time at the brigade leader's house, so finding the firewood shed was easy. Soon, she found 2 thick, sturdy ropes. Together, Wan Yanfang and she tightly the swollen, bruised Qian Finghe. The 2 of them stood confidently in front of her, discussing what to do next. Maybe we should lock her up first, and wait for your uncle to come back to decide. Auntie, I told you, this counts as attempted murder. We can't just let her go easily. Oh, you're so educated. Your words are quite fitting. She didn't mean to kill anyone just now. Luckily, I reacted quickly, or she'd be lying on the ground now. Yes, Auntie. I saw clearly just now. Qian Finghe went after sister-in-law Ningxi. That could have been deadly. She's too vicious. We have to leave it to her husband to handle it. All right, when your uncle comes back, I'll tell him. Wan Yanfang took Qian Finghe aside, then held her own daughter-in-law's hand and pulled Qin Shue along, happily leading her inside the house. After finishing his work at the team, Qin Dajiang hummed a little tune and returned home. He pushed open the door. Oh my gosh. What's going on here? He walked over and squatted in front of Qian Finghe to examine her carefully. But he couldn't figure it out. He was thinking, who the heck is so blind to come to his house and provoke his fierce wife? Look at her. She beat him so badly that his parents didn't even recognize him. But his wife is a bit heavy-handed. If things go wrong, people might come looking for him, and he'd have to pay some money. Qin Dajiang thought about it and felt a little pain in his chest. His face looked a bit unhappy as he went inside, planning to have a serious talk with his wife. But just as he stepped in, Wan Yanfang suddenly shouted out loud. Her thin, bony body hung directly onto Qin Dajiang. The pose made Ningxi and Qin Shue blush, and they couldn't bear to look. Dajiang, oh Dajiang, you almost couldn't see me. What are you talking about? What's going on? What happened? Qin Dajiang asked confusedly 3 times, reaching out to pull his fierce wife off him. But his wife's strength was too much. He struggled for a long time but couldn't get her off, almost choking himself in the process. Qian Finghe suddenly ran to their house looking for him. As she spoke, she started to act crazy, rushing toward him and Ningxi. Ningxi was pregnant. If she had been pushed down, it would have been a disaster. Luckily, Shue arrived just in time and threw a big stone at her, knocking her out. Otherwise, she might have succeeded. Are you saying that's Qian Finghe, Qin Shue, Wan Yanfang, Ning Qi? This team leader, her own man, her father-in-law, all knew how to focus on the main point. Seeing the 3 of them speechless, Qin Dajiang suddenly realized he might have missed the main point. He quickly adjusted his expression, pretending that what just happened didn't exist, and asked again, why did Qian Finghe come to our house and act so crazy? Wan Yanfang quickly explained what happened, then she pushed her daughter-in-law forward so Qin Dajiang could see how scared Ningxi was. Qin Dajiang saw that his daughter-in-law looked quite upset and still a little shaken. He believed her mostly, and since it seemed that Qian Finghe started the trouble, even if his brave daughter-in-law had beaten her badly, it was her own fault. So, he decided they wouldn't need to pay compensation. He also thought more about it and confirmed that Qian Finghe's attempt to hurt someone was a serious crime, fully confirmed by him. I'll call the police at the village office first. I was still thinking about how to handle Qin Yongin, but now I'll let their family meet at the police station. You all eat first. Don't wait for me, he said, then happily left the house for the village office. When he returned, the food was already on the table. Auntie, you've gone to some trouble, said Qin Shuiwe, looking at the shiny braised pork and golden scrambled eggs. She could tell that Wan Yanfang had put a lot of effort into this meal. In the village team, not many families could enjoy meat even once in a year or half. Only the team leader and some with special connections could get a little more, just enough for one extra meal. Shuiwe, don't say that. If it weren't for you today, your sister-in-law, and I might not have been able to control Qianfenghe. She's really gone crazy, not caring about anything. If this isn't handled well, someone could get hurt or worse, Wan Yanfang said. Your aunt and sister-in-law are lucky people. Even without me, they can turn bad luck into good fortune, Qin Shuiwe replied. Shuiwe, later can you check on your sister-in-law? I think she looks a bit unwell, and her spirit isn't good. She's about to have the baby, so please be careful and make sure everything's okay, Wan Yanfang asked, holding Ningxi's cold hand with some worry. Okay, I'll check on her later, Qin Shuiwe promised. Today, Qin Dajiang's older two sons went to the seed station to pick up spring planting seeds. The third son usually stayed at school in town and didn't come home often, so only they three ate dinner. After eating, Qin Shuiwe gently moved closer to Ningxi and smiled softly. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I'm here. Let me check your pulse, okay? Ningxi gave a shy smile and stretched out her hand, resting it on the table. Focusing my mind and calming my spirit, I carefully feel Ningxi's pulse. Your sister-in-law's due date is just a few days away. She was a bit startled today, so her labor might come early. Did she really get scared? And now it's early? What should we do? Our health clinic supplies aren't fully ready. It's better to take her to the hospital. The hospital? Is it that serious? Qin Shuiwe paused. She had forgotten that in this time, women usually gave birth at home, often with an experienced midwife. Going to the hospital meant a serious illness. No wonder Wan Yanfang looked so frightened when mentioning the hospital. Auntie, it's nothing serious. I just think it's safer at the hospital. If she really goes into labor, Big Brother can come to my house to call me. Mom, I don't want to go to the hospital. Can we not go? Ningxi felt scared whenever she heard the word hospital. She felt like going there meant she was close to danger and felt a strange resistance. Okay, we won't go. We'll stay at home. Mom will tidy up the house for you. With Shuiwe here, don't be afraid. Her medical skills are very good.
Yes.
Okay. Since she had made her decision, Qin Shuiwe didn't try to persuade her further. She could just stay alert tonight. She looked up at the sky. It was getting late. She told Qin Dajiang and his wife goodbye and left to return to the Gao family. The Gao family finished eating and sat in the yard around a low table, chatting casually. From their conversation, it was clear they were talking about Gao Wenyu and Yang Huihui's wedding. Shuiwe, you're back? Gao Wenyu, facing the door, saw Qin Shuiwe first and greeted her warmly. Big brother, you look so happy. Your face is full of smiles, different from usual. Haha, Shuiwe is right. Wenyu's smile hasn't left his face since he got back. The family teased Gao Wenyu, making him a little embarrassed. However, Lu Haoqing kept his gaze fixed on Qin Shuiwe, never looking away. With keen senses, she naturally felt his intense stare. Blushing, she found an excuse and hurried into the house. Early in the morning, Qin Shuiwe ran with weights through the forest for 2 hours, then returned to the courtyard exactly at 6 o'clock. After resting, she began practicing the boxing techniques her brother Qin Jingjie had taught her. Because she drank spiritual spring water every day and combined it with running and practicing the moon's spirit technique, her moves became very swift and powerful, with strong wrist strength. A few days ago, Lu Haoqing was injured and could only stand at the door, quietly watching Qin Shuiwe practice. It was a different kind of company. After a few days of rest, his injury healed, so this morning he stood beside Qin Shuiwe, ready to spar with her. Are you able to do this? She asked. When her crush questioned whether he could, Lu Haoqing replied confidently, "Of course I can. Come on, I want to see if your fighting skills are good enough. I won't hold back." "No need." Qin Shua launched the first attack. At first, Lu Haoqing was hit a few times, but later, Qin Shua couldn't even touch his clothes. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, Qin Shua gave up and stopped. "I'm done. Your punches are strong, but your agility is poor and your reactions are slow. You rush blindly. That might work against ordinary people, but if you face someone like me, you won't even be able to defend." Qin Shua was silent. Is this the confidence of a soldier king? This female strongman can't break your defense, but with just one word, you can break mine. I can't go on like this. From now on, I will set aside time every day to spar with you. To improve, you must find breakthroughs in actual combat. Yes, okay. Qin Shua knew that although her physical strength was good now, she still had weaknesses. Running up the mountain no longer put enough pressure on her body. Without pressure, there's no breakthrough. To keep strengthening her body, she needed to find new opportunities. So Lu Haoqing's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. After agreeing on a time for sparring tomorrow morning, Qin Shua went to the kitchen to help Aunt Gao prepare breakfast. The family finished eating and went to work in the fields. Gao Wenyu went to Yanghe Brigade to discuss the engagement with Yang Shanshan to see who from her side would come, so the Gao family could prepare enough food. After tidying herself up, Qin Shua carried her carefully selected herbs to town to exchange for money. The health clinic has most of the basic Western medicines, but there is a shortage of traditional Chinese medicine. Qin Shua previously discussed with the team leader, and she kept the useful but inexpensive herbs collected from the mountain. The more valuable ones were exchanged at the pharmacy for money. Holding 120 yuan, Qin Shua looked at her watch after leaving the pharmacy. Seeing that it was still early, she turned around and went straight to the commune to see Director Hong. "Girl, why are you here?" "Uncle, I want to ask if, since Qin Chongqing has gone in, his spot for working in the city is now available. Since you didn't come, I was just about to tell you this. Although the spot is available, the deputy director of the textile factory seems to have his own plans. I could bring it back, but I worry that if I do, someone might interfere when they assign someone else there. That deputy director might cause trouble instead of helping. So I was thinking, maybe we should change the spot?" "Change? You mean, besides the textile factory, our town also has spots available at the flour mill and grain station. Look, which one do you want? Most people are eager to get a city job, but she can choose freely, and it's not even for herself. If others found out, they might think she's showing off." "Uncle, I think the grain station spot is fine. Since all of these will eventually be shut down, none of the factories will last long anyway." "All right, I'll write you a recommendation letter now." Director Hong was quick. He took out a printed recommendation letter, stamped it with his official seal, signed his name, and told Qin Shua that she could fill in the rest with her details later. After receiving the letter, Qin Shua stood up to leave, but Director Hong stopped her. "Shua, after spring plowing, the commune will hold an award ceremony. This year, the Chaoyang Brigade has been awarded first-class collective merit. The model workers are Qin Dajiang and you. When the time comes, the commune will notify you to attend the meeting." "Okay. Do I need to go back and tell the team leader?" "No need. I already called him. I just wanted to give you a heads up. During the meeting, you'll need to give a speech, so you should prepare in advance. Can't the team leader just represent me? I'm really not good at this kind of thing. That won't do. You've been featured in the newspaper as a model woman and praised as a role model worker. You definitely need to attend this speech." Qin Shua saw she couldn't refuse, so she finally agreed with a sigh. Back at the Chaoyang team, she went to the team accountant to settle the money from selling herbs. She was about to go home to Gao's house for lunch when she bumped into the team leader, who looked very happy. "Uncle Team Leader, congratulations." "Congratulations to you too, Comrade Qin Shua. This is all thanks to you. I wouldn't take all the credit. If it weren't for your courage and effort, our team wouldn't have earned first-class merit. Oh, I feel so proud under your leadership. Our Chaoyang team has achieved so much. I'm really happy. When the official document for the first-class merit comes down, our work points will be worth a lot." "How much will they increase?" Qin Shue was quite curious about this. About 18 cents. Qin Shue looked down and calculated. One work point in Chaoyang team was currently worth a dime. After the increase, it would be 28 cents, which was pretty good. Back at Gao's house, Qin Shue didn't even greet Lu Haochen. She dropped her basket and went straight to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Lu Haochen could only wait in the yard. At least he could see her busy figure, which was better than being bored inside. Is Comrade Lu at home? I'm Lin Yan. Hearing the voice at the door, Lu Haochen didn't say a word. He simply went into the kitchen and pulled Qin Shue out. What are you doing? Help me with something. Later, I'll teach you a set of boxing techniques. Really? Qin Shue's eyes lit up immediately. She had heard from her brother that Lu Haochen knew many martial arts. If he was willing to teach her, she would definitely benefit a lot. She had been thinking about how to ask before, but now the opportunity was right in front of her. How could she refuse? But she still needed to confirm. Help with what? It must be something you can do, and that doesn't go against your principles. Qin Shue nodded in agreement. Lu Haochen then took her by the hand and led her to the door. He suddenly opened the yard gate. Outside, Lin Yan was caught off guard and exposed in front of the two of them. Qin Shue was surprised. Today is the eve of the Lunar New Year. Qingbao wishes all the little cuties a healthy body, a successful career, and good luck in the year of the dragon. May everything go smoothly, and all your wishes come true. Qin Shue raised an eyebrow, expecting to see Lin Yan, who was dressed in a very flirtatious way. Recently, she had been tormented by the king of the beggars, and her eyes looked gloomy. Plus, she wasn't being helped by the little soldier from the Red Guard who kept bringing her things, so her once smooth and youthful face now looked dry and dull, like an apple that had lost its vitality. Despite that, she still stubbornly came to find trouble. Haha, she's really persistent. Who are you? Comrade Lu, I am Lin Yan from the youth farm. I came here last time to give you eggs. Do you remember? I didn't take your eggs. You shouldn't just come and ask for them directly. Even though you're a woman, you shouldn't be so shameless as to falsely accuse me, right? Pretending to be shy, Lin Yan was so embarrassed by Lu Haocheng's words that her face almost couldn't hold it. No, it's not. I didn't take your eggs. I came this time. Comrade Lin, you should go back. I don't know you well, so please be careful with your words. Don't cause unnecessary misunderstandings. If that happens and it affects me, it will be your fault. After saying that, he looked at Qin Shue with a meaningful and affectionate gaze. Qin Shue kept a straight face, occasionally nodding in agreement. She was only focused on watching Lin Yan's changing expressions, not noticing Lu Haocheng's eyes, and she had no idea how much her nodding had hurt Lin Yan. You. Qin Shue was confused. Why was she stuttering? She had something to say, so she should say it. She looked back at Lu Haocheng, wanting to ask what was going on. But he also looked confused. Qin Shue could only turn her gaze back to Lin Yan. Unbeknownst to her, after she looked away, Lu Haocheng let out a small sigh of relief. He reached out and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Then he weakly leaned his body against Qin Shue and quietly said, "Help me inside. Make it look like I'm still injured and not fully recovered." Qin Shue suddenly understood. So that was why Lu Haocheng wanted her help. It was simple, too simple. She readily reached out and wrapped her arms around Lu Haocheng's slim waist. TSK, this waist, this sense of security. Thinking about Lu Haocheng's endurance in his past life, Qin Shue's fair face flushed with a hint of redness. This made Lin Yan, standing outside the courtyard gate, mistakenly believe that these two were together. She stood there doubting herself, thinking it shouldn't be. In the story, the main characters haven't gotten together yet, so how? But with their current intimate attitude, Lin Yan couldn't believe they weren't a couple. She felt a bit anxious. She had to do something. She turned and left the Gao family, rushing toward the old Qin family house. Because her thoughts were too wild, she didn't dare face Lu Haocheng. She helped him into the house, and then ran away quickly. Lu Haocheng looked confused, sitting on a stool, beginning to wonder if he had revealed something. In the afternoon, Qin Shuya was busy at the health clinic with Su Qiao. Yang Huihui then came in, which truly surprised her. Huihui Jie, why are you here? I came to see my future sister-in-law and to enjoy your special favor. Su Qiao made a sound, blushing. Qin Shuya always knew Yang Shanshan was straightforward. Today, she realized that she was not only honest, but also very brave. Look, Huihui Jie, there's still a bunch of herbs here that haven't been processed. Is my favor enough for you?
Get lost.
I knew you were up to no good, squeezing two future sisters-in-law. Be careful, or we'll give you a hard time later. Who can't marry someone now? You're still young, and you're already thinking about love. Go away, Huihui Jie. If I were thinking about love, would I think about you more? You often think about my brother, right? Good. You dare to tease me. Just wait and see how I deal with you. After saying that, Yang Huihui reached out to grab Qin Shuya. The three of them started to play around. After a while, Su Qiao stopped them. All right, stop messing around. Someone will come later and think something's wrong with the health clinic. Future sister-in-law, you're too straightforward. But that's good. It's easier to get along. I like it. Su Qiao blushed deeply from Yang Huihui's teasing and stammered. What sister-in-law? I have nothing to do with Gao and Yang. Still saying you don't. We didn't reveal Wen Yang. You were the one who accidentally exposed it. Blushing, Su Qiao ran straight to the back room. This place was no longer suitable to stay. Huihui Jie, isn't my older brother going to your house to discuss the engagement? Why did you come here? I'm here to tell you that my good cousin will be released tomorrow. We agreed she would come back to seek revenge for me. You haven't forgotten, right? No, I haven't. I'll go there first thing tomorrow morning. All right, it's settled then. I'll be waiting for you at my house. At this moment, Su Qiao poked her head out from the back room, still blushing, and nervously said, Add me too. Yang Huihui cheerfully clapped her hands and laughed. Sure, little sister-in-law. Su Qiao was speechless. Today, there was no point in talking anymore. After finishing her words, Yang Huihui didn't rush to leave. Instead, she stayed to help Qin Shuya tidy up until around 4 o'clock when Gao Wenyu came to pick her up. Only then did she leave. Not long after they left, Gao Wenyang arrived. Qin Shuya rolled her eyes and called out to the serious-looking Su Qiao. Having been teased by Yang Huihui all afternoon, even with a shy personality, she had become quite thick-skinned. Both of you go quickly. Don't bother me here. Gao Wenyang was eager to be alone with Su Qiao and hurriedly protected her as they left the clinic. Once they were gone, Qin Shuya remembered the work quota at the grain station. She patted her head, thinking she could only mention it during dinner tonight. She had been so busy lately that she forgot the important things. She tidied up her things, locked the door with her key, and was thinking about going home alone when she suddenly turned around and saw a familiar, tall figure standing under the big willow tree in front of the door. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting delicate rays on Lu Haoqing. His cold features now carried warmth, and his dark eyes were fixed on her, full of affection. Ah Chung. Unconsciously, Qin Shuya whispered his childhood nickname. Little did she know, this whisper caused Lu Haoqing to pause. His pupils contracted sharply, and the beast inside him suddenly roared to life.